we have the best Call of Duty teams from around the world competing.
The energy is going to be insane, all setting the stage for what's going to be a lot of major Call of Duty.
And now it's the time for the big boys, right? The top 8 teams battling for that $500,000. There we have it.
We have our 8 teams for the playoffs. Absolutely crazy. The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
A one-man army right there.
Sometimes it seems like people forget about it.
Burn and burn with the slide, beginning to heat up for his team.
The nasty two-piece is gonna lock this.
You're so cocky, but he's able to win. You can all of Optic Gaming. He'll put the point in and get the kill.
He's gonna put it in for it. 8.53, going for the 8.
But guess what? I'm still here. Give me 9, 4 streak.
This is the opening they needed.
Oh my God!
And this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs presented by the PlayStation 4. 4 weeks of incredible Call of Duty esports action has led us to this weekend, and what a weekend we have. My name is, of course, Benson. I'm going to be your host from the studio throughout the weekend, and to kick off my expert panel, this is incredible. This is one of the best panels we've ever had.
Back,
We've got world
back,
champions,
baby.
X Game gold medalist, world champions. Aches, you did such a good job in week 2. We thought, hey, we'll bring you back. Obviously, Teep, you've been our president here. I'm just kind of anchoring down the show. And our special guest this week, Proof. How are you doing, Proof?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. I missed the environment of MLG events, so I'm ready to kick it off with you guys. I got my LVG squad here. I got the beautiful Benson. My mom says he's her favorite caster, so I had to put that out there for moms. So I'm happy to be here. I'm ready for this.
Shout out to Mama Proof right there.
Shout out
As
to you, Mom.
As you said, we have the former LVG squad, so I'm expecting good chemistry throughout the weekend from analysis from you guys. But moving forward, we should talk a little bit about the prize pool here at the Stage 1 playoffs. There is a ton of money on the line. Teep, every time we talk about it, you made the reference throughout the weeks. It's a mini champs.
We need to highlight how important this really is. 500K on the line, 200,000 throughout the regular season. And don't forget, we have another stage coming up after this one, but look at this playoff prizing. 50K each for first. That's some great money. Boys, I think we need to get back into it.
I think we do. I mean, you know, the boots on the ground next year. Your boy Proof is not a flyer. We've learned that.
Yeah. Pat, you're still there.
I'm there.
I didn't forget.
I'm on the fringe.
You're still good. But of course, now let's take a look at our bracket for this weekend. I mean, the bracket's an interesting one. I mean, you look at that top side, unbelievably stacked. Optic Gaming versus FaZe, Team Envious versus Luminosity, EUnited versus Enigma 6, and EG versus Splyce. T-Bot, I kind of want to start this conversation off with you, though. If there was one team that you said to kind of maybe watch out for this weekend, who are you looking at?
They have a really tough matchup to start off. You can see FaZe versus Optic Gaming, but I want to highlight FaZe. And the reason why is they barely stuck into this group, and they haven't really shown that full potential that we're used to seeing from them. The one thing I do want to note, though, is Zuma going to be back to sort of full form. At least that's what he said. He had a bit of an injury in his wrist. We're going to see if he can get back to top form. But the big player we need to focus on is Clayster. You can see him there. He's the guy in this matchup, along with Zuma. I think that's the duo that needs to perform versus Optic Gaming if they are going to get that first upset here early.
Cassius Clay, baby, I love him. But my team I'm going to go with is Envious.
Envy.
The boys in blue, I mean, they're the former world champions. I think they're going to come in here and turn it up. I mean, I've been waiting for my boy John to just show what he's made of. We all know what he can do, and I'm ready for that this weekend. You got J-Cap, been the 3 world champion, winning 2 of them. So with him leading you and Slasher killing everything in front of him with his AR, it's going to be a fun event to watch.
Do you think they have what it takes?
I think they have what it takes. They showed they had what it takes. They won the world champion, you know what I mean?
Sure.
That's true.
So I'm ready for that.
Very true. Aches, for you, is there a particular squad that you think maybe could come out, cause some upsets?
I think E6, right? I mean, they're arguably coming in as maybe the worst North American team, you know? But, I mean, they have the ability, right? We've all seen that. They have those matches where they do go off and they do look unstoppable. But, I mean, it's just what E6 are we going to get, you know? Have we seen that general who leads the stats and, like, highest KD, highest respawn or kills? We don't know, so they could definitely cause some upsets.
The biggest thing we need to note on as well is Proto was an absolute beast with that year. Had one of the most aggressive players we saw in their group, respectively. So expect him to go off. Cade was making these huge plays. So if there is some sort of upset potential, I think they can do it, really.
I mean, you you look at their performances in the group stages, their uplink was phenomenal. It really was. I think that's something they definitely need to carry through.
That's definitely one thing I was going to say is they look so good in Game 3 that if they steal 1 or 2, like they could guarantee those Game 5s. I mean,
do you think that comes with them playing together for so long and understanding how each other's play styles work?
Yeah, I think E6's uplink is really similar to EUnited's Hardpoint, where they could get outslayed and they still get the win. It's honestly impressive. They just got to work on their S&D, in my opinion. I think that was the one thing that I was iffy on them when they're weak. I mean, their Hardpoint looks good when they're slaying good, but when they're not, they look kind of down. But I mean, if they come out and win the S&Ds, they could definitely win 3 big matches.
Definitely excited to watch E6 play. And talking of our games, let's take a look at today's schedule. Find out when your favorite teams are going to be competing here at the Stage 1 playoffs. To kick things off, Evil Geniuses versus Splyce at 5:30 p.m. EUnited go toe-to-toe with Enigma 6. Then we have Team Envious versus Luminosity and Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan to close things out. Proofy, when you look at that schedule, which is the one game which gets you excited?
Oh, the 8:30 p.m. match. I mean, come on. I played for both teams. I know what the fan bases are bringing in that game, so I'm going to go with Optic. I think they're going to win it, but my heart wants FaZe to win it. You know, FaZe's been my best friend for so long. I love everyone on that team. I would really like to see them beat Optic.
Well, as we said, the first game of the day is going to be Evil Geniuses versus Splyce. EG, a team who started that group campaign off 0-2, but then they somehow miraculously finished first from the group, going 4-0 in their remaining games. For Splyce, of course, they have the weight of Europe on their shoulders, but we caught up with both of our two teams yesterday to find on their thoughts of their upcoming match. Let's take a look.
Splyce, they're a really aggressive European team, pretty sure the best European team in the game.
The key to beating Evil Geniuses is not letting them have time, because they'll abuse the game mechanics and then they'll put it into their favor.
They just have Jared, which is a really aggressive player. Mad Cat is a veteran AR player. Bance is up and coming.
I think the outcome against Evil Geniuses will be either 3-0 or 3-1.
The difference maker versus Splyce would probably be Hardpoint. If we can pull out the first Hardpoint, I'm pretty sure we're going to close it out 3-0, 3-1.
Fantastic to hear from both of our two teams. Here's a look at our map set. Teep, I'm going to start with you. Is there anything which particularly kind of stands out? I mean, I know that Scorch Hardpoint map number 1, that was something Evil Geniuses were particularly good at in group stages.
Yeah, especially that was the map that sort of boosted their momentum. They started off really bad in that first day. They got those double Scorches on Saturday to really bounce them back in that group. So coming down to this one, both these teams loving Scorch. I think EG really needs to focus a lot on this first one, though. I think Splyce is too well-rounded on the rest of the game types and too consistent for EG to handle. So if they lose that Scorch, I think it's going to get out of hand.
Yeah, I agree with TP. I think it goes down to Game 1. Whoever wins Game 1 will take the series, in my opinion. The only other map that I see as a push right now is the Frost Uplink, where Splyce, has the better record, but EG has been playing better stat-wise. So if they can get the correct kills in the right area and make the correct pushes, I think they will win the Frost Uplink.
And I know EG looked really scary on Scorch Hardpoint, but honestly, I think that's one of Splyce's best modes. I mean, they 100-point clubbed us on that map, and they held us on the second hill like 110-0.
That wasn't that hard, though.
Right, but
let's not talk about that.
They're scary on that map, though. And I think if EG are coming out thinking like, all right, we got this Game 1, it's our best map, I think they got another thing coming.
Fair enough. Well, excited to get the playoff action underway, and Game 1 is moments away. We can send it down to our fabulous casters for the series. It's Momo and Puckett.
Thank you so much, and it is awesome to have Proofy, TP, and Aches all sitting side by side. I remember watching my very first Call of Duty tournament for MLG. They're all on the same team back in the Leverage days.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they belong together. You can see the chemistry on stage as well with themselves. However, the players on the main stage right now, I'm getting excited for. Of course, it's Splyce, the European brethren.
Yes.
I'm a little bit too excited for these, but EG, they're a force to be reckoned with when they're on point.
Now, we were looking at some numbers here between Evil Geniuses and Splyce and looking at the best game modes for both teams. When it comes to Hardpoint, you can't ask for a better map than Scorch. Both teams were perfect on it throughout groups. Both teams are very confident, as you heard in the pre-match interviews. But if you look at the statistics, you dive a little bit deeper, and you notice that there's a big difference in how they got their wins. When Evil Geniuses won, they were doing it by about 25 points. 250 to around 225. When Splyce did it, it was 250 to 140 on average. They blow opponents out. If you're not rotating properly, they will burn you. We've seen how strong Mad Cat and Bance could be as the last members alive.
Yeah, talking to those two players, actually, Mad Cat and Bance, these are two, notorious slayers. if you get those two firing on all cylinders, especially on a map like Scorch, you're absolutely right. This is where they can turn it around. The desk actually said that this is where this series, you know, ends almost with map 1. You know, whoever takes this could go on. I think they're really, really spot on with that, because going to the later stages, you've got Frost, Uplink. I do heavily favor, you know, the likes of Splyce on that, but Evil Genius, they've been looking good at Search, and Splyce's weakest game mode.
Evil Geniuses, they need to win this first hardpoint because we know they struggle if they have to go to map 4 on retaliation. We're going to open things up with EG, and with the superstar from this team, it's Nameless, a guy that you saw getting the runners-up position back at COD Champs for Ghost. He's been a veteran playing alongside Study on and off. They are back together, and they are off to a hot start. It's all kills here for EG as they are the first on the scoreboard.
Yeah, just a really, really weird start, though. If you saw that top left there, all of Splyce, 3-on-1 split, 3 pushing around the back. No one challenged that middle, and EG have just torn them apart. Will they be able to bounce back, though? Bance on your screens will be rocking that ERAD. Interesting choice, because we don't usually see him using that. It's usually the K-bar.
Normally an assault rifle player. We've seen Splyce, though. They show their versatility on the weapon side. When you look at EG, though, normally you're going to see about 3 K-bars, maybe an ERAD in the hands of a guy like Nagafen. But for now, it looks like they're running 4 K-bars. They have total control, 40 unanswered points here on our center hardpoint. Finally, Splyce is going to break in. But you look at EG, Havoc just won the big transition kill. He's going to need 2 more. The rest of his teammates are off spawn, and he is in a tough position. It looked good for a moment for EG, but at the end of it all, it's Splyce coming out on top here to control the turbine.
And this is so crucial. Going into turbine, it's that power hill, that money hill that we talk about, where a team can just dominate and control for a very lengthy amount of time. Nagafen will be trying to break in. Jordan Havoc are going to trade kills there as well. Nagafen shut down. Splyce will keep control. And what I feel like Nameless needs to do here is slow down. He needs to wait for his team here. Otherwise, Splyce, they're going to run over him. They're going to get back into this.
Splyce did not seem to see that second push coming. Study's going to jump in, takes out Bance. He's inside. He's going to be scoring, and he is waiting for the push. He knows it's coming, but Zero outguns him. The fight's continuing, though, as Nagafen trades out Jerd, and you have Havoc in this back line ready to do damage. He's pulled out the K-bar, and he's looking for some headshots.
Mad Cat gets the double Havoc with 2 himself, and now this one-on-one will be split in that last 15 seconds, and it looks like it's going to go towards EG. Important thing about Scorch, though, you've got to focus on these rotations. You can really saturate a lot of the points, and so far, going into the next one, it looks like Splyce have the upper hand. However, Study behind enemy lines.
And Study is going to try and lock in these spawns. Splyce is inside scoring, but big props to EG. You're opening 120 seconds. They put 67 points on the board. That is a ridiculously fast start here on Scorch. Nameless on your screen is going to get the first pick on Jerd. They're trying to pinch on Bance up at the hallway, but the hold so far from Splyce, well, it looked good for a moment. Now they're all falling at the hands of Havoc. He picks up 2. Study's going to clean up the last one as Nagafen got the intro kill. So just like that, EG, they flip the spawns. They have total control.
And this is what you want to see from EG. Not sitting back. They're pushing out. They're taking the fight to Splyce, and this will benefit them. You can see Havoc. He's on a bit of a tear now, making a 5-kill streak after being shut down by Mad Cat. I'm not sure if he did unlock any of his kill streaks there. We'll have to wait up until he spawns. But again, EG, they have come out dominant here in the first 3 hardpoints.
And you look at the numbers on the other side, Zero just to 3 kills. He's kind of notorious for having slow starts at some of his hardpoint games. Not normally seeing it here on Scorch, but there he is picking up a big kill on Havoc. They will be set up for the drill first. Nagafen and friends all going to try and attack from the same side. Mad Cat cuts down Study, but Nameless is there to trade, and here comes EG. As we see, though, it's going to be nothing but yellow in the kill feed. Bance is going to hold down the fort. Zero is behind this cover. They are going to have a lot of time here to set up, because look at the spawns from EG. They're spread out all over the map.
Yeah, and I love just the way the directions you almost saw on the minimap, them all turn around. They noticed that the spawns have changed. EG are going for a real kind of pinch here. Bance and Zero are going to trade 2-1. That does favor them. Another one-on-one goes in favor of EG, but Splyce, they remain in control of the drill. And you know what? 20 seconds left. It wouldn't surprise me. They take the whole 60 here.
Mad Cat on your screen once again is going to find the kill on Study. 15 points to go, and this is a perfect hard point for Splyce. They're about to tie up this game, basically, as we're going to see the hill rotate once again. The players are on the move. Bance moving to the center of the map. If he keeps going that direction, we'll find Havoc. Instead, he turns inside where he's outgunned by Nameless, the better weapon at that range.
Okay, well, Nameless, he had a fantastic week, obviously, during the stage 1, and so far he started strong. However, these last couple of minutes, I've seen him slip a little bit. Splyce are biting back now and getting back into this. We didn't see them do any damage here, Chris, in this middle hard point. This time, they're going to be going into it leading it.
And after a full rotation, you got Zero with 6 kills. Jerd just picked up his 7th. These two players are not known to really be at the bottom of the leaderboard. Look for both of them to heat up as this game goes on. They're going to need to if Splyce wants to stay competitive. For now, EG holding on to a 13-point advantage. It's going back and forth for control of the center, and at the end of this fight, it looks like Nameless with the double is going to come out on top. Everyone currently positive for EG. Splyce getting outslayed here in a game one. They need to wake up.
Yeah, they really do. The one thing they have going for them is this rotation. We talked about Turbine before. They have this perfect setup right now. It's theirs to lose. There's no streaks in play. There's no payloads abilities at this point, but Nagafen, he's going to strike first. Zero answering back, and now these next couple of kills are crucial.
That one makes it a 2-on-2. Nameless and Nagafen going to try and group up and attack from the top. Waiting for him on the other end. It's Mad Cat flying through the air. Mad Cat takes down Nameless, untouched. Bance is going to find Study, and Jerd will clean up Havoc. Nagafen flies through, but it's Jerd's E-Red with the two-piece that will lock in this hill. 36 points still to score, and this could be the first time that we'll see Splyce take the lead.
It really is. And look at Zero pushing straight out, as well as Mad Cat. They're both going to be taken down, and now a 2v4. Those last 30 seconds, they may have just thrown them away a little bit, but can Vance and Jerd do anything different? Vance going to pick up one. Jerd finding another melee specialty at this point in time, but you can see Vance is contesting this time, and those 30 seconds, he's only actually going to give away 15.
And now you see the setup here from your yellow arrows. They have a player in the center. That's going to be Zero. He's picking up his first kill on Havoc. The bottom fight, though, was won by Study. So Study's going to try and wrap around all the way. That's what EG did on the first attack. This time around, though, it looks like the work is getting done at Skybridge. As I say it, Zero comes flying through. Both Nameless and Havoc getting caught off guard. And that will stall out EG. Splyce continues to hold. Are they finally going to do it now, Phil?
My question right now is, this is a tie game. If this wasn't such a heavily dominant start from Evil Genius, Splyce has had that rotation time and time again. But EG, they're pushing through, they're breaking it. Splyce, if they can hold a rotation, a full 60 seconds, they can run away with this game. And to be honest, this could be the time to do it. But Havoc with a two-piece there.
Havoc causing problems, but it's Bance still inside scoring, and he is going to pick up the kill there on Havoc. Mad Cat finds Study at the front door. It's all Splyce. Only one challenger at the balcony, and Bance is going to make quick work of him. Nagafen going to take a nap and wake up on the other side of the map. The drill is about to be fought for, and you see the opening fights going in favor of Nagafen and Study. Splyce, they're going to have to rotate together to break.
Yeah, Splyce needs to go, and I think you've got Jerd right at the bottom there, and they need to wait for a team push, if you like. The Scarab's just going to go past Bance. It has spotted him, but he's running anyway. This is where we're going to see payloads come into this bucket. We're going to see the camos. We're going to see those reactive armors. When they use them, we'll have to wait and see, but Splyce still in the lead by 30 points.
And here comes that camo you talked about. Bance is just one kill away from it. Not going to happen this fight. Mad Cat going to be the next one into an engagement. As you see, Nameless for Evil Geniuses is currently set up in the defensive position. Two players will be flooding through. Nameless just shooting some toes, getting out with his life, stalling out the opposition. Now the kill's starting to come in favor of Splyce, so they send two men on the high wall run, and they all four survive. Havoc, last one up, is going to get executed. It is once again a Splyce hill.
Yeah, a nice break there, but could it be a little bit too late? There's only 10 seconds. They will be rotating back to the middle bridge. First time we saw this, EG dominated Splyce. They took it the second time around, but this is the one where it counts, this third time on this middle hard point.
So you have three players spawning on the right side of the map. The key player is player 2, Study. Study was on a flank, had 3 people lined up, picks up the first 2 before being traded out by Jerd. And that will open things up for EG. They retake control of the center. Bance coming off spawn, though, has reinforcements. You see Mad Cat and Zero right away just answering back, retaking control. Splyce has woken up in this second half. They have the payloads to work for, as well as some score streaks for Bance in just a few moments.
And you said Zero started slow. He's definitely caught up with himself now. He is still a little bit negative, but those later rounds, those later kills, if you like, they are really showing dividends. This next rotation could be key, and you can see in your top left-hand corner, Splyce, they're thinking ahead. They're going for the turbine.
Bance did get stopped short, so no scarab for him. Very few score streaks involved in our game number 1. This game is tight right now, just 20 points separating the two teams. Bance with the two-piece is going to try and set up in the back, but you have EG there first. All 4 players. Can Splyce break through? No. It's traded out 3-1. Splyce has to regroup and try again.
Wow, what does Splyce have? They have active camo. I believe that's the only thing coming in from Bance. He needs to utilize it. Does he use it now? I think this is a time, maybe a pinch coming in, because we do see one player spawning out.
Bance definitely should pop this camo here. Actually, they just cleaned up 3. Last one's inside. Vance could save this camo, and they could still win on this hill. They need just 17 points. EG gonna send in one at a time. That strategy not working so far. They lose the early pick. Now grouping up. They're gonna try and make one last push here, but they're running out of time. 6 seconds to go here for Splyce. 4 points remain. EG comes through. It's 3 kills, 2 for Havoc. Nagafen is gonna pop the camo and find another, but at the end, it's Jerd. A 2-piece locks it down and wins the game as Splyce comes back big. Players took a moment to wake up there, Momo. It took me a minute as well, but here's the play from Jerd. Jumping up and down behind this power box. He's able to hit the shots, picks up 2 kills, and locks in the final 3 points as Splyce steals game number 1.
Yeah, and I think it was a really wise play. Vance was holding on to that camo, and, you know, did he need to use it? Not necessarily when they got control of it. We arguably could have said he may have used it in those last 5 points that they needed, but he got jammed. He couldn't do anything. He dies. I'm thinking, no problem. They can take it over to the next one. Jerd sweeps in with a 2-piece and cleans that map up, but we talked about it before that game. Splyce have been dominated on that map. They're now perfect on it through, obviously, all, you know, the week that they played.
Stage 1?
They beat every team on that map. Now they take it to the playoffs, still undefeated on that. But that was a lot closer than I thought it would be.
And, you know, the good thing to look at there was Mad Cat and Vance from the get-go. They were there. They were showing up. They were getting the kills. Then you saw Jerd turn up in the second half. Zero got his kills that they needed. And Jerd made the big play. At the end of it all, he won that final hill for them. He sealed the game, didn't give themselves a chance to lose it on the next hard point. So props to Splyce here. They open up 1-0 in the best of 5. They win the hard point. But now we go to Search and Destroy. Their worst game mode in week 1. They won just 42% of their searches.
It really has been, you know, the story of Splyce, if you like. We go back to CWL Birmingham, and, you know, this is, you know, against the European teams, which definitely aren't up to the caliber of teams that are here today. And, you know, by all means, you know, they are 42% in week 1. They weren't great, obviously, over in Birmingham either. They were going through and just winning off their respawns. So this is where I worry for Splyce. However, they did what they needed to do and take map 1. They've got Uplink coming up next. If for any reason they do take this Search and Destroy, they could start off with a hot 3-0, I think.
And if you look at the numbers here for Search and Destroy, my player to watch is definitely going to be Nagafen. He's your lone sniper here. Crusher is a map. You can definitely pull out the sniper, watch that mid lane. We'll see if Nagafen chooses to use that on the other side. We've seen a number of strategies from Splyce on Crusher, but I expect them to kind of go back to using that 4-man group up where they all try and hit the same bomb site at once.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the great thing about Splyce is they're not afraid to change things up. You know, if they're going to stick together, yeah, it might be hidden B or hidden A or whatever it does, but we see teams time and time again, every offense round, they will hit B on Crusher. They'll do the same strategy. Splyce are a team that, you know, out of nowhere, they'll push 4 through the middle and cut inside 2A. They'll really change things up if it's not working for them. But yeah, they've got to watch out for Nagafen and that sniper. It'll be interesting to see if they put them on the back foot.
Who's your favorite player to watch on Splyce when it comes to Search?
Most entertaining for sure. I've got to go with Zero.
Going Zero, that guy right there?
Right there. In his polka dot Adidas. He's looking all nice and flashy there.
He's got a pink controller, a sparkly shirt. This man, he's got flair.
He likes to stand out, and he certainly does on Search and Destroy. That's no doubt. But apart from that, you've got to favor each for different game modes. But when it comes to Search and Destroy, it wouldn't surprise me if Zero pulls out a sniper rifle.
Zero, really?
You might think, you know what, whatever Nagafen can do, I can do better.
I would love to see that. Now, Zero, of course, is going to be your camo player in all game modes for this Splyce roster. On the other side, Nagafen runs it in the respawn. But talking with Nameless, he said, you know, we made a decision after a few early practices with the team where I'm going to have it in Search and Destroys. So Nameless is going to be a key player to look at. Nagafen as well is going to take a more passive role in the sniping position. Havoc is going to be that guy trying to get the intro kills, and it's going to be Study watching a few flanks sometimes. He's going to be the one just filling in the gaps, as Nameless likes to say.
It's a job which people might not see as the flashiest job to do, but it has to be done. You know, you've got to have a player which can do the dirty work on your team, and whether that's sitting back and watching a flank, you've got to cover all bases. And talking of bases, this is the site where you will see a lot of the action going down, a lot of the payloads being used, whether it's your reactive or your camos. But I definitely think that you'll see a couple of A pushes towards Splyce, and that's where, to be honest, I think they do the best. You know, they push in, they've got those very aggressive players, the likes of Jerd and Vance up in your face. That is not what you want to happen if it's EG.
And you saw the difference maker at the end of that Scorch hardpoint. It was the ERADs winning the gunfights at short range. So knowing EG, they love the long-range ARs. could that be a weakness over at the A bomb site? To open things up here, we're with Nagafen, and he's got the sniper early on. Doesn't see anyone yet, but doesn't know it. There's a player behind the bus. It's going to be Mad Cat laying down low. The bomb is making its way towards the bottom half of the mini-map. Meanwhile, Zero is in the far back watching his teammates flank.
Now, whether Splyce have done a little bit of research, I would hope they have on their, obviously, player teams, and that's got to be a close snipe coming in from Nagafen. They may have anticipated EG to go for a push or a flank, but first blood is drawn, and Bance bites the dust.
I love the flick shots here from Nagafen. He just swipes that stick over to the right, connects on Bance, but Jerd is there to trade out, picks up the kill. Nagafen hit with the jammers. That throws off his shot, keeps the teammate alive for Splyce, and now they are in position to put this bomb down. All three players grouped up. They didn't see Nagafen's feet, but they get all 3 kills in 2 seconds anyway.
That's aggression at its finest. They started slow, but when they took down that one player, it was Nameless, I believe, and they started the push, they knew exactly where Nagafen was. He can't sit around and start no-scoping everyone. They put the pressure on. They get up close and personal. Fantastic round for Splyce.
And did you see the shots from Mad Cat? Did not miss a bullet on those 2 players at the end. Jerd the bait, Mad Cat the punisher. It's Splyce with your opening round. And you have to keep your eyes on Nameless here. He's going to be the bomb carrier. They want to give him the plants as often as possible. That's going to help him get to his camo. Instead, Jerd opens up with a triple. Nagafen trying to chase him down, is going to find 2. Somehow Nagafen has made this go from a 1v4 to a 1v2. He has the bomb. This is totally possible still.
This is absolutely possible, and don't get me wrong, as a player yourself, you think after being in a 1v4, we can't let this happen. Nagafen using the emotes there, and he's going to try and make the first move towards creating this 1v4 even more possible.
Jerd did such a phenomenal job flying through with the ERAD, picks up 3 opening kills. Yet your bomb still gets planted here in round number 2, the first attacking round for Nagafen, and he has to defend the bomb versus 2 opponents. Mad Cat's been spotted, knows the cover is coming. Zero will find him. Easy to fuse for Splyce. They played that perfectly in the 2v1.
2 rounds back-to-back where, you know, they've stuck as a team, they've pushed the pressure points, if you like, and when they find him, they punish him once again, and Splyce, I almost think after that 3-piece from Jerd, they maybe should have, you know, finished it a little bit cleaner, but they got the job done once again.
Solid play through and through. A second gunfight won in the back of the map here by Splyce, as this time it's Zero with the kill. Nagafen talking over the strats on defense with the team. Is he going to pull out the sniper for the 2nd time in a row? Splyce, they went B, a very slow push to B last time around. Nagafen was able to pick Bance, but Splyce still won the rush at the very end.
It really does feel like Splyce has done their homework, because this is not what I'm used to seeing from Splyce, this slow, methodical gameplay. However, going in, pedal to the metal there, Zero and Mad Cat find 2. And again, the numerical advantage does favor Splyce. Study and Nameless do back off. It looks like they're trying to regroup.
Look out for player number 6. Study is looking for an intro kill. Meanwhile, you have Nameless slowly positioning on the flank. There is Study, pick 0. So this makes it a 2-on-2 for EG. Study will follow Mad Cat picking up that one.
That's such an important kill. They stick together. That time they don't know, and now a 1v1 Bance versus Nameless. We've got 25 seconds left on the clock, yet to be defused though. And now, in a bit of a sticky situation, it's got to come down to the 1v1, stuck in a corner, and Bance comes off better.
And I'll be interested to see if Nameless goes back to the K-bar after that round. You saw him moving in with the NV4 here. It does more damage at range, but up close, prefer to have that faster fire rate of the K-bar. And you see Bance with the SMG, able to get the kill.
Yeah, Bance, such a versatile player. Again, you talk about, you know, an all-rounder and, you know, this new generation of Call of Duty where you can't just be one person who does one role. You've got to be able to be diverse, and that's Bance in a nutshell.
Here comes the EG squad. Meanwhile, you have Splyce all over the B bomb site. They're about to run into each other. FTL jump keeps Jerd alive, and now he's got teammates in support. They're all going to swipe in at once. And it looks like Jerd is going to choose to pull out the score streaks. Here comes the Scarab, picks up the kill on an injured Nameless. And now the Flood, you're up a man. You have total control of the bomb site, chase down the opposition. It looks like their heads have come about them as Splyce is going to back up, all 4 running together, holding hands. The first player they could spot is Havoc, who is waiting in the middle of the map.
Yeah, they're like a pack of wolves right now, and that's what I mean about Splyce changing things up. You know, they've been very slow on the attacking rounds, but on that defense, they use that FTL to their advantage. But one player coming from behind. Jerd once again standing out 6-2, I believe now, on a 2-kill streak, 3-0 already. Well, 25 seconds, EG on the back foot.
I think we have the best observer in the game right now. Aches crushing it, stays on board with Jerd, has confidence he's able to get the kill, goes over to Study for the double, and that's gonna be it for Study. No more after that. A perfect 4-0 start here for Splyce.
And I believe he's just given the defuse towards Jerd as well, probably working towards that FTL once more. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets it again. The worrying thing is now for EG is they were a team which, honestly, I thought they may be able to take Splyce on Search and Destroy. It was their weakest game mode for Splyce, and this is where I thought this may go, you know, the longevity of this series. And by the way Splyce are performing, it just seems like they've done their homework, like I've said time and time again on EG, and they're reading them like a book. I want more from EG.
Man. They look flustered. This is supposed to be your best game mode, or I guess statistically your second best, but you're known for your search. 0-4, not the way they were hoping to start on Crusher, and now you see Jerd flying through the air. He's gonna find Havoc. There's just not enough support. Study gets a big grenade though, takes down Zero and Jerd, and Nameless finds Bance. So just like that, they turn the table, and this one goes in favor of EG. Down 3. Can they start a rally right here?
It was a must-win round, and you know what? By the way that they're playing, they definitely can. They need to start working as a team more, because what Splyce are doing is they're just trading kills. That's all what Call of Duty is about. You know, you've got to be there to back your teammates up, and I feel that Splyce, they're just trading more efficiently right now. If EG can go toe-to-toe with that, they definitely have that raw talent, that natural skill to win this.
You saw Nameless making the play call. Here comes the bomb in the hands of Evil Geniuses. The attack, it's going to the bottom of the map. Meanwhile, you see those yellow arrows. They're looking, they don't see anybody. Now they're pushing more aggressive than ever, trying to get on a quick flank. A bit spread out though is Zero. He is at the very back, checking every single corner. Now they know where the position is going to be. Mad Cat will wait for his teammates to distract and then try and push in. And Bance is gonna pull a Study, picks up both kills there with the grenade. And just like that, it's Zero and Mad Cat. Basically the exact opposite of what we saw in round number 5. This is gonna put Splyce up 5-1.
Yeah, the perfect pinch comes in, and Mad Cat finds himself in a very favorable position. A nice, easy kill. You've got to feel, though, Havoc right now, 0-6. We're going into potentially the last round of this Search and Destroy game. He's not picked up a kill. He's a player, not only, you know, EG is a team notorious for Search and Destroy, but he is that S&D god. You know, he's the one that starts those flashy plays, picks those first bloods.
And I think the big difference here is it's Jerd getting the best of him. When you look at the setups, Havoc is the farthest up-pushed player.
Yep.
He is going to be that first line of attack or defense. On the other side, it's Jerd who is constantly just hitting the wall runs, jumping at him with a K-bar and winning the gunfights. Here's a 4-man stack. All 4 players from Splyce are going to be pushing up. You see the Centurion has been thrown down by Mad Cat. That is going to zap anyone trying to run by. Jerd gonna fall at the hands of Nagafen, but Zero picks up 2 kills. It makes it a 2-on-2.
And look at them. They've turned around straight away. The Centurions pick one up, and they know it. They're closing them down. Havoc read like a book. That's going to be 0-7 for them. Splyce should be able to close this. Very well played. And Zero, he still has his payload.
0 kills for Havoc. Zero, he's got a reactive here. And what is going to be the final play?
Uh-oh, reactive use, 6-1.
Zero clutching up big here. We've seen Zero making so many camo plays, now doing it with the reactive. As Splyce is swapping things up in their Search and Destroy, a massive win here on Crusher. That puts them on match point after just 2 games. Splyce handedly putting their opponent against the wall.
Yeah, a Splyce there for me. Again, I didn't expect it to be that close on Hardpoint. I didn't expect it to be that close, that dominant, sorry, on Search and Destroy. I thought EG was going to take that S&D and, you know, go toe-to-toe and make this uplink a little bit more interesting. But Splyce, they've come here to win this playoff. They're not just coming here to settle for top 4 or top 2 or whatever it may be. I'm just worried, are we seeing the same EG as we did on day 1?
Now, this looks like the rough EG. I think hopefully we'll see the turned up day 2, day 3 EG that we saw earlier. For now, though, we have to take a quick break. When we return, we'll see can Splyce close out the sweep. Coming up next, it's Uplink on Frost. Welcome back to the CWL Global Pro League. This is the Stage 1 playoffs, the grand finals. After all of the group stages, now we have $500,000 up for grabs and just 8 teams left in the competition. This is our first match of the day, and if you're just joining us, we watched Splyce start off slow in the Hardpoint, but they came back stronger than ever to close out our first map on Scorch. When it went to Search and Destroy, though, this was a one-sided affair. It was all Splyce, despite the number of first bloods we saw out of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Splyce have really kind of utilized, the payloads a lot better. We saw Reactive being used by Zero very, very well. In Hardpoint, we saw the camo play obviously not being able to be used. FTL was used by Jerd in the Search and Destroy as well, just to stay alive. I really like the way that they're playing this at the moment. They're playing with confidence, and I think that's what they need. Usually when it comes to these playoffs kind of times, we always see Splyce. They always say, oh, we've got drawn the short straw. We've got Optic first round. This time, they have no excuses.
This is the best bracket possible. If you're a Splyce fan, if you're a European fan, this is the only European team in the tournament left. You are hoping they can make a deep run on the bottom half, because the top half of that bracket so stacked. So starting here against EG, if you ask any of the experts, they'll probably say this is your best matchup in Splyce. They're taking advantage of it so far. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, EG, if you missed it, of course, during the playoffs, the week 1 to 4, they came top of their pool. No one expected it. And after starting 0-2, yeah.
Exactly, and Splyce, technically, they choked away their first seed to Envy. So ironically, this is kind of turned in Splyce's favor. Envy is sitting over there thinking, oh no, we're on the tough side of the bracket, but it's the way it works, the way the cookie crumbles. And Splyce right now, they're 2-0 up. All smiles in the Splyce camp. And I know we've got a lot of Splyce fans, European fans watching back home who are really cheering these on. They want Europe to do well. They want to show that we can hang with these North Americans. And next up is coming into Uplink, which notoriously Splyce pretty good at.
Absolutely. You look at the numbers here for Splyce, their best game mode in group stages, Uplink, 83% win rate on this game mode. I believe they only dropped to 1 the entire weekend, and even that was a pretty close affair. Now, when you look at Frost in particular, I see huge issues here potentially for Evil Geniuses. If you look at the way they play, they like to use the ARs. They like to get into individual fights at times. On the other side, you got Splyce, who likes to be up in your face at all times using SMGs or just fast attacks. And on Frost, this is a map that plays perfectly for aggressive teams.
It really is. We saw how Bance changed it from Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, from K-Bar to ERAD. That's what he can do, okay? And don't get me wrong, the likes of Nagafen and Havoc, they can do exactly the same, but it's whether they can do it with the same aggression. And that's where I think it might be a little bit more difficult for someone like Nameless, who was, for me, probably the best player individually through weeks 1 to 4. And, going into, Uplink, so close quartered, it's very, very difficult to transition when you're such a solid K-Bar or MV4 player. So for me, I've got to hand this one to Splyce. Their win rate is 83%. I mean, even going back to the likes of Dallas and Atlanta for MLG, every time Splyce, their percentage win rate on Uplink was like 75%, 80%. And speaking to them afterwards, they always said, we need to work on our Uplink. I'm like, what? You're great at Uplink. And they said, no, we need to do better. And they clearly have worked on this a lot. Whether it's down to Jerd's one-point plays or just the slaying ability, we'll have to wait and see.
And I think this is a map where you can see Jerd shine. He's already shown what he can do with that ERAD on our Scorch map. Now he's going to show you what he can do with the drone in hand. One of the best at putting up those one-point plays. Over on the other side for Evil Geniuses, if you're looking for a guy to step up his game, is it anyone in particular, or is the whole team just feeling a little bit sluggish like we saw back in the group stages?
I feel like we've got to kind of put that as an anomaly for Havoc on the S&D. I don't think we're going to see another poor map from him. I want Study to come out firing. If he gets fired up, it's not only showing in his gameplay, he gets his whole team fired up out of the game.
Right.
You know, and that is something you really need on a squad. When your teammates screaming and telling you how well you're doing, you're playing with some Super Saiyan confidence. Again, I'd say Study and Nameless. I'm worried for Nameless by his style of play on this map, but if he comes out with that K-bot just laser-like, it could be bad news for Splyce.
EG's in the hole, but don't worry, guys. This is a double elimination tournament. To win it all, you're going to have to cruise through the winner's bracket and then take the champs, or you can always make it out of the loser's bracket, winning 2 best-of-5s in the grand finals. And we talked to Splyce about their chances of pulling off that and winning the championship here this weekend. Here's what they had to say.
After finishing second in Group Red, Splyce qualified for the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs. Here is a look at how they can walk away as champions. Splyce dominated Uplink throughout group play, posting an incredible 83% win rate. They did not drop an Uplink map on Frost or Throwback, while winning 50% on Precinct. With Uplink occurring in the pivotal 3rd map of each series, continued success in this game mode would go a long way towards them winning Stage 1. Splyce did not see the success that they had hoped for in Search and Destroy during the Red Group, posting just a 42% win rate. However, Bance was an absolute monster in S&D, contributing a group-leading 1.36 KD in the game mode. If he can continue that rate and his teammates can improve on theirs, Splyce will be extremely difficult to defeat. Despite Josh leaving and Zero coming aboard ahead of CWL Dallas, Splyce has been consistent throughout the year. The new look roster took 4th in Dallas, 2nd in Birmingham, and then a whopping 5-1 record in group play of the Global Pro League. They have the skill, experience, and confidence to win it all. Despite their consistency and high placings at events, Splyce has still not recorded a first place finish. They were swept twice by Epsilon in the CWL Birmingham Grand Finals, and they were also swept by Envious in the Pro League when they needed just 1 map to clinch first place for Group Red. If they can get to that final matchup once again, they have to stay focused and close things out.
Splyce is the #1 team in all of Europe, and it looks like they are definitely going to be a threat here in the bottom half of our bracket. They are 1 game away from closing out a clean sweep against Evil Geniuses here in our first round of the playoffs. As we take a look, Mad Cat is all smiles, joking around with the squad. He is going to be a star throughout this tournament. When it comes to Frost, though, I think you're going to be keeping your eyes on a few other players. We already hinted at Jerd. Who are you looking at coming into this game?
It's Bance and Zero. You know, I think Mad Cat is, he's almost like the glue of the team right now. He's not, I don't feel he's going to be the one putting up, some crazy kills, some flashy plays. But Bance and Zero, they need to be consistent in, whatever they use. Whether it's an ERAD or a K-Bar, I suspect a lot of ERADs will come down here. Those two, they've got to back Jerd up. He plays at such a fast pace, and they've got to keep up with him. They can't let him go out on his lonesome and be 1v2 half the time. But I think they've been doing it well so far in Uplink, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Now, one of the coolest things I've seen, Phil, is that Splyce, they admitted we haven't had the ideal practice. A lot of teams in Europe haven't been putting in the time leading up to this event, knowing that Splyce, of course, the only team here this weekend. But they did make a big change. Zero used to run the camo, and he made some questionable decisions in the past. Now, they've given that camo to Bance, and camo is going to be so crucial when it comes to Uplink. It's basically a guaranteed dunk if your team can get 2 or 3 defenders down.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to really benefit them. Bance is always the one more than likely leading in points, so we'll get that camo a little bit earlier. But off the break here, it's the man himself. Zero's picked up 2. He has the reactive armor this time, as we've talked about, but he does have support. He has that player. It's going to be Jerd, and usually he's the one popping them in for 2 points, but again, Splyce dominating the kill feed.
And Zero is working towards score streaks. Instead, he will be cut down by Study's E-Rad. So we do see multiple SMGs being pulled out by EG for the first time in this series. Vance looking for more in the middle of the map is going to be met by Havoc from EG, and now Splyce, with only 2 defenders up, are going to find all 4 members of EG surging forward.
Jerd finds him from behind, and he'll sweep in, pick up that drone, and more than likely try and get away with it very, very quickly, but not successfully, as Havoc, I believe, has picked that one up. This is good news for EG. They could maybe go for a 1-point play.
Absolutely. You have a lead blocker. You got the drone in Havoc's hand, and that one is off the wall and into the garbage can. 1:10 off the clock. Your score still 0-0. And Splyce here, they don't really need to even convert points. They're just trying to move this drone away from their opponents. And you see it's going to be 2 versus 3 as Zero, he's going to look for the gunfight. Bance is going to save his life against Nameless. They're buying time for Mad Cat and Jerd to get back into the action, and Zero is somehow still alive here on this side of the map.
I like the way Zero is just fine. You know, he's got a pink control. He's got a pink reticle on now as well, so he's definitely changing things up. But one thing that I will say as well about Splyce, they're starting this aggression. They don't concede many 1-point plays. They've scored one of their own. You've got to watch out for Zero. He's almost like that goalkeeper of the squad.
Nice dish there from Jerd. Goes to Mad Cat, who throws in the 1-point play. Didn't get greedy and try and force in a dunk. Instead, it's the simple score that gives them the advantage. 3 minutes still to go here in our first half. The middle of the map, highly contested as the drone resets. It's going to be Nagafen who falls as the last man up for EG. This should be Splyce back on the attack.
Okay, well, you see Splyce mainly rocking the SMGs. However, Zero is still using this K-bar, and it's working out for him right now. He's 8-4, Madcap and Zero doubling up in the middle as well. Ooh. But it's all about getting this drone forward, and one thing that I do think Splyce are very good at is capitalizing on when they know their opponents are down. They'll move this drone up as much as they can, and that's why we see Splyce sometimes win uplinks when being outslayed.
Now, all of Splyce was inside. EG, they're going to take this drone outside, so that means you need 2 big gunfights in these tight corridors. Havoc's going to get one on Bance, but Jerd and Zero are going to stop the push. So this is really just Havoc stalling out time. He's able to pick up one. Splyce will have the drone, and that's going to reset here any moment. The big fight's about to go down in the middle of the map. Actually, Jerd is not going to throw it off the map for the clear. He could actually turn this into points.
Yeah, Madcat's been backing him up the whole time and rocking the E-Rad as well. He's going for maybe a 1 or a 2-point play. You've seen that, a safe 1-point play, and I say safe because it's in the hands of Jerd. He doesn't miss very often, and he's going to double the lead for Splyce with only 90 seconds coming up on the clock.
And, I mean, it would have been perfect shots required from Nameless, but he could have stopped that score from Jerd as well. Jerd got kind of hung up in the window. Nameless missed some early bullets, and the points go through. So 94 seconds remain here. As you look at the numbers, I said Madcap probably not going to be the guy to watch. I was totally wrong. He puts up the first points. He leads the kills that help Jerd score the second. And he is at the top of the leaderboard, 14-8, while you have Zero just behind him at 12-8.
Yeah, he really is stepping it up, and it's great to see him do that with an E-Rad. He's always been notorious for his assault rifle-based play, but now he's changing the game. He's being that diverse player. Zero has the drone in his hands, and he has the teammates to support him as well, but not going to be that easy. The drone will go down and will be reset.
There you see nothing but yellow in the kill feed. Again, it's Mad Cat with the 2-piece. Only 1 defender in position, a second one coming off spawn, but this is a dunk, and Zero is going to put it through 4-0 in the first half. And arguably, this is one of the best starts to an uplink we have seen from Splyce. Evil Geniuses has not been anywhere near their uplink.
Yeah, the uplink has definitely been in favor of Splyce from the get-go here. We can see payloads coming available. Mad Cat's going to unlock it. Jerd is available, but Cash Rice to the bottom right. Mr. Zero here has a few score streaks available. They won't be coming in anytime soon, but they're going to try and get another 1 point. Not going to happen, but will Mad Cat be able to do something even better? We do see a 1-point play. Chris go in. 15 seconds left. Splyce are dominating the first half.
Nagafen with a stronghold 1 versus 4. He was able to pick up 2 and then stops them, leaving it just to a 1-point play. So instead of 6-0 at the half, we should see this one 5-0 as you see the final kills coming through for Splyce. EG stuffed on every single attack. Splyce, they were able to take over the middle of the map, and then you saw just getting behind enemy lines. They often had EG staggered.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like from EG's gameplay there is We talk about Uplink and Frost. You have to control that sub base. You have to control Robo, and they had none of it. They were trying to push around the outside. They were trying to go for long routes, and they weren't able to push in, get one wave of kills, and then go for a point. They were snubbed out at every possible time, and this is where I think Splyce will be different. On this side, Splyce, they'll try and control that internal area.
And you mentioned kind of the score streaks for Zero as we watch this game progress. Where do you want to use those, if at all? Of course, Splyce could be scoring already.
I mean, you've got to wait till something's outside. Juz actually just used his FTL as well. Score streaks aren't going to be huge on this map in particular because half of it, is inside. It really isn't. But it forces EG to push inside. They can dominate. They can really control the play.
And here comes all 4 members of Splyce. They lost Jerd at the very end, but what a hell of an attack. Now you see the Trinity Rockets coming down. That's 2 straight kills for Zero. He's looking for more. Havoc's gonna fall as Madcat finds Study. EG, we'll see you later. It's all Splyce all game long. 4 minutes to go, but this has been an absolute blowout.
It really has. And you know what? Splyce are actually pushing around the outside here, taking that long route. It's not going to work for them either. Havoc's going to close that one down as well. But I think, and I want to go back, that was a great utilization of the score streaks because they had full control of the internal area. They pushed them out. They had to be outside. Zero, being that heads-up player that he is, take control of it. Study with a nice 2-piece, but again, taken down. That drone doesn't go anywhere.
Madcat, he is going to have his payload available, but keep your eyes on Vance. Will he be able to get up to his camo? Not if he keeps blowing himself up with Scarabs. Did injure his opponent, so Jerd trying to clean up the kill. Zero is going to find it, and there you have 3 more kills, all in favor of Splyce. 2 defenders up, and Havoc's going to get the first stop on Madcat. Zero changing up the position, though, is looking for the 1-point play. Instead, Nameless snatches it from the sky.
Yeah, nice play from Nameless in particular there. He not only held his ground, but he makes the kill as well. But it's whether it's too late, Puckett. 3 minutes left to go. I just think these ERADs, they're too much to handle for EG. It's too fast-paced.
We are seeing Nameless pull out another one. Study has been running it as well. Has Havoc pulled out his? He was using the K-bar last time I saw. Zero is going to find the kill with Jerd picking off Havoc. And Nameless is going to watch as Zero throws himself off the map. Here comes Splyce anyway, though. They only need 3, and they could get it done with a 2-point play. As I say it, Bance is coming off the back. Can he put this through? Yes, he can. Bance survives through all of the gunfire and makes this a 9-0 game. We're looking at double digits here in game 3.
We've seen Splyce win this map and mode whilst their team is negative. When you've got Zero going 24 and 15, Madcat dropping a 30 bomb, Jerd's positive too as well. It's not going to happen. Matt Pant's on a 5-kill streak as well. Like, this is more one-sided than the Search and Destroy.
That's right. Coming into today, Splyce was 2-0 on Frost, but they only had a .89 KD. Look at these numbers. Plus 10 from Zero. You got 30 and 18 out of Madcat. Jerd's positive. Everything is going well here as Bance just connects on 2 more players. Does take out a teammate, unfortunately, but this is total map control for Splyce. Just 1 minute, 45 seconds to go until this is officially over. A clean sweep.
It really was. Which team, which EG squad turns up today? Is it the day 1? Is it the day 2? Are we seeing a phenomenal Splyce, or are we just seeing EG have an off day?
Oh.
I just can't take any more right now. Is there 90 seconds still left to go in this game? Zero and Madcat have got their payloads. No one on EG, or is it? I was going to say even close, but Havoc and Nagafen are nearly there.
And now the payloads come out. Yeah, good luck going up against Zero here. Maven's getting fired up. I know Benson, he's a football fan. Jerd putting the moves down between 2 defenders. Here comes the camo. Just tally it all on. One player's going to stop Vance for a moment, but he has so much time left on the payload. He goes for the second attempt, and he goes through clean. 13-0. How many more can Splyce put on the board? It looks like Nagafen may give EG an opportunity. Will they get skunked here on Frost?
That's the question with 45 seconds. Are they even going to concede something? It doesn't look likely. Madcat has the overdrive. And just whilst we have the time, really, a lot of people said, when people get that drone into the portal, why doesn't it count? Sometimes when the enemy is in that portal with you, it doesn't. You've got to be in there alone. So a little bit of a side note for you guys at hand. But Madcat and Jerd, they're just giving the fist to either side. Nagafen and Nameless goes down, and they're looking for number 15 here.
Zero. Zero gets around him, and he gets the 1-point toss up and through. 14-0. Evil Geniuses did not show up here on day number 1. They are going to have a very tough road through the losers bracket, but they're no strangers to that position. I don't think they wanted to start this way, though.
How different would it be if they took that hard point is my question. Would we have seen a different S&D? Would we have seen a different Uplink? Maybe, but it's all ifs and buts right now as Splyce. They clean it up 3-0, Puck it.
Mad Cat's so damn good, man. He may be the best player in Europe. I'm saying it right now. Everyone loves Vance. Zero gets tons of credit. But Mad Cat has always been a great, since I first started watching him back in Black Ops 2, he has been a rock star, and boy, did he have a hell of a series.
Absolutely. We talked about it before you asked me the question, who's the player to watch? We know Jerd's going to go off, and I go, you know, Bance, Zero, they have to keep up with Jerd. Mad Cat for me is that solid player which always performs, but to have a game like that, he's had off games. We saw at CWL Birmingham, he had a dreadful grand final, say it himself. But today, there's $500,000 on the line, Puckett, and he's here to take that away.
He's showing up for the big games right now, but on the floor, we have Maven ready. We got Zero ready for his interview.
Thank you, guys. All right, so, you know, we talked a little bit last night on Hot Mic. You said you guys hadn't got a lot of scrims in. You're maybe a little bit worried about that coming in, but where did the light switch on? Because you started very slow in the game on Hardpoint and then just started crushing from there. What changed?
I feel like our break-off was a bit, it's a new one that we tried out and obviously it didn't work. It got countered dramatically. But once we got points on, I think it was P3 or P4, one of the two, that's when we came back and just stormed her.
Yeah, it was a beautiful comeback, Jared, with a nice two-piece to close out the game one. Now, let's talk a bit about the search, because you guys steamrolled throughout that, obviously effectively trading, but what made you special in this? Because I know you struggled early with the team when you first joined. You were kind of carrying the search load, but I think altogether you guys look phenomenal there. What was working?
I feel like we just played together as a pack. Obviously, that's what we started off saying at the start of the game. That's what we was going to do. We kind of watched what they did back in S&D before against FaZe, I think it was, and we just knew they hit as a pack. Plus, I think our specialist change helped. I think me being kinetic now, like I was back in GFIN, kind of helps us out a lot.
Well, it looked good. It looked very, very good. Now, what's been one of your best modes throughout really the course of the year has been Uplink for this Splyce team. It seemed like everything went right, but you guys just blew the doors off them early on. What makes you such a special team in Uplink? Because that was fun to watch.
Well, week one when we came here, we had a very sloppy Uplink coming in from I-60 as well. I feel like we screwed ourselves over with that by playing like 8s and money 8s and stuff like that, which kind of screwed us over. So when we went back, we just worked on Uplink, and obviously it proved that it worked.
It certainly did. That was a 3-0 smashing. You take it there. You continue on in the winners bracket. Thank you, buddy. Beautiful stuff. We'll see how you do the rest of the weekend. For now, Ben and the boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Maven. A fantastic start to the Stage 1 playoffs there for Splyce. A big victory, going to give them a ton of confidence. For Evil Geniuses, it looked like it was kind of the day one Evil Geniuses from groups, but we'll break down that series a little bit. We'll start, of course, with map number 1, the Hardpoint Scorch. It was a 250-223 victory for Splyce. But, TB, you kind of brought this up. It was almost as if Evil Genius had lost before they even began.
A little bit, yeah. In this entire series, throughout the maps, they were always down in that SMG category, and that allowed Splyce to play so darn confident in those close quarters. But, you know, EG went off to that perfect start. They got that huge counter at that first hill in the beginning, and you really thought they were going to run away with it. But it was several plays that sort of led on throughout the game where you can see Splyce sort of gain their bearings and just sort of take control. I talk about that ERAD. You can see how fast Vance picks up those doubles in the hill, specifically at Lab, and this hill right here that we're seeing Hangar. When you're able to pick up kills like that, what's an AR player going to do? Nothing.
Right, yeah, and what I tried to highlight when I was observing is EG started with 4 K-bars, and I think that's why they got that start. Like, it threw Splyce off. Splyce were like, okay, what is this? Like, why are they running 4 K-bars? Once they got their bearings, they pulled those E-Reds out. They just got man advantage in almost every situation, and they could not out-trade them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, EG had the start. They were playing really well, and then out of nowhere, Splyce was like, okay, we've had enough. We're going to go do what we do, and they just completely took over the game.
You can see it there. That final score, 250-227. One of the key points, I guess you could say, Aches, was the drill hill, though. That was something that you go back and you look at the group stages for EG. I mean, they were outscoring. I mean, yeah, we know why, but they were outscoring pretty heavily. And in this matchup, I mean, they lose a full 60 first, and then they only split in the second rotation. I mean, it just didn't go well. What went wrong for them?
I don't know. Splyce is just really good at that hill. That's what I tried to say before we got into that game is Splyce just knows how to play drill hill. They keep control, and they keep those spawns almost every time. And anytime they get broke, they regroup so fast, and they're just able to just get that initial kill every time, and it's really impressive to watch. I tried to warn him about it, but Splyce just did what Splyce do.
And on Mars Hill, EG had 2 opportunities getting the spawns in the lab to take over that hill and get themselves some points, but they actually, you know, they failed both times. You change that around, I think the game is a lot closer, and EG's possibly able to take that win.
Very true, and something you mentioned as well, T, towards the end was Nameless. He was the player that you said he has to have another MVP like weekend, and was kind of
Since this roster is formed, why can't they play on day one? They need to completely change up their sort of mentality going into it, in my opinion. I don't know if it's the warm-up. I don't know if it's the pregame talk. I don't know exactly what it is, but every single day, the day one they come in, they just put their backs against the wall, and now they have to play from behind in losers already.
Well, luckily for them, losers is, of course, going to be tomorrow, so they're probably going to go on a big losers bracket run, and we'll probably
we know the day 2 EG comes out a lot better, so.
Exactly. I mean, we'll move on. We'll talk a little bit about map number 2. It was a Search and Strike Crusher. It was a 6-1 victory for Splyce. Proof? I mean, what went wrong?
James Bond over there, man. We need him to get a few kills, help his teammate out.
It was a pretty un-Havoc-like performance, I guess you could say.
It was a Havoc show.
Yeah, Havoc is their S&D superstar, like Nameless is their Respawn superstar. You cannot have him dropping 0-7. That is detrimental to EG. They need him so badly in Search. And I mean, Splyce, they just every round that I watched when I was observing on the minimap, they were together as a unit. They were trading efficiently. They were never separating.
And even in the 2v1s, yeah.
Right, yeah, and that's why you saw that 6-1 scoreline. They just never threw away a round that was an easy win for them.
And you saw like rounds like that, Study you got the 2 pieces, but Splyce is so close together and ready to get those trades, there's just nothing that they could really do. Finally, EG picks up 1 with a huge double nade there from Study, but one thing we have to note on, I feel like the reason why Havoc did so bad, they need to have him play like Jerd plays for Splyce, in my opinion. Being that sort of freak, if you want to call him that, getting those first bloods, running that FTL, always initiating the trade. Obviously, when you initiate the trade, you get the number advantage first, and it takes the pressure off the rest of your teammates, right? Havoc was the one that was getting, caught out, not necessarily early in rounds, but getting caught out in a lone position.
Is there anyone better with FTL than Jerd?
I don't think so.
See how he used it on the wall run? That was an instant reaction just to stay alive. Like, I don't think another player does that.
But yes, I agree. I mean, you got Havoc on your team. If you push with him and allow him to initiate and have the backup line behind him to support him, I think he's allowed to do a lot more with Core's team.
And just one more thing. Havoc, going back to last year, one of the best SMG players, played on a bit of a higher sensitivity, so much pressure. Why don't I see him with an ERAD? I think that's a bit of a mistake. He's so good at putting pressure on. I teamed with him a little bit during the Pro League last year. So much pressure. I don't think they're getting that from him right now, and I think it's an issue for him.
Just to finish that up, I think EG this entire time has had a really bad issue with swapping weapons. Like, Nameless goes from MV4 to K-Bar, Havoc goes from ERAD to K-Bar, and it doesn't make sense for me. I feel like they're hurting themselves.
And to that point, you talk about map number 3, it was almost similar in terms of, SMGs to assault rifles, etc. I mean,
exactly.
It was a blowout, right?
Jumping back to that point where he's saying Nameless was trying to find what he needed to do. First half, he was using a K-Bar, they took a deficit, and he went to the ERAD second half. They just got to figure out what they want to do, how they want to play together as a team, and see what works.
I mean, Splyce was 5-0 up at the half. The game finishes 14-0. I mean, why is Splyce so good? I mean, yeah, okay, EG underperformed, but I feel like for Splyce, you got to give credit where credit is due.
I don't think there's anything crazy in this one. You can see the kill category right there. Mad Cat taking over, the ERADs in general just taking over. When you always have the drone, you can just play sort of keep away. You wait for that moment where EG overextends to a certain side of the map. You can take the drone to the opposite and go for those easy one-point attempts. Every time Splyce got a chance to score, they did, and got back to drone possession once again very quickly.
And like you said, they were 5-0 at the half, but that was the most convincing 5-0 I think I've ever seen, right? Like, they did not give EG a chance. They had full control of the map. They outplayed them completely in the entirety of the first half, and then it just turned into side 2 where EG was just like, okay, well, we're kind of beat. They're better than us. Like, and then they roll over, change things up, and then you see the 14-0 scoreline.
And I feel like the game goes a little bit differently if they make that first one when they had on that initial push to kind of give them the idea that, hey, we can win this.
Right.
But once they miss that one, it discourages them, and then Splyce's goes has to continue the choo-choo train.
Well, very quick 3-0, dominating performance, what we expected from Splyce. I have to note, though, this map count, they're now perfect in Stage 1 on Scorch, perfect on Stage 1 on Frost. So, they got those.
Splyce, keep it up.
Yeah, they got those maps, early on in the series. The map counts, or the map series are going to change up, obviously, later on. They are dominant on a lot of respawn maps, but those, they're perfect ones.
And something I want to say, I know we keep saying, like, okay, maybe EG isn't a day 1 team, maybe they'll turn out. it's not that double round robin group play anymore. It is a double elimination bracket. You are in losers round 1 now. Like, you don't have another mess up.
You don't have that opportunity,
Right.
And it's better teams on average here.
That's
like,
they're playing, what, the loser of EUnited and E6, I believe. That's scary.
That's not going to be an easy game by any means. Of course, congratulations once again to Splyce, the 3-0 victory. But we should talk a little bit now about MLG Anaheim. It is a staple of Call of Duty esports. We love it. The crowd, the atmosphere, just the gameplay is always tier 1 when it comes to those Anaheim events. Of course, that's going to be June 16th to June 18th. $200,000 on the line. And as I have you guys on the desk, I actually have, I have something for you guys. We
have a little flashback.
Little special.
Let's go down memory lane real quick, baby.
You guys may recognize this, the 2011
LVG, baby.
Anaheim Black Ops 1 trophy.
Can we take a minute? That was 6 years ago.
That's insane.
You guys are old now.
Just hold it once.
Hold it and just give it to him. Home. Is this the replica? I didn't get this. He got this trophy.
Just take it. It's ours anyways. It's ours anyways.
Adam Apicella, this is mine now.
I may need that back, or I may potentially lose my job. But oh, dearie me, a bit of a throwback there, and you know, great to have you guys, of course, in the building helping out with all of the analysis stuff. Yes, Proof, you can take that one.
I know.
It's okay. It's okay. But as we said, first game here for the weekend in the books now. Splyce with a really good result. I think they're going to feel very happy with that. And I guess the big question now is how much momentum will they be able to take from that victory? Will we potentially see them maybe in that winners bracket final? That could be a potential. But as I said, first game of the day here at the Call of Duty World League Stage 1 playoffs in the books. Europe's hopes and dreams were answered by Splyce as they swept EG in the first matchup of the day. However, up next on the main stage, MLG Atlanta champions EUnited. They're going toe-to-toe with arguably the best Uplink team in the game, Enigma 6. Action continues after this.
Our game plan in beating Enigma 6 is basically just shutting down General. He's their main slayer. If we can shut him down, then we should be able to win all of our respawns.
How I would describe EUnited as a team, they're very fast overall. They have really good chemistry, good gun skill. So when we play them, it just all has to come down to just us winning the gunfights and us playing smarter.
I definitely think they have the potential to beat any team here, but our current record against them with my current team is 1-0, so I think we can definitely beat them in the first round.
As long as we are consistent in our first 2 game modes this weekend, then we'll be fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs, presented, of course, by the PlayStation 4. It's day 1 here at the playoffs. We've already had 1 game done and dusted. It's now time for match number 2. This one, EUnited going up against Enigma 6. And I have a feeling this one may be a little closer than many people anticipate. I mean, we'll kind of kickstart that conversation now. Merc, I'm going to start with you. For E6, I mean, I feel like their key to success is going to be holding up those uplinks. I mean, they were so good at uplink specifically in group stages.
Absolutely. I mean, they're a fantastic uplink team. They're one of those teams who consistently move that drone, something they sacrifice their life to put that drone on the enemy side of the base, though. On the other side, EUnited, also a very good uplink team to me. If Enigma 6 wants to win this series, they have to start off hot with game number 1.
Yeah, it's very true. They're inconsistent with their slaying. It's a problem in their hardpoint, but even in their uplink, yes, they're a fantastic team. They probably play it better than anybody else in the entire world. But again, that slaying power inconsistencies. The only time they lost back in stage 1 was to Optic when they got brutally outslayed and they had like a 0.6 team KD or something like that. So again, if the slaying is not there, it doesn't matter how good of a team you are. It can be rough.
Proofy, you kind of fancying them?
I'm fancying EUnited. It's going to come down to game 1. If E6 can win game 1, I see them making the series go to game 5. If they can be effective with their first bloods in search and not let a team out-trade them after they have numbers, they'll be a lot better. But yeah, I'm going EUnited in the series, and it's going to depend for me for game 1. Who wants that one?
All right, well, I mean, here's a look at our map set. It's going to be Scorch, Hardpoint to kick things off, Crusher S&D, Frost, Uplink, and then if it goes further, Retail, Hardpoint, a Throwback S&D. Looking at those maps, Merc, you know I'm going to ask you for a prediction.
Absolutely, but if you're Enigma 6, you're very happy with this map set. I mean, I can really see them sort of taking those first 2 maps and then, you know, the classic EUnited reverse sweep where they start with that uplink, they go into that retaliation hardpoint where that's just their map. They're so good at retaliation. Yep. So we'll see if Enigma 6 can come out hot in the beginning.
And it's worth mentioning as well, I do agree that the map set is very good for them, but it's going to be an uphill battle anyway. E6 is fantastic at every single game mode. There's not a map that they really struggle on, so E6 is great, but still very, very tough to handle.
And then the one bold prediction I'll make, if it goes to a game 5, I have E6 winning. Throwback S&D, them boys are fire on that map.
Is he crazy?
Yeah, he's a little bit. I love him. I love him, but he's a little bit crazy. I mean, yes, I think if you sort of look at the stage 1 stats, I believe EUnited did struggle in their week, but they're a team that has sort of revolutionized that map. So I think
I'm always the crazy one.
Hey man,
Handsome Joe knows.
So sometimes a little bit crazy is exactly what you need, right? Sometimes that crazy prediction could potentially come true. Chance, in terms of your prediction for this one?
Again, EUnited 3-1, 3-0, one of the 2.
You're just going straight.
Again, I don't see any way it's not going to happen. I think it's even going to be a struggle for E6 to win the uplink. Like their best game mode, it's still going to be an incredibly tough fight. And so when the game mode's not there, it's going to be much more difficult for them.
Well, excited to get this one underway. EUnited versus Enigma 6. That's everything from the studio. We can send it out to our fabulous casters for the series. I believe it's going to be Maven and T.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I'll tell you what, Proofy, I'm with you, buddy. I've made a career out of the crazy calls, the plays that don't make any sense. So Proof, but if you're up to, I'm with you. But getting into this, talking about the Scorch Hardpoint coming in, EUnited was undefeated. Enigma 6 had that crazy back and forth map with Optic where Chance mentions they were outslayed, but I think they lost by 4. It took a perfect hold and hanger from Optic Gaming. So I think this is a winnable map for Enigma 6.
Yeah, it could go either way. I like these first round matchups in this playoff bracket because it seems like a lot of these teams are quite even on these first maps. Both of these teams good at Scorch. In that previous series, both teams obviously really good at Scorch.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see them go head to head on most of all their best game types. So, you know, E6 could definitely come out in this one. If they can get that hot start that they had versus Optic and just close it out, this series could be quick for them.
But to back up the desk as well, it's like it doesn't matter, it seems. Like when teams have hot starts, a lot of times teams can get buried, but EUnited never. They never, ever go away, man. Doesn't matter how many times they're down 0-2, this team can fight back. Obviously, EUnited the heavy favorites here, but we'll see if Enigma 6 is able come up with the big upset. I'm curious, what do you think, you know, as being a pro player, when you used to be preparing for a match, were you busy scrimming, or were you watching that series more intent on seeing Splyce play because you know that'd be your next matchup? And you can watch the VOD later, so you got to think they're probably grinding out a bit.
Yeah, you just focus on the current match, the first one at hand, one game at a time, is especially in a bracket like this where each team is so darn strong in their specific ways. I think you just focus on that first game first. But overall, talking about that reverse sweep potential from EUnited as well, you know, you have to start the reverse sweep on Uplink. And I have to give a lot of credit for E6. I think they're the best NA team in Uplink. As we saw it throughout the groups, how consistent they are in playing it. They don't let the other team get away without slaying them. They're so annoying when they don't have the drone in their hands.
They were perfect until the final match on Sunday against Optic, where I think they lost by, what, 1 point on Frost, I think it was. So they have played very, very well in that particular mode. We were talking them up big time in week 4. Let's see if they can keep it going. You know, we talk a lot about the man you see on the left there, General, and he says he's Mr. Do-It-All, and to this point, he has. I mean, whether it's slaying in any mode, getting it done with the objective, the guy really gets it done. But I know coming out of week 4, you were high on Proto as well. I think he led the team with like a 1-2 in S&D where he went big, but through all game modes, you really liked his gameplay.
Oh, definitely, and the role that he plays, especially with that E-Rad, we just saw it with Splyce right there. When you have so much pressure, like Jerd and Bance, for example, that duo with the E-Rads are so scary.
Yeah.
I feel like if Proto had someone that could be that sort of secondary E-Rad aggressive player with him, it would do a lot of good for this team, but the fact that he can do so much by himself is so impressive.
Well, we'll see. They're going to need every bit of that from Proto and the rest of the squad here if they're going to take this from EUnited. Let's spend a little bit more time talking about the EUnited squad, though. I mean, I talked to Arcities a little bit, and you heard it kind of in the video coming into this, and I was just like, you know, what's it going to take? You know, how are you guys going to beat them? And they were like, it's EUnited going up against Jordan General right now. Like, they feel like if they slow him down with as consistent as he's been, that they're going to be able to take this. And Arcities, I mean, I know he's been good all year, but has he stood out to you more over the past month and a half? Like, where you're just talking about him, Octane, Formal, all these guys kind of on the same page?
He plays the game differently. It seems like he's always in the correct spot. Obviously, he has a good shot. Most of the players here have that.
You would hope so if you're a top 8 team in the world.
But the big differences he makes is how much he plays his life, in my opinion.
Okay.
A lot of the pro players preach aggression, always challenge, always trading, doing things like that. But Arcities really slows down the pace for his team. And when he can do that and always be getting those spawns for the crucial hard points, it just makes, you know, Brasini, it allows him to play a lot more aggressive. So I think that sort of duo-ship works well.
And it's interesting that it works with how slow he can be at times. That works with the team, how fast they play. We talk about EUnited, like a guy that takes flack for that sometimes. You know, Aches will be familiar with this. Is Assault takes flack for sometimes, playing a little bit too slow, too far behind the pace of his team. But I'll tell you what, with this squad, it certainly works. A shot at Brastini right now. Talk to me a little about him as the player. But he's maybe the one we don't talk about as much, but is he that gap filler? Is he the X factor? Is he the karma on this team that seems to be able to get it all done? Where do you kind of slot him into this roster?
He seems like a moody player, honestly, but that's sort of the role that sort of goes without saying with how fast he is playing. He's going to be that guy in Search and Destroy that it can be frustrating when you're putting yourself on the line that many times and getting taken out in a first blood scenario. When those aren't going your way, it's one of the most frustrating things, having to basically watch your team in a lot of those rounds. So he's really up and down, but when he's up, these guys can, you know, we know what they can do. They can win tournaments.
Well, we did a video leading into this event about Enigma 6 and what it would take for them to make a playoff run and take the event. Let's take a look.
After finishing second in Group Green, Enigma 6 qualified for the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs. Here's a look at how Enigma 6 can walk away as champions. Enigma 6 used it outstanding.
We are back, and unfortunately, that is actually Rich Campbell's accurate voice. We just didn't want you guys to spend too much time with that, but I can tell you that is exactly how he sounds every day.
Yeah, that would get pretty good. So we're back.
Oh, man. All right. So, guys, I believe there's just an issue upstage, a tech issue. We should be into this shortly. Thank you for your patience at home. I know you guys are excited to keep going through day one. So far, we'll recap in case you're tuning in with us. I know you were on the desk. We can talk briefly about what you saw. And the question I know I had when I came out of the green room was basically, was that Splyce being that dominant, or was it typical EG slow Friday? Not typical. You know, we've seen them slow start. We talk about their losers bracket runs. You think a little bit mix of both, or how do you feel after you watched it?
I guess right away I would say a mixture of both. EG just looks flat. We don't see that Nameless that's fired up and ready to go, and it really came down to that first Scorch Hardpoint. I knew when they lost that one, the rest of the series, Splyce is too good at the rest of the game types. Looking at the previous statistics in those map types in the group too, Splyce just too darn good. It's going to be interesting to see how EG bounces back. The competition here, every single game is going to be so tough. I believe they play the loser of this. You know, both teams extremely good.
Yeah, that's where it gets scarier. But talking about the matchups kind of here with percentages for your Hardpoint, S&D, and Uplink for EUnited Enigma 6, you touched on the fact that E6 brightest spot is going to be that Uplink. What do you think would be the second game mode in which they have the best chance? I know how well-rounded EUnited is. We talk about it all the time. But if they're going to take another map, where's it going to be?
I think overall, I'd probably say a Hardpoint, but I think EUnited is just too strong, too consistent overall. So I think that map number 2, Crusher, is going to be one of the only other saving graces in this series. I do think if E6 is going to have a chance in this one, they have to try and get it to that throwback, because EUnited's Hardpoints is on Scorch and Retaliation specifically, which are the maps for this series. Those are too strong. I don't think they have a chance.
Okay. Well, let's go back. You know, we got a little time here before this kicks off. Let's talk. You know, we were mentioning about that come from behind mentality, or whatever it is, that special sauce for this EUnited team, where no lead seems to be safe for the opposition. Just for maybe new viewers, what do you think it is about this team that allows them to do it? I know this has been a question on analysis and between the casters all year, because for a lot of us, they're newer players. You know, Gunless came out of nowhere. This team sort of came out of nowhere. But now that we've had a little more time with them, what is it, man?
This sounds really weird, and
I like weird.
Almost cliche to say. It's like they don't care, and that's the perfect mentality you have when you go down in a hole in a series. You know, I've made a lot of reverse sweeps in my career to win tournaments even, and you get to that map 3. And when you're so consistent on that map 3, it's the swing game. We call it that for a reason. When you can come out and completely shut down the momentum, you shut it down, you'd be like, I'm too dominant in this game type, you can't stop us, and you give yourself another chance in like a Hardpoint, for example. Hardpoint, huge momentum in the series, so you get that Uplink in the back pocket. You get the Hardpoint, which is, you know, intense, fast-paced, lots of gunfights. If you can win that one, then going into the map number 5, you have so much confidence, so much momentum. You play that last S&D how you should have played previous in the series, but you finally have the mental confidence.
Well, I've been casting since what? The tail end of Black Ops 2, basically. And I swear, I'm curious, you go much further back, obviously. Yeah. Does it not seem like just beginning kind of last year, the whole reverse sweep just started to happen more and more and more? Like last year, I thought it was kind of the CTF Uplink combination. Yeah. But it feels like that's kind of carried right into this year. Like you never feel like leads are safe, and I don't remember thinking that back to like the Ghost days. That, oh man, team's up 2-0, this is done. I just wonder why there's been sort of that shift. But we have seen so many amazing comebacks over the course of, well, the entire year, and specifically here in Stage 1. I mean, I think we had the FaZe Rise series. EUnited did it 2 or 3 times. What will be the outcome here? I do believe the lobby has been started up, so hopefully we'll be into the action here shortly. First map will be Scorch Hardpoint. And God, I mean, do you think EUnited, if they don't care, do you think they're feeling any pressure right now in this particular matchup at all?
I don't think they feel pressure in general. I mean, for the amount of performances we've seen where they've been down in a hole throughout the MLG Open, the huge tournaments at Atlanta that they were able to win. We saw them at Dallas, always able to fight back in these series on. It seems to be a similar issue where they start slow in certain series, but they don't feel the pressure, they don't care. We've done a bunch of listen-ins with them. Their communication doesn't really change that much. It's actually crazy to see.
Well, I think we talked about it. We joked around on Hot Mic last night how we'll hear about, like, you know, Gunless and Silly. They were out, you know, hanging out doing stuff till like 3, 4 a.m. You'll wake up and see their tweets, and then they'll show up to the matches and just annihilate everyone. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, if I'm a player, I'm in bed I got a Chipotle burrito and I'm in bed at 10 p.m. It's just insane. But you think it started maybe with the chip on their shoulder to start the year when a lot of people doubted them. That has long disappeared. Is there like a little bit of you, or is it completely gone now where you're like, maybe EUnited's not a top 2 team, or is that completely washed away at this point?
I was like that for a little while. I wasn't sure.
I think everybody was.
How consistent they were going to be. That's gone. Completely gone. You have to give the respect where the respect is due for how consistent these guys have been.
I'm with
one
you.
of these players, and for how good Gunless has been, especially with this ERAD. The guy's slide kills, you can't match it.
Well, we talk about just movement mechanics in previous games where you can get that edge, get just that, you know, that first peak. Gunless, one of the best in the game, if not the best, at finding those kills. 15 seconds on the clock, and we'll hop into this. But let's touch on Gunless a little bit. You know, you talk about the movement, but what else do you think has allowed him to just blow up the way he did and still remain a pretty humble guy through it all?
I think it's just a team dynamic, to be honest. And the reason I say that is the little things can get you pretty far early on in these maps. One thing I want you guys to note in the bottom right, double cluster grenades for this first hard point. You know, this is very contesty side. If you can have these 3 tacticals in your back pocket, you can just chuck these out. Look at that. He's picking up so much free damage, not putting his life on the line. Yes, he does take a jammer to the face, but he can single-handedly, with those 2 nades, stop the team pushing and now gets aggressive. They have the hard point.
Well, how many times do we see if you're spawning this side, you a lot of times come out to a 30, 40 point advantage. That's a reason why those early picks for sides when teams are deciding on what position they want to attack for off the rip. This is one of those maps where it can be big, but look at the kill feed. Arcity's 2, Gunless 2, everybody shut down, and Enigma 6 getting beat up a little bit early.
It's such a good strategy off the start. You don't even have to take a gunfight. You just chuck all those jammers. You know, with the rest of your team, you can throw out 9, 12 grenades at a time. Now the rotation coming in. Arcity's playing this perfectly. On a 4 streak now, trying to lock down these spawns. There is one player that is sneaking behind him, but in a very good spot.
Yeah, finally he'll get shut down. He was able to kind of thread the needle between 2 players to even get into that position. But if you see Enigma 6, you got crushed early. You do have the opening spawn for Turbine. The question is, will EUnited get an early break? First kill goes the way of Proto and E6. Proto picks up 2. Next guy in is going to be Gunless, and he's able to win it. One more player just around the outside, and Arcity's, again, his duo there with him.
Wow, that's an easy break for EUnited here. General does pick up 2 a little bit further out there over towards Lab. Gunless going to be the last one alive. The spawn out going to be so far. Gunless going to try and buy time, and this is a perfect play. Almost picks up the 2nd kill, but there's no point to just stand in the hard point. He tries to take as many down with him as he can, but as we say that, E6 scoring back very heavily.
Well, you know, they got the close spawn as quickly as EUnited took it. Enigma 6 grasp it right back. We'll now see if EUnited has time for another crack, but you don't want to find a lot of kills here and spawn out players for Enigma 6. Look at the minimap. Yep. You've got 2 players already set up at Hangar. There's a top spawn that comes in for EUnited, so they're going to be able to push through the top and try to win these. That actually worked out very favorably for them getting the spawns there by Skybridge.
Definitely. Now, hopping on board with Emery's, he needs to take his time. Let his teammates flood up towards the map. Well, he didn't do that. It's a huge mistake. He needs to just play his life. There's no chance you're going to have in a 2 versus 4 situation right there. Should have just bought time.
Well, talk to me a little bit about how you try to break this hard point, because we sometimes see teams try to bash through one angle. It doesn't work. What's your ideal sort of break and push when you're trying to flood into Hangar?
Step 1, trying to get around the back, what General was just trying to do, but Silly able to get that trade on to his teammate. Now spawns a bit of a split spawn scenario coming out. Silly able to call that out to his team, and now it's a bit of a race towards this back door. Prasini needs to pick up this first kill. So E6 doing a great job fundamentally of getting around, but you see how much time this is taking? You can play it fundamentally correct all you want. If you don't get the kills, it doesn't matter. And now EUnited just pulling away so heavily.
And 5 in a row for Pristini. He's soaking up time in the hard point as well. A hell of a start for him. 8 and 6. He's only 100 off picking up the Trinity Rocket as well. We'll swap over to Gunless's POV as he's the one trying to pinch the outside and get set up for a final hard point in our first rotation at Drill. We'll swap back to Pristini just because he's still going to be working on these streaks. We'll see if he's able to pick him up.
Great play, just taking his time, trying to find just an easy kill in the side or back. He's going for this wide flank. He's going to call this out to his teammate. He needs to just take his time. All he needs is 1 kill. He does see the health bar of his teammate. Just, Cade with some nice shots in that head glitch. A bit of a tough gunfight. I don't recommend taking those when you're playing for streaks, but regardless, you have to give props to E6 and especially Cade for getting that double.
Well, look at it. You got streaks kind of building for everybody on Enigma 6 now. 3 streak for both Proto and General. The lead duo for this team. Proto holding the close edge for drill control. Erad in his pocket. Has to back down. It's Cade looking over the top, but Pristini answering back for EUnited with a couple of kills for himself. But General, he's always that one that seems to be the last in line, right? 3 kills in a row, 6 overall. General's fully streaked. Make it 7, 12 and 9 for him. The guy is an absolute beast, dude.
Didn't miss a bullet for about 2 clips there. EUnited does get the rest of the about 7 to 8 seconds of scrap time, but General just so dangerous. He can just light up the scoreboard at any time. He's going to have those streaks in his back pocket. Expect those in middle. Yep, going to pop them out right away. Pops this Trinity. Doesn't seem to get too much, but he's forcing those players to stay back in Hangar. Meanwhile, Cade just hanging out in the hill, gets that first gunfight, has this FTL at the ready as well, and they're going to get a lot of hardpoint time here.
They're picking up time, and we may see a lead change. Here it comes. E6 now in control. And this is a map, man. They need to try it. They have to take this. I feel like if you want to have a really good shot of a major upset against a top 2 team in North America, kills going back and forth. E6 still, we're going to get control. General snapping and lighting up the bodies.
Wow. He probably shouldn't have gotten that kill onto Pristini. Gets traded out. And the fact that E6 is able to get so much of this hardpoint. They didn't have to worry about those cluster grenades this time around. They're able to fight for a lot of this scrap, and this is a huge play. All 4 of them backing up towards Turbine. They need to get the number advantage. Unfortunately, General does get picked off. He should be spawning out so far back.
Yep.
Yes, he does. So now, even number situation, these trades are going to be absolutely huge. Cade picks up 2.
Cade picks up a couple, but Gunless still is inside. Again, combining with Arcides here to get it done, but now the bombardment, he's gonna have to push in. It's gonna catch him. General Streaks coming up big, and while they're fighting back and forth, I wanna talk a little bit about General. You know, with your experience playing, sometimes it seems like the other 3 are like just throwing their bodies, but you can like always rely on him to kill everyone then. Like whatever's left to be cleaned up, he gets it done. For you, you know, you used to be a submachine gun player, objective player. What's it like to have someone, I guess, that consistent kind of looking over your back?
I guess the one thing I would sort of relate it to when I was at my dominance was sort of how Clay played back in the slower days, where I could just rely on him to be in a good spot at any given time, and I can just play sneaky, I can play fast, I can really do whatever I want, and it really opens that door for the rest of your team to be comfortable. Arcides, I have to note, just absolutely destroyed that guy in lab to get this break. This score going to be just about even as these fights for the spawn go down. Gunless picks up 2 with the E-Rad over towards this backside. Expect him to slide in very quickly. Can he get the gunfight? No, but he opens the door for his teammate. General shuts it down. So a nice hold for these spawns for E6. They're playing these spawns fundamentally really great.
Another one of those times where it seems everybody's soaring in and General's the one there cleaning them up. It's using the teammates as bait, but very, very effectively. Cade's watching mid, General's watching Lava Pit. Easy pickings for both players as they continue to hold the advantage. 25 points now and growing for Enigma 6, but it's Pristini trying to bust it. Pristini with 3 big ones. How does he get the final kill? Finally, Cade, last man up, and you got the favorable spawn in the back for E6, so you should be able to hold on.
I just don't know how he gets in the front door. Silly. Trying to do his best to stay alive, but E6 has those closer spawns, like you said, so they're going to be able to chip away at the last 20 seconds or so of this time. Gunless alone, so they do clear it out. Now, we were talking a lot about General in this game. We have to highlight Cade as well. Going to be on the rotation over towards this left side drill. He was largely the reason they got so much time on that second hard point on this rotation. He stayed alive for so long at bottom lab, and then he got that bombardment help from General. So it's sort of these two picking up so many kills in these crucial situations.
Well, think about how scary they can be if he's a bit more consistent. He was a little, he had some monster games, I think, in week 4, and he was the lowest, I believe, in overall respawn KD, but we saw him with big plays from time to time. If they can get those, they can make this a very tight series as they still hold the edge. Over to Gunless, though, now, who has camo. He gets annihilated as he peeks the edge. We'll swap to Arcides, who's on the flank. 2 players teed up, finishes 1, can't finish the second. There's a 7 streak, though, now from Ruiz. If we can hop over to his POV. Ruiz fully streaked out, 8th outside, but he's got some streaks to work with. How crucial could those be down the stretch?
Really just buy you time, whether it's at drill, at middle, over towards turbine. I really recommend saving them. They have the lead. They don't need to do anything drastic unless they want to try and close out this game. But these hard points, these next couple, you know, it's going to be hard to do it. I'd wait till turbine.
Well, that's what you got to see. Can Enigma 6 come up in the clutch moment against a team like EUnited, who thrives in the clutch? Pristini has his reactive armor to work with, a Scarab in his back pocket as well. He gets pushed, nice little bait and switch there as Silly's able to pick it up. Silly then FTL's in, and players looking over him. Reactive armor popped on the backside of the drill. Gunless and crew flying forward. There they finish it, now in control, still down 20 points. We'll see if they can rack some up here, though.
Gunless making the switch to the K-bar. I feel like he just was trying to put on too much pressure with that E-Rad, decides to switch it up, and he picks up an easy 3-4 kills in a row. Just so dominant with all these different weapons. These are huge kills. Now E6 can focus on this time and this rotation as well. Gunless will be the last one alive. Proto picks him up, and now the rotation kills are going to be coming in. A 4 versus 2 situation basically on this next hill as Emery's chases.
What do you think about the bombardment use there at mid-map?
You know, it wasn't the greatest, to be honest, but it does open the door for something to happen for your teammates. You know, EUnited trying to do their best to claw their way back in. You don't want to wait too long, right? So I can kind of understand.
Well, gotta say, Ruiz trying to play sneaky in the back there, Teep, but he does get caught. Arcee's picked up a nice 3-piece at mid-map that opened up this push. A team kill then comes through for General onto Proto. For now, still a battle, though. General in a position to fight. Gunless, though, picks him off. He's back to the E-Rad. And EUnited has it locked down. Looking for a lead change here momentarily. Should be a push into observation deck. Pristini's able to turn, but not able to finish the kill. Reese has now used his Trinity, so all those streaks have now been used up. You don't have the extra utility on the side of E6, but they might get the break right here. I think they just found the final kill.
That Trinity rocket was huge. Emery's pops that down to pick up that Claire in the hill. As you swap on board, General just picks up his 30th kill. He's just so dominant of locking down this lab. Doesn't need any help from his teammates. They don't get the trades out. EUnited spawning out so far. This game's going to be over very quick.
Well, let's see. Can we get to Gunless's POV? Because he has camo. This is all going to come down to him. He has to get the break. There's going to be the first kill. Can he stay alive to get in a position with the camo? There it is. Camo now over the top. Has to get into the contest. E6 only needs 4 more points. Not able to win it, though. Ruiz gets it done. The final 2 ticks. No, there it is. E6 gets the W, and that is a monster win in game 1.
Very impressive. General does it again. Has some help from Cade. And as long as a couple of these players can just play up to General's potential, this team is really good and quality slaying.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect them to do it consistently all the time. I mean, if you look at the stats, I mean, he's usually somewhere above a 1.1, which is elite stuff, and overall respawn. The other guys are sometimes lucky if they're over a 1 over the course of the event, but he's been the hard carry in that mode. But when you get someone that backs him up, whether it's Proto in one game, Cade in another, Ruiz in another, if one of those guys steps it up, you see how deadly they can be. Yeah. Both these teams basically undefeated coming in Scorch. I know the one loss you had for E6 again was a 4-point loss and a crazy comeback from Optic in week 4, but it was a winnable map. They got the first one done. But it's never easy when it's a best-of-5 versus EUnited.
Definitely. We're going to be going into Crusher next, and I feel like E6 really needs to take this one. You can go into your strongest game mode in Uplink. They can really take this momentum and get this 3-0 if they can keep it up. But overall, very dominant on map number 1. The fundamentals so darn good from them, and they shut down Gunless, most importantly. They had him switching around weapons. He just didn't seem to get any sort of comfort there.
Well, we'll take a look at the box score here momentarily just to talk through it a bit, Teep, see where the damage was really done. What stands out for you, buddy? Is it a stat from Ruiz, like him going 1.26? That might be one of the single biggest factors.
Yeah, he started off, not really too bad. He was hanging out over towards even, but him getting those streaks, there's really that Trinity rocket onto that last turbine we saw, able to break in there. And that's where they're able to get 89 seconds versus only the 48 for EUnited. When you're able to get that many streaks, those are so darn good at middle, at drill, at turbine. You can see that's where they kept first hardpoint pretty even, but those other two took it over.
Well, let's shift focus now to search and destroy. So E6 led all playoff teams by having a 60% first blood rate, which is absurd. Yeah. They then on Crusher doubled down on the absurdity and had an 81%. But what's crazy to think about is I remember I was talking to Chance, there was a map where I think it was 10 rounds against Optic where they had 8 first bloods and still lost. So there's only so much stock you can put in first blood, but I think we can agree that's probably your most important stat in search and destroy. So does that stat alone give them a good chance right here? If they can find those first bloods, you got to think as long as they trade effectively, they can beat just about anybody.
So first bloods are very important, but a lot of the times the manner in which they get the first bloods, they sacrifice them right away and they don't get the number advantage.
That's true.
And that's the whole point of the first blood. They sort of play those differently, which sort of skew the stats in my opinion, where they send Pristini into that 1v1 scenario, and most of the time he's able to at least make some sort of magic happen and pick up a kill, but a lot of times they don't have that trade to back him up, so the number advantage that he does end up getting doesn't mean that much, I guess.
Well, I remember looking at I think it was JP that put together that, did you see the quadrant stat? We're talking about like active, good player in S&D. Basically, when it came to first bloods, you had like slow and good and active and good, depending on how fast you got them and what play. Proto was basically at the very peak of aggressive and good. Like he was getting first bloods and staying alive, and that's part of the reason he probably had that 1.2 KD in week 4. Did you see something from Proto that like really stood out to you? Why he was seeing so much success last week? Because I know Optic was trying some new things in search. Right. They were talking about that publicly, and Elevate and Red Reserve didn't exactly look great throughout the course of the weekend, but it's still, it was impressive stuff from Proto.
I think it's just overall confidence. We haven't seen that many ERAD players stick out that much. They've had their moments of greatness, but Proto for me in that week 4 was one of the best ERAD players I really saw throughout the group. So you have to give him credit. That weapon's so good at those close quarters, and when you're that first blood player type of guy, especially on a map like Crusher, if you get in over towards the A side, those close sort of hallways, corridors, ERAD's gonna be dominant.
And I'll be honest, even coming into the final week of the Pro League, like I even as a caster, I focus too much on General at times just because you look at the stats, you read articles, and he has been kind of the face of this team. But that was the thing I probably I took away the most from week 4 was how good Proto was. I mean, I know in the green room, we just sit there and we talk so much about the matches and like some of the nerdy stuff he was doing, whether it was an uplink, in search. The guy's an absolute animal. But it is time now for game 2. Can Enigma 6 keep it going? They got the upset in the game 1 on Scorch. But off the break, we do see Pristini for EUnited is going to have the sniper in hand.
Interested to see where he's going to play this one. Expect him to go up towards this middle alley, see if he can pick up any sort of information for his team, or maybe go over towards B. Has this EMC in the back pocket. See if he can pick up some kills late in rounds.
Do you find it weird that like Pristini snipes on Crusher, but then if you go to throwback, it's usually Arcides? Like I can't remember many teams that switch who their sniper is depending on the map.
I guess it's just a comfort level thing. Certain players just feel better at taking certain shots. Obviously, these guys play a lot of Search and Destroy. Get ready for these one. That player on the other side just flirting with the scope of Pristini right now, but pretty slow round. Seems like both teams just trying to feel it out. General does get a bit up on that B side. Going to call that out to his team, and you can see the instant rotation from the bomb as he clears that one out. Pristini misses that shot. Proto almost takes him out. Gunless answering back.
I'm curious how he got the jump on Arcides there, if it was a high off the wall run, and I mean, you didn't really hear anything. There was no rotation. All of a sudden, the first blood comes in from General. Ruiz now getting the bomb down. It is going to be a 3 versus 3. General POV. Silly guns him. Now advantage to EUnited. Ruiz still holding the close corner here on the bomb. The collapse should be coming in shortly. It's going to be Proto watching the backside. Proto does win 1. Turns into a 2v2. Ruiz up over the top. No! No! God, that was ugly. All right, but we're still in it. It's going to be 2 versus 1. Proto still up, trying to play his life. I think there may be one on the bomb. He's got to go. Got to try and make a play. Can't win the gunfight. EUnited able to clutch up. Ruiz lost his feet a little bit there.
That's why that spot's a little bit dangerous. You don't really have much room to work with, obviously. He got a little bit panicked in that gunfight, backs up and falls in the hole. At least trying to take out that player. He misses the shots. He misses the floor. He's having a bad day.
To be fair, we have seen that happen before, but usually we've seen someone get the kill and then maybe go off. But that was a bit of wild shots and also a dip off the map. Okay, offense now for EUnited. Nice start from Silly and Gunless, both starting 2-0. Cade going to see some pressure at the A site. Has to back up immediately. What are you seeing from the offense in EUnited?
Just pretty much straight up aggression, which we're used to seeing on Crusher specifically, just getting up towards this A site or whatever bomb site, just going together as fast as they possibly can. Gunless leading the charge with this bomb site, or with this bomb over towards the bomb site. Going to try and lay this down as Silly locks down these top steps. Looks like Pristini, if we can switch on board with him, going to get a bit of a late flank going, but General sniffs it out, takes him out. Great play.
We talked about the stat. Overall, 60% first blood, 81% on Crusher, 2 first bloods in a row now for General. They continue to get it done, but again, they lost the round. So what do you think the problem is if you're getting these first bloods and not closing out rounds? Is it just the fashion they're getting them? Because you can't really say that. I mean, General got 2 and got away safely, but there they at least are able to get the defuse while all the fighting going down in the mid lane. But why do you think that is? I'm just curious. I mean, because in that first round, you got it very, very safe. Had the 4-3 advantage with bomb planted, and things just kind of fall apart.
I think overall, just making plays you don't need to make when you have number advantage. Why do anything sort of fancy in a scenario like that? Like, why is Pristini going for a flank? Why are you flanking in the first place? The whole idea behind getting a flank is catching someone off guard and getting number advantage. You had it already. A bit of a waste.
Well, let's get over to Silly here. Okay, so he's 225 off the tourney. He started out 5-0. He's going to get the Scarab out as well here. Looking over Arceus, he's going to wrap the edge. We'll see what vision he can get. Did spot 1. General does get cleaned up there as well. So Gunless now going to get a first blood to his name. It's been the Silly and Gunless show for the side of EUnited.
Pristini did wait, hold up. Did he not realize what just? He just stared at Proto in the back and was polite about it and ran away.
Did you think that was a chair?
He had a big shield on his back.
What the hell was that?
What? I'm confused.
Aches is in my ear. Like I am also very, very confused. But oh god, now all of a sudden Ruiz by him, his lonesome. Can he clutch up here? Silly looking to find the final kill. Still alive here. Ruiz trying to clutch up. Arcides over the top though, able to win it. And I'm still thinking about Pristini's.
Did he get that? That's close. I think he did get it. He got that slide and instantly picked it up. It's going to be close, though. Gets the defuse. Oh, my goodness. 0.2 seconds. Emery's, if he could have stayed alive for a sliver longer, would have clutched that round in that 1 versus 3. But Why didn't he?
Hey, well, it doesn't matter, Teeth. They got the round win.
Okay.
So we've seen somebody just kind of hop off the map casually. We now have seen Pristini just, I don't know, spot check someone. But okay, let's start out on round 4.
Interesting.
That was a very, very odd round.
We have to note Silly. He is 6-1, but they shut down the streak. It's going to be very important going in the later rounds of this one. Gunless, though, you can see he's really close to that camo. Silly has the FTL. Payload abilities at the ready for EUnited.
Let's take a look just at the minimap right now as you see a bit of a flank coming in and the Scarab pushing on through. General wants to see if he can finish a kill as it doesn't connect with anything. Just going to back down safely behind the rock. Cade hitting from the other side. General does end up dropping to a nade. Cade's he's got to get that kill. Shot's a little bit shaky. Not able to pick it up, but pushing forward. He's just going to be left now with Proto to get it done. Finally cut down Proto in a 1v4. Silly, go ahead, uses the FTL in a 4v1 scenario to save his life.
I know.
I guess if you were working on streaks, maybe he's just padding the stats right now.
Protecting the KD on that one.
Yeah.
He was 6-1. I think he may have gotten a kill or two in that one. So making sure that KD's nice and pristine. You know, these guys are fighting for MVPs.
That's true.
You know,
that's true. That's true.
Every death matters.
Okay. Shot of the EUnited guys. Let's go to Gunless. He has camo. It's a part of that is the bomb defuses, bomb plants, and 4 and 2. He always gets camo.
Always. Sometimes 2.
Yeah.
Pretty dominant.
Okay. All right, so now let's see the offense start to work forward for Enigma 6. They've gotten to the site. Now it's all about the retake for EUnited. Talk to me a little bit about what it's like to retake from this side as a team. Do you like the 4-man hit together? Do you like the pinch? How do you like to do it?
I like Gunless using camo and killing people. But regardless, E6 not wasting any time. Kills going down like crazy.
My God.
And okay, they're dead. Well, you don't need to retake if they just give you kills. So, yeah, that's...
I don't know if that was like an awkward time. They weren't ready for them to all be at the corner as 4 of them soared across the top. But the entire Enigma 6 team was obliterated in 3 seconds.
Well, I thought there was just going to be normal. Gunless was going to pop camo, get a first blood, and they'd wipe like that. Well, E6 made it a bit easier.
They did. They certainly did, team. Silly on your screen. He's had a fantastic game throughout this. Enigma 6, though, on the other side of it, trailing 4-1. And you can see at the top right, Gunless still has that yellow glowing circle. We'll have that camo to play with at a later date. And with a 3-round advantage, things begin to get very scary. Gunless finds yet another kill. Grand over the top, trying to back up a couple. 2 push the wall run. 1 gets traded out. He should be there to finish it. Now it's just going to be Cade left in a 1v2. And knowing Gunless has camo, even if this gets scary. Okay, well, he guns Gunless. So that's going to keep him alive for a moment. 1 more in the back, though, and that's another round to EUnited.
I thought he saw that player in the door for just a minute, but no, he doesn't. Gets traded out in that 1 versus 2. EUnited taking a dominant lead. Gunless still going to have that camo. Expect him to close it out with a first blood to end this one very quickly. And I thought E6 was going to be better in this one, especially coming off of that momentum in the hard point. I just feel like they aren't playing these rounds too well, trying to do too much in a post-plant scenario. They need to try and slow the game down when you have an advantage. It's just not working. They're not gunning like EUnited is.
Well, you were on the desk for the last series. It's similar to maybe problems you saw for EG as they got rolled?
Yeah, somewhat. But the reason with EG is they're playing too slow. They're playing kind of scared. E6 is making sort of an opposite of a mistake where they're playing too aggressive in a scenario where they have an advantage. But regardless, Silly stuck in a 1 versus 3, gets punched. Bye.
Yeah, there's the 1 bullet farewell. There's another round now on the board for Enigma 6. We'll see it here from Cade's POV.
They have a chance.
You can see why Silly dropped so quickly there.
Yeah. They have a chance here. Now trying to force this way into a comeback. Down 1-5, now 2-5. That was a really quality round, and that's how simple a lot of these rounds could have been for E6 in my opinion. But when's this Gunless camo going to come out? They are on offense now and not wasting any time getting up towards middle of the map. Going to see if he can spot any sort of players and maybe pop this camo to get a first blood.
Camo up. Not needing to use it yet. RC's got the first blood, and Gunless is just running right now, playing the bait basically as RC's picking up kills from behind. Everybody's dropped. This is going to be game over. 6-2, EUnited completely roll. And, you know, you'd want to maybe highlight the camo in the sense that Proto was, what, a quarter of the way getting there, like 2 and 6. But why do you think it is? Typically, for all teams, you see the camo player playing with the bomb plant, right? You get those points, you work towards the camo. We don't see that happen. You see Gunless doing that. You don't see it happening on the other side. I think Cade had 4 of their bomb plants. Is it simply they want to allow Proto, he's so good at finding those first bloods, they want to let him roam? I mean, you have to have him playing the bomb, right?
Yeah, you just got to have a payload that important, that influential in the game. You got to give it to your bomb planter. So maybe give it to someone else. Maybe give Proto an FTL or something like that that allows you to play aggressive. If he's going to be playing that risky role, you can't have your camo guy dead the majority of the game.
To be fair, I don't know that mattered too much.
Yeah, probably wouldn't have, but still.
With 6-2, not that big of a deal. We are now tied up at 1 apiece, heading into Uplink. Who's going to take it? We'll find out after this quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got a tied-up series here. EUnited going up against Enigma 6. Maven here, joined by the ever-wonderful TP. How you feeling, buddy?
Feeling good. I'm loving these series so far. High-quality gameplay compared to the groups a lot of the time.
Except for the search at times.
Yeah, that search was a bit weird, don't get me wrong. But going into this link, both teams extremely strong at the game type. E6, like I said, I think they're one of the best NA teams at the game type. I'm expecting them to take this map 3.
I think it's kind of a similar storyline to what we saw in the Hardpoint, in the sense that both teams were almost undefeated. The only loss for Enigma 6 came, I believe it was like a 6-5 loss on Frost to Optic, so their only losses in these game modes coming from Optic. Let's take a look at the Search and Destroy scoreboard here. EUnited take it 6-2. And Silly, I mean, he started out 5-0. He had one hell of a game.
Oh, definitely. Just dominant. We've seen it so many times on Crusher specifically, where EUnited just group up. They might be send Pristini on a flank or a push up towards the middle to get a first blood. But regardless, just quality, confident gameplay overall. E6 trying to do too much in post-plant positioning and just over-challenging. When I think we can all say EUnited's a bit better at gunfighting than than E6 is on average. So the fact that they're trying to play so confident, I commend the style of play, but you got to settle down.
I'm curious, I want to talk about how you think the momentum changes here, because I know I talked to somebody like Clay. He doesn't really agree with the whole momentum swing game is game 3. He thinks it happens in the search. Like, for whatever reason, he believes if you come out, you win that hard point, and all of a sudden you get stunned in like a slower gameplay search, it just flips the series on its head. Is that how you feel it's kind of gone here now that EUnited won? I mean, they're completely back in control. Is that hard point basically gone in the rearview window?
In the mentality, yeah, definitely. We can see EUnited not get tilted by basically anything that's happened to them since they formed it as a team. But overall, I don't think it matters in which map it happens as long as you stop the momentum. So EUnited stopped the bleeding early. I really thought E6 was going to play that S&D better, but regardless, they don't. EUnited really stomps them out. So going to be interested to see if E6 is going to be as dominant after losing, getting much basically crushed on Crusher.
Well, let's talk a little bit. You know, we spoke early in the series about how good the Enigma 6 team was in Uplink in week 4. What was it about them that stood out for you? I know we talked a lot about it, but you were really impressed with their gameplay. Talk to the viewer kind of through what you liked.
A lot of the times I highlight what teams are doing when they have drone possession, but for me with this E6 side, it is a bit different. I think when they don't have drone control, when they don't have numbers at the middle of that map, they do such a good job of being annoying. They have that one guy playing a corner, picking up a kill in the back, so the other team has to focus on that first, besides moving that drone forward. And obviously, if you aren't moving the drone forward off of kills, you aren't going to score as often. So basically, with the way E6 plays, so annoying at the middle of the map, it makes it so hard for the other team to score points.
And one thing with the EUnited that's been kind of, I don't know, the one lone fault you can see at times in a player that's been basically perfect. I mean, he's been phenomenal throughout the year. Gunless has been incredible, but we noticed a lot of times, I think it was like 50% of their uplinks, he wasn't earning the camo. And I talked to him in the team outside. He's like, you guys aren't bait enough for me, man. Like, give me some more kills so I can get the camo. And like, in a way, I mean, he's joking, but honestly, yes, you need to sort of set them up for success. You need to get that camo. I'm curious to see if that's one of the issues they run into here, is it plagued them a bit during their week.
Yeah, definitely. As many times as possible, if you can get him scores, whether it's 1 point, 2 points, as many kills as possible. If you get that camo, it's basically, from what we've seen, a guaranteed dunk. Obviously, there's times where teams don't pop it at the best time, but I don't think we've seen that from Gunless.
Yeah, for the most part, they're making the play. Okay, here we go. Game 3, series tied up 1-1. On with Arcides. Peekaboo comes around the corner and able to take out Cade. 1 kill going the other way as well. It's none other than General opening up with 2. Unfortunately for him, some nice shots with Gunless around the back, and Proto gets obliterated.
Nice head glitch there, buddy. You're dead. Gunless leading the way now, going to be the lead blocker. 2 players flooding up towards the middle of the map. Drone carrier going to be right behind. Does he pick up his first kill? Pinches that player out of the sky. Just absolutely crazy lead blocking. Arcee's moving this drone. This should be an easy dunk. Has Silly there with him. Can they pick up the kill? Silly trying to stay alive, but Clade clears out. 2-0 lead early.
It did the damage, though, and I mean, that opens up with Gunless kind of mid-map. I know he ends up getting taken out, but comes up with some big kills there to get drone control. But now it's E6 on the attack, trying to make the play. Ruiz waiting for his teammates to pick him up in front, trying to go through. There's the dunk. Tie game. Some heavy action here early in the uplink.
Yeah, not wasting any time. Cade picking up those 2 kills in the base really allowed them to get so much pressure over towards that ship side and answer back. So quality plays. Cade still holding strong. 125 away from the streaks. Oh my gosh, I thought he was going to get that kill. Fortunately, Gunless takes him out with that E-Rad. That was good movement there.
I like it, though. I like it. You know, you're feeling confident. And it's a nice little streak we saw Cade go on the hard point as well. Starting out well here. Just a little bit off the streaks before he drops. Now it's 3 down for Enigma 6 and drone control for EUnited. They're taking around the top side. Silly has dropped it down, so he can be the lead blocker here and try to find some kills. Gunless, again, involved in the kill feed. Silly, though, can't snap onto the second. Teammate should be able to finish it up. Pristini is able to get it done. Got a drop drone for the moment as Ruiz able to make the stop on defense and shuts down this push for the moment.
Good play from Gunless there, not trying to force a play up towards that middle ice path. Throws the drone, accidentally steps on it.
Awkward.
It's taken out. Unfortunate there, and that's why you don't really see the drone taken up towards that top side blue so often. It's so hard to get up towards those close corridors. Makes the kills for the other team so easy, but regardless, Emery's over towards the back, tries to get this throw over top Cryo. The interception comes in, a huge play. Teams are so good at that now. Oh my god.
I love it. I love it. Those are the tougher ones, right? When it's coming at kind of an off angle over the top like that, but Gunless able to make the play. He's had a nice start at 7-3. Arcides on the other end will end up dropping. Drone in the hand of Enigma 6 as they're trying to bully their way through the front. General is able to win 1, but Gunless on the flank, man. Wraps in from behind with the E-Rad, stops the push.
Both teams holding strong at those sort of weird situations where it's like a scrappy scenario, 2 versus 2. One player does get that flank, ends up taking him out, but the drone's not working over towards that ship side that we're used to seeing, and that's why these scrappy situations continue to happen. RCD's moving this drone. Silly does pick up that kill behind him, though, so he might have a clean route over towards this drone point. One player waiting. Emery's at the point. The drone does fall down.
It's still there. It's still a dangerous spot. Cade thankfully able to get it off and then send Arcides to his grave.
Weird situation. Emery's holding strong again at blue. It seems like he's the guy that's going to be holding it down. Gunless doesn't pick up that kill. General just snaps onto that player. Silly gets taken out. So many trades happening. Arcides going to be the last one alive over towards ship. Gets taken out, and now E6 has control of drone and ship.
And now they're trying to push in. 2 players trying to slow them down for EUnited. Everybody getting cut down. Silly the last remaining. He gets drone off the map, but does end up dropping. There's one in the close corner here, actually. That's going to be Arcides playing kind of a sneaky spot, make sure they can't get forward, and has an E-Rad in his back pocket and laser beams General at the edge there of Dozer. For now, it's just a bloodbath at mid-map teeth, going back and forth until finally Enigma 6 gets all 4 down. EUnited now on their back foot. They're coming off a spawn. RC is already able to find one, and Proto tagged up, has to slow it down.
Good play using that wall run to stay alive as long as possible. Cade moving this drone up very quickly, gets caught on the wall just for a second there. Can't slide out and get that 1-point attempt off. Proto gonna be the last one alive over towards middle alley. He's cleaned out. So both teams just holding strong. I don't think either team's playing necessarily bad when it comes down to those tense scenarios where pressure's being put on with the drone. They clutch up, they hold strong, they get the kills.
And we've had a couple, sneaky little plays, but it's been Gunless, Arcides, Pristini as well, just kind of playing a close corner, shooting people in the back. It's something we praised D6 for doing actually against Optic Gaming in their series on Throwback, but this is another dunk for Gunless. And EUnited, they've got control. Him and Arcides have gotten points on the board. 20 seconds though remaining. Can they get any more points? It's going to be Gunless controlling research. Pristini wrapping back for drone. He's able to snag it. Trying to head around the outside. He still has Gunless working inside. Gunless has found 1 kill. Trying to lead the way forward. Gunless has found a 2nd kill. They may find points in the final 5 seconds. Gunless is still here. Does he have time to do it? Picks up 1 more. They've got the drone. It's up. It's picked off, I believe, from Enigma 6, so they get a nice pick there to close out the half. Make sure no more points go on the board for EUnited.
I don't know if I should highlight this as a mistake, but the reason EUnited got that dunk is we saw Proto off spawn go around blue over towards that left side ice path, and he took so long to try and get behind them over towards that middle tractor as the drone was moving. EUnited has numbers over towards ship, and it turns into easy dunks. So that's why those long flanks, if they take too long, if you don't catch those 2 players right away, they can get away from you. That's exactly what happens, and EUnited takes advantage.
Well, taking a look, we talked a little bit about, Gunless, maybe difficulties getting camo. He's well on his way there right now. It's a nice start at 14-8. But he's not, why do you think he's not as involved in the action maybe as his teammates? He is in the kill department, but look, he only has 8 deaths. Is it just winning gunfights? Is it the way he's playing curling through that first half? I was just surprised to see how few deaths he has compared to the rest of his team.
He's just staying alive so long, and it's because the drone was moving over towards that top blue side. He was usually the lead blocker with that E-Rad. I love the streak use here. Going to pin those players into that bottom building. There's just not really good gunfights they can take. The spawn kill coming in, they get the easy dunk, and this is something that Gunless specifically is so darn good at. It's like he's playing a pub at times. He gets those streaks at the best moment. Now he's going to pass it off to his teammate. He's already got the streaks. He's close to the camo. Going to give his teammate some streaks as well. Now they're going to take turns getting these spawn kills. This is where things get really bad really quickly. We talked about E6 being so good at Uplink, but they're getting slayed like this. It's not close.
This is terrifying. Arcides at 8 streak now finally drops. Wow, the first half was close. This second half has been just an absolute bloodbath for Enigma 6. EUnited been rolling over them. And yeah, so you had the streaks right for Gunless. When he calls those in to push him back, they're pushing literally into Arcides, just L-trigger there with his K-bar, and then he gets fully streaked out. That was not a good 60 seconds of gameplay for E6.
Just beautiful stuff, using those streaks to get those spawn kills and pinning them in to that backside. Allows your teammates to get streaks, just quality stuff. General trying to do his best to stay alive. Him and Cade seem to be the only ones picking up kills consistently for these guys in this series, but it's not enough. They're down 6, not much time to work with, and you got to note as well, EUnited has all these abilities, all these streaks in the back pocket that pick up 3 again. They get drone control. Gunless is starting to go in that mode where he doesn't miss.
And think about the other side,
how EUnited basically said, you know, if we slow down General, we slow down this team. This is, I mean, he's usually a lock for being positive, at least through most games. Do you think it's, you know, his role is sort of a slower AR he can be, and playing this fast, aggressive E-Rad type game on Frost? Is that part of the problem, or just sort of a team-wide effort right now as EUnited's rolling?
I think it's just team-wide. Gunless getting so darn aggressive. Another 3-piece for him. Going to start earning more streaks. Has the camo if he needs it, but he's not going to. Gets that dunk in, earning his streaks back-to-back again. Going to get closer to the Trinity Rocket, and I love it. He doesn't waste any time, calls it out. He knows the other team's going to overextend. He calls the bombardment to help out his teammate, picks up one. Still he gets the call out that his last player's behind him. Gets gunned, gets punched actually, but Gunless still alive over towards the middle. They're making this look real easy.
Gunless, 5 more in a row, drone in front. He's like, not for me right now, guys. He's hot. He's pushing forward, almost gets tagged up from behind, but Pristini able to clean up the kill. He's 100 off the Trinity Rocket, and he's got a couple here back towards mid-map. Just spotted one. Should have an easy kill in just a moment as he goes to hunt it down. There's the first, second. He's able to finish him off, but he did get another Trinity Rocket. What's it, 3 called in so far for EUnited? Likely going to be a 4th before these final 2 minutes are done.
We don't see it too often where teams use it to get the spawn kills, and I don't know why we don't see it more often. It's an easy way to get the players to make a bad play, because otherwise they're going to get blown up. They have to go to a position very quickly, get out of position. But now we see E6 trying to move this drone up very quickly over towards the middle of the map. The drone does fall, though. Proto going to be the last one alive, trying to do his best. He does pick up a couple, but he needs a lot more help.
Yeah, everybody right now negative for the side of Enigma 6. And on the other side of things, I mean, Gunless and Arcides have just been having a party on the side of Enigma 6's zone. This has been brutal. I mean, it's not maybe as one-sided as we saw earlier with Splyce EG, but honestly, the games 2 and 3 feel a little bit similar in the sense of the score lines.
Well, there's the classic camo. The slides around. Gunless puts it in. Probably picks up the kill as well. The snap. Yep. I like it. He's just hanging out right now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? Like, I wonder if there's even any comms for EUnited. I feel like they're just having fun, just roaming the map like they're playing a pub right now. As more drop at mid-map, the drone yet again pushed forward towards sub-bay. Gunless, snap on one, not able to finish the second. Teammates, though, over the top. And right now, this is your only game plan. If you're Enigma 6, grab the drone, attempt to sprint forward. Unfortunately, you're sprinting forward into the bullets of the opposition.
Looks like another streak was burned there. General decides to camo to try and get out of his base, but it doesn't matter. Gunless spawn kills him again with the Trinity. 32 and 15 for Gunless. 33 and 20 for Arcides. This game just got out of hand so quickly in that second half. And that's something EUnited is just so darn good at doing. When they get the advantage, it reminds me sort of how Optic played last year. When they got that lead, they snowballed it out of control so quick. And man, just spawn kills after spawn.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know like what percentage of spawns for Enigma 6 came into either streaks or gunfire, like, or the decision to wrap back or overextend, like just time and time again. 4 different times, right? We saw the Trinity Rocket get called in basically on spawn, and every time it seemed to happen, there was somebody set up that had the angle to pick up the kills. That was a fantastic effort by EUnited, and one of those efforts that shows you why they are a top 2 team in the world.
Definitely, and that's a momentum game if I've ever seen one. How demoralizing it is if you're on the side of E6 where you spawn in, and almost every single time on that second half, you have to decide, do I want to die by a bombardment on the overextend or a Trinity Rocket on the wrap back?
Yeah, too bad
it's not fun.
Too bad they didn't have like a multiple choice. They could choose, right?
It's not fun.
Instead of just looking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very, very tough for Enigma 6. They started out very, very well, but I know what we talked about early. It just feels like no matter what the series score is, Enigma 6 is going to, or sorry, EUnited is going to fight back. I'll tell you about the ease that start both of these. I'm surprised I haven't mixed that up more throughout today, but again, EUnited just showing, man, they are never out, and now they have advantage in this series, 2-1. And I remember when you were talking about the game 4, that's where you thought it was very heavily favored for EUnited, right, when going into retaliation?
Yeah, definitely. I thought that Uplink was going to be the only saving grace if E6 was going to extend this series out to that throwback map 5. I have to say, I think it's going to end here, especially after that one. You can see EUnited, I don't know if they eventually just warmed up or they got confident or exactly what sort of changed on that map for them, but man, they're confident, they're putting up the gestures, and they're having a good time.
Well, you talked about momentum, and I think you saw that there on the shot of E6. You know, as hyped as they were after the game 1, you take a look at them now, and it just looked like everyone's kind of defeated, irritated, whatever it is, arguing with each other a little bit, maybe what went wrong there, but there's nothing much to talk about. I mean, the way that second half went, it's like the opening 60 seconds, you felt like the game was over in that second side.
especially like you're just having to get yourself out of an impossible situation. So many score streaks, so many payload abilities. Like it's not even coming down to a lot of skill at that point. It's just so much. You know, it happened in the first half. That's where they really lost the game. You can't get frustrated on that second half. And if I was upset, honestly, it'd be in that search and destroy. They didn't play that one well at all.
What did you even earn? What did they have streak-wise going into the second half? Was it just gunless with like the Trinity, or did they have more than that? Didn't they earn pretty much all the streaks in the second half?
I believe they had 2 sets, but
did they? Okay.
It may have just been gunless, and then gunless had that sort of sequence that got arsenal.
Yeah, because I thought they just sort of, I mean, it seemed like second half was 4-2, and then 8-1, they just destroyed them. Gunless with an MVP performance there, 33 kills, above a 2-0 KD, and 6 scores to go with it. I mean, that's why we talk about him being a very short list of top players in the game. Absolutely phenomenal player, and he gets it done. And again, back to the point, they felt if they could slow General down, not have him let those games that he goes off, which is typically just about every game, that was a frustrating one. They didn't even allow him to get involved. Like, they didn't allow anyone to get involved over the course of that second half. That was punishing gameplay.
Yeah, it was very quality drone control on that first half as well. We're not used to seeing that drone move up towards that blue side, but they were perfectly okay with it. They just held the drone there, and it didn't allow E6 to get to that strong side of the map so easily. You had to worry about taking the drone all the way across the map over towards ship.
You saw what United then did on the other side, right? It seemed like every time we went to the drone, it was just kind of toss forward, over and over and over again towards that power position where they could find kills.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was never on that side of the map in the first half, right? You have stronger sides of the map in this game. Pretty much on any map, usually there's sort of a preferred side, non-preferred side. There, you handle business on the non-preferred. When you get to the stronger side, you absolutely just demolish them.
Yeah, quality gameplay overall. E6, just a very frustrating one for them in that. And just, I don't really know what they could have done. It was really as simple as not getting out slayed that heavily. Once the score streaks come into play, once you allow Gunless that freedom with that ERAD, you could see he just snaps, dominates, and stays alive.
The key, and we've talked about it a lot, but it's just the streaks. Like, we've seen teams win when you get out slayed. It happens, but teams don't usually win when you give up 4 to 5 sets of streaks. So that's where it just becomes very scary, and that's true for any of the respawns, really, on any map. I mean, Frost, what's funny, though, I think we've talked about the fact on this particular map that streaks aren't as good compared to some. Like, if you think about how much more open something like a throwback is, or retaliation, these different maps and how good score streaks can be. Frost, we don't usually see them use as much, but the fact that they were hitting them off spawn, like you were saying,
I think we need to see that more on Uplink.
Yeah.
Where you can catch that timing, you pull up your scoreboard, and you see that sort of skull go away from the other team. Perfect time to call it. On every single Uplink, you have that open spawn on the other team if you get that clean wipe, so you can really snowball it out of in your favor.
All right, well, it's Retaliation Hardpoint up next. We're in our second best of 5. We still have several to come today. If you're just tuning in, this will be followed by Envy versus Luminosity. The final match of the night will be FaZe versus Optic. So we'll have all 4 of our first round matches today. We've got 6 more matches tomorrow and our final 4 on Sunday, all fighting for $500,000. But for now, let's see if Enigma 6 can fight back here in the Hardpoint.
Going to need General and Cade to step it up like they have been in this entire series. But just it seems like all 4 players on the side of EUnited just too darn strong. Some nice shots, a good grenade from Proto to open up early. So they should be able to get some easy opening control. A lot of hardpoint time. When you get this first wave of kills, it's pretty easy to get a 25, 35-point lead here on Bridge.
General, man, it's just with a beam right now with the NV4 from distance, but right back at you. Gunless pulls out the NV4. We've seen teams start to pull out, 4 NV4s, a little bit more. Heck, we saw Formal pull out a sniper in week 4 off the break. All the fights happening at range, but I want to ask you, Teep, again, Gunless finds another at range. We saw Enigma 6 able to take that first hardpoint map. We thought that'd be a pretty big fight going into the first one. Why do you feel so confident about EUnited when it comes to hardpoint on Retaliation?
They can play at whatever pace they want to on this map. Scorch is naturally going to be faster. Those close quarter gunfights, they can really dictate the pace. And the reason I say it's going to favor them so heavily is they're so versatile. Honestly, Gunless can use whatever weapon he wants and be a top player with any of them. I don't think you can really say that about a lot of other players. If he has an NV4 or an ERAD, he's going to be probably putting up the similar stats.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Another player that comes to mind, we saw Krim swapping. It was one of the more impressive things, just swapping between weapons pretty much every map. There aren't that many people that do it, but it can be incredibly effective. Taking a look at the score line, all but a tie game right now as we're into lower street. Proto in a spot to come in from behind hasn't been able to connect with any shots there. Arcitys soars right at him. But the next set of rotations are the big ones, right? When we get out to Graveyard, get across the broken building. This is where we might see some real separation.
And this is exactly what I love to see from Arcity. You can see how long that number 7 on your minimap just stayed alive, allowed his teammates to get his spawns, and now he just needs to hold. They just need to stay alive at market. They're going to back up here in just a second. They don't really care about this hardpoint time. They're playing this map so well, and Arcity set that play up before they probably even knew.
It really did, and I was just about to say, look at the perfect spawns you have for United, but a couple players were able to sneak out the backside of Hotel. I don't know if it was a miscommunication for United or they needed one more person there to hold that down.
Why did Pristini go to get that scrap time? It was a bit of a mistake. Now Arcides gets flanked out. Pristini was the one that messed that entire play up.
It's like no one was watching that doorway. When you're coming out the backside of Hotel, two players just came out. I think one might have come from the other side on curb, but they both get in. They're able to push through. Can we go over to Ruiz real quick, just because he's picked up 4 kills in a row. I want to see how close he is this streak. So he's going to get pressure coming now. Everyone's going to fly at him. Can he find 2 kills is the question. One over the top, gets the first, can't find another, so the streaks will stop short there. EUnited, though, with an easy break here to get right back in control.
Yeah, that was a bit too easy. E6 did not hold strong at all. EUnited picks up the first couple of kills, makes the other team spawn out, and they get the easy break. That should have been an easy, 40, 50 seconds on the side of EUnited, or E6, sorry. There is some sort of hardpoint time going back in the favor of E6 now, which is good, but look at this rotation.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, you just lost 10 seconds there because you called out a Scarab, and I think Proto comes in and gets the kill, so you don't have gun up. You gave up the 10 points, which is a little bit awkward, but you're set up now for destroyed building. You're able to spawn right in and be ready to go with your team. And now it should be back-to-back solid hard points for EUnited if they can remain control. Can we go to Arcides real quick? I just want to see where he is on streaks. He, 4 in a row, 175 off. He sees the push coming in. 2 teammates have hit drop. Similar to what we saw on the other side. Let's see if he can go ahead and clutch up. No. he shot a little bit wild on the first player sliding across.
Now, tough situation for EUnited. E6 holding strong over towards the back. Some easy gunfights going in as the team shots go down over towards Bridge. And now I love to see the way the pressure up on the map. Emery's getting a little bit loud as he got that kill on Bridge. 12-6 for him. Quality start, and he's really the player that was been sort of lackluster in kills throughout this series. He's finally lighting up, and that's exactly what they're going to need if they're going to take this one and force a map 5.
They absolutely are. They're still in control of this game for a hardpoint. You said to me before the uplink you thought it was going to go to a game 5. Maybe the mind changed a little bit after how the uplink went, but you still see Enigma 6 fighting strong right now. Proto and Ruiz getting it done on the slang end. General, not maybe where you'd expect him to be on a map like this where you think he would dominate. He started out really well on Bridge, but now is right into the hotel hallway. EUnited starting to get back in control. Lock down some time.
Scrappy gunfights going down over to his top hallway side. E6 holding strong, though, in the kill category. General, the most important thing, yeah, he is a bit negative, but the rest of his team finally giving him some help. There's only so many kills that can happen in a given map, so doing a good job of trading. 20 seconds of scrap here at the rest of Hotel. Another 3 dead. Quality, pressure on both sides of Hotel. They're playing this absolutely perfect. Arcides does gun him, and now split spawn situations coming in. E6 chip away a lot of time here, though.
This is where you think EUnited want to close this out. Their best game mode at 75% win rate was Hardpoint. They were right up there. I mean, the only other team I could think that was much better was Optic at 100%. So EUnited has been very solid here in one of their better maps, but they're fighting from behind. Now trailing by 30. The lead has continued to grow for Enigma 6. But as we rotate out to our second set of rotations, Gunless is inside trying to play his life, wisely backing up as the nades come flying in. Going to swap spots with his teammate, checking towards Hotel. Not able to get eyes on anybody. Silly going to drop. Arcides down as well. Gunless, the lone man standing, but he's got to wait for his teammates to pop up and help him here, buddy.
It just seems like EUnited a bit weak on this bridge of getting pressure on that wall run side. Yeah, you can focus all day on the top street, but if you're not focusing on that jump up as well, going to cause you some problems. E6 doing a good job of winning those initial gunfights on that right side to get some of this time back. 15 seconds of scrap here. Looks like EUnited going to be able to win it pretty easily unless Proto picks up this double. Nope, gets traded out. So pretty even game so far. After this first hard point, General picks up 2, gets to scrap, and a bit of a quality lead.
And Gunless, I think, was another player that dropped just a kill or 2 off of picking up streaks. And this map, when you say if you had to pick a map most important for streaks, probably Hardpoint and Retaliation, it's got to be up there if it's coming down the stretch. And a couple have fallen just a little bit short. You saw Gunless trying to play his life really to pick those up. Not able to do it. Those shots were all over the planet.
Getting close to Camo too, so need to focus on Gunless as there's rotations follow up pretty soon. I believe Proto's the one using Camo on the side of E6. But the slang has been here on this map. Proto and Emery's, the two that have been sort of struggling, finally stepping it up. It's good to see both of them +7, locking down this top platform, which is so important for this lower street, winning huge gunfights.
You mentioned game one. They just need two guys to kind of step it up and help out General. And you got to think at some point General's going to erupt. He started to pick up some time in the hard point. Last time we highlighted him 0. He's now got it up to 45 seconds. But Proto and Ruiz are having absolutely brilliant games. You see Ruiz snapping right now, shutting down everybody, pushing through market, but finally he will drop. Proto, though, still set up inside, a one-on-one to pick up the time, and there he's able to gun Silly. That two-man team, man, Proto and Ruiz keep it going. They're going to lock up. That one-on-one probably got a good, 20 seconds or so?
Absolutely huge, and we have to note E6 was getting those closer spawns over towards market, so each kill that they were getting were so more important, but EUnited somehow picks up 2 again. Proto needs to pick up 1 and pop this camo if he has any chance of holding here. Does he decide to pop it? Nope. Things too out of hand too quickly. I'm glad he didn't pop it there. They have a quality lead. 30 seconds to scrap here. There's one player that spawns out on the other side of the map, which is Pristini. Not sure why he's...
I was almost... Well, the reason I was pointing, I was almost saying, like, why don't you just stay there?
He should have.
I mean, there was, 30 seconds left? Look at... So let's see when he actually gets to the hard point. So 15 seconds. So 15 seconds basically across the bridge. And now look...
all the way back.
Can we go to the number 1, which is Proto? You'll see Proto is basically hiding underneath.
Right.
This is where Pristini could have been, or maybe finding this kill if he didn't push across bridge. What do you think his thought process was there? Get back, group up, and retake?
Bonehead plays from Pristini in this one, to be quite honest. Proto does have this camo. Does pick up the player.
He gets the whole way back, by the way.
Yeah.
So even though he ran the whole way there, it took 15 seconds to run there, 15 seconds to run back.
Just a huge mistake, though. He could have been in a better position and ready for a gunfight. Most importantly, Silly going to be the last one alive for EUnited now, as he is in this 1v1. He does win it, but is going to get traded out. So Pristini, 2 plays, honestly. We saw it at Cathedral, and we just saw it there. We can see it on the minimap. It's like, hey, wait, where are you going? Stop it, go back. He doesn't do it, gets caught out, and now E6 breaks again. Pristini making bad plays.
Well, Gunless trying to pick up the slack, though, with the camo. Unfortunately, the only person there is your teammate, so he camos into a cleared building. Some kills were going down, though, on the other side, but it does not end up mattering. So 15 seconds left here. EUnited will be able to bring this a little bit closer. Ruiz has dropped his Centurion in the hotel hallway. We'll have to see what kind of effect that has on this next hard point.
Need to start making some better decisions if EUnited is going to take this hard point. I really thought they were going to take this one easily. E6 fighting so strong, though. Have a 30-ish point lead going into hotel hallway. They did a good job of winning it on the first time around, but I don't expect that to be the same this time. It seems like the slang from EUnited is back. Arcees picks up 3. I don't know how he's able to do it with that with an NV4. Huge gunfight wins.
Yeah, especially in hotel hallway, right? Unless he gets set up on one of the opposite blocks, but you can see he's doing it here from the mid. Finally cut down. Cade with a 2-piece. Pristini trying to answer back. The FTL jump would get the better of him, but doesn't have enough bullets. Finally able to win it. Cade starting to streak at the most opportune time. 3 in a row. 4th out to his right. The timing he just got there. No. Oh, God. Oh. That was going up against a reactive armor. A bit of an awkward gunfight, but man, what a streak there from Cade.
Lining up at the perfect time. Gunless answering back, though. Picks up 1 in the hill. Gets a second with his gun. Should be able to almost tie up this score. General has something to say about it, though. Reactive armor at the ready. Scrap time going into EUnited's favor. And we've seen this so many times on this map going towards this bridge. I don't think there's too many streaks at the ready. The win difference maker should be General's reactive here.
Well, in game 1, Enigma 6 was able to win the clutch moments and get the victory. Now we're going to bridge. Basically a tie game. General cut down by Pristini, but Cade, his buddy, there to pick it up. Inside is E6. Now we've got a Scarabout, just looking to back up Silly, able to get a little bit of information there. It'll be Cade inside. You see the X-ray, everybody flying forward. General pops the reactive armor now. 1, 2, not able to win it. Gunless gets the better of him. Cade, though, again, trading it out. They only need 20 more points here, and E6 is pushing to game 5, baby.
Looks like they're going to do it. 25 seconds left in this hard point. They only need about 12. They're able to win the first. EUnited stacking up towards this streak. There's only 1 player alive. Gunless, can he do it by himself? No, he's taken out. That's going to be the game. 250 to 205. We're going to map 5. I can't believe it. My prediction completely wrong.
Answer me this, buddy. If I had told you on retaliation that Enigma 6 was going to beat EUnited and General would have the least kills on his team,
nope,
you would have told me I was out of my goddamn mind. But they get it done, man. Cade, Ruiz, Proto, all going big, man. The other 3 stepping it up large for the squad. And now we've got a game 5. Now this is what's interesting. So you heard Proofy. He said if this goes to a Game 5, we were looking at the stats throughout the course of the weeks, and Enigma 6 statistically for their week was one of the better throwback teams. They went 2-0. EUnited went 0-2. So when you're looking through breakdowns, it says they're the worst. EUnited, though, historically over the course of the year, I asked Aix, he's like, they are insane. They are very, very, very good. I think we're in for a treat.
I feel like this one's going to go deep into this search and destroy. The one thing I've seen from EUnited lately on Throwback is they haven't really played that same aggressive style. Going back to when they won against Optic in Atlanta, you remember that last map Throwback where they just ran. They just went. So much confidence. I don't think we've really seen that since that moment, and especially losing a hard point like that. And man, I really don't like pointing out individual players. Pristini single-handedly cost them, I would say, around 50, 60 seconds that alone.
Depending on how the play goes, if he gets set up.
But still, like he didn't focus on the spawns. He didn't focus on helping Arshades most importantly, and that's really what you need to focus on rotations.
Tell you what, for those of you watching at home, it's Game 5 time for the $500,000 playoff. Tweet the stream. We'll be right back after this quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, welcome back. It is time for our first Game 5 of the weekend. Who's going to be moving on to play Splyce? Who's going to be taking a trip to the losers bracket to take on Evil Geniuses? We'll know in about 10 minutes.
I'm so pumped for this map 5. The series just kind of going backwards. I really thought EUnited going to take care of these hard points fairly easily. Completely opposite happens. E6 holding strong. The slang was there. They finally got that full support on that retaliation. It's cool to see momentum, though, in their favor going into Throwback.
Yeah, and like not to like knock E6 at any point. I mean, we come into the series, and the fact of the matter was, EUnited's heavy favorite. There's no way around that whatsoever. I mean, they play the top teams tougher than anyone, but right now at risk of being shocked. I mean, this would blow, I think, everybody's mind. I mean, anyone I talked to amongst the talent, analysis, whoever, we were speaking, everyone. Okay, Ben, I see you looking over here. Analysis is also talent. Ben, you're a very smart man. But anyone we spoke to was just like, this is maybe not going to be as lopsided as the first series, but it should be a blowout for United. And it has been all but that. God, man. Are you excited for Game 5?
I feel like this is going to be extremely good. The one thing we have to note, though, E6 did not play that Crusher well at all. There are so many situations where they did steps 1 and 2 right, and when it came to just doing the simple things, setting up close and picking up kills, they just kind of made some silly mistakes, threw those rounds away, and got out of hand too.
Well, are you okay? So we talked about EUnited, how sometimes it just seems like they don't care. They just come back in situations they should not. Were you impressed by? So when we shot the shot of Enigma 6 after they lost the uplink, they look. I mean, to be fair, they got demoralized. They look completely defeated. Like there was no team chatter, and then you come back and win a map like that.
That's huge.
How? I mean, I know there were some plays we talked about Bristini, but like overall, that was beautiful from E6, man.
Quality gameplay. Ruiz, honestly, how many 2Ps did he get on rotation specifically to really open up the door? I think that one he got over towards Market Cathedral side that got them, single-handedly 45 seconds.
Yeah, and then he had that crazy, 3-piece where he FTL'd, killed one, got into that close corner, and got a lucky sort of timing.
Oh, yeah, I think that was
the reactive armor guy.
Cade, though.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Was it Cade? Yeah. So, but it was a lot of the guys coming up clutch that sometimes don't. They're making big plays. And remember, the game could have been a blowout early if it wasn't for Proto and Cade. Was Proto Ruiz going off really big early.
Right.
I think they were both 18-11, something like that, as everyone else was slacking behind. That was a crazy game.
Especially, how much confidence does that instill in General? Usually he's the one that has to carry the load on his back. I feel like going into this one, General might have a crazy game here.
Okay, well, here we go. On one side, you got Mr. Always Earns Camo and Gunless. But they have eyes on him. RCD's typically going to pull out the sniper. We saw Bristini doing it on Crusher. But who is it going to be here? It's going to be, it is going to be Bristini. So, okay, so we've seen RCDs do it here as well. Bristini and Proto are going to be the snipers now. We're going to go with Proto off the break and see what he's able to do on offense now for Enigma 6.
Proto's been nasty with the sniper. He hit so many crazy shots in week 4 of his group. Ooh, spots that player over towards that top wall run. Not able to catch him, though. The snap did go down.
I wouldn't be able to react to that quickly.
Not at all. Gunless getting a pretty aggressive over towards train tracks. Picks up one and decides to go on the wide flank. No, decides to juke back, and I love the play there. He jukes out the kill cam, so he knows the teammate's going to call out that flank. RC's hops over, gets the second blood there. Huge plays.
It's now going to be on Proto and General to try and clutch up. General's already found one kill. Proto should have a kill in window. A little bit of an awkward angle there as he comes across. But you do have a man with Bristini still with just a sniper, so you have a chance to clutch up in this situation. General and Proto, now it's just Bristini. He has the pistol, turned into 1v1, 14 seconds left, and he will drop. That was what, it was 2v4, 2v3 that they're able to clutch up?
Oh, I thought EUnited was going to take that round easy.
No, it was 2v4, right?
2v4, yeah, exactly. Proto able to pick up that first kill on a Gunless in that top window with the pistol, and that was the game changer there. Then everything sort of falls apart on the side of EUnited, and the fact that Proto able to get that sort of lucky timing in that top green area, so clutch.
And that's why we talk about the fact that snipers are liabilities. If you don't get kills early with them, absolutely a liability. You saw there, Bristini, if he had a different gun in hand, he's probably able to win that, or it doesn't even get to that situation because he's able to help out a little bit more. Now, though, hit marker over the top on one of the Enigma 6 players, tries to back him down. Unfortunately, picks the wrong side with the grenade, so can't finish it. RCs will be dead any moment.
Cheeky spot there from Emery's, catches the player in the back, and now 2-man advantage for E6 as they go on this retake. Silly and Gunless going to be the last ones alive. One player pinned in this corner should get taken out, and there it is. Easy round. Easy round.
E6, and they look sloppy in the game 2 Crusher. Nothing like that now in game 5. What a win this would be. And this just, in a way, just flips the bracket on its head for most.
That, man, if EUnited gets slotted into the loser bracket early, they could just, I don't know, I don't want to say cruise, but definitely make things interesting down there.
When we all talked kind of our top 3s, I think we basically, for the most part, it was Optic, EUnited. I think LG might have been the most consistent that we heard. Yeah. FaZe obviously in that as well. But everyone pretty much had them finishing somewhere in that top 3. It would be a very difficult route if they lose here. On with Proto again. He's looking up top. Not able to find the kill yet. They were able to clutch up a 2v4 last time on offense. What sort of magic do they muster here in round 3?
Yeah, kind of interesting. They have the bomb in General's hands right now. He's playing alone over towards blue, and now that's going to drop. So I'm not sure if they're going to notice that it's actually dropped there. Proceeding with a nice, confident gunfight, though. Gets the first blood. We're used to seeing it so many times from him. Emery's getting confident up towards Lemon. Gives his position away, gets caught out. Man, didn't have any help there.
What's a 2v4 when you're Cade and Proto?
Yeah, true. They did it the first
well,
round.
Proto was involved, but let's see. Proto still has yet to die. Cade has found a gun as well. They've synced up. There's 40 seconds to go on the clock. And you're not really grouped up necessarily if you're EUnited, but you're in position that you should be able to trade these kills effectively. And it's just going to be a time on the clock type issue at this point. You've got 30 seconds. You have to get the bomb down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're even going to try and go for the plant. Proto does spot that flare over towards sidewalk. Gets caught out from middle, though. Cade stuck in the 1v4. Does pick up one, so a bit of a saving grace there for him. EUnited cleans out, and I just don't understand why. It's okay for General to be playing blue by himself. Why does he have the bomb? That doesn't make any sort of sense. Is that just a mistake early in the round? Do they not adapt to that sort of situation? It makes the round so much more difficult for your teammates.
Well, I mean, this could very easily, though, be a 2-1 advantage for EUnited if round one goes a little bit differently.
Very true.
E6 still holding on. I don't think we're going to see EUnited throw another 4v2 situation, but now it's going to be offense. An aggressive hit out towards the B site looks to be the play from EUnited, but it's General. He got first blooded last time on the opposite side. This time he's able to pick it up on Gunless, and that's a big kill early in rounds, and you're able to take out the camo player. Gunless has had a bit of a slow start, right? He's got a ways to go, only 1-3, has a plant to his name. That's a huge first pick for General.
Definitely, especially it slows their push over towards that top side of the map. Arceus a bit open here. He is going to have this Scarab. Does it go by and not see him? So he might be able to catch some timing here. No, General was at the ready, wins that gunfight. Now gives them a 2-man advantage, 2 versus 4 now. Sort of similar situation as his last round. Silly and Pristini stuck in this one.
Silly and Brasini pushing up into courtyard. I want to hop to General real quick. General number 4, he's working on the ace. Should come up behind a couple here. His teammate's actually able to clean him up. He had 2. I thought he might be able to pick up the ace, but they push on through, and the round is able to go to EUnited. Or sorry, E6.
Yeah, this is the confidence we didn't see in that map too. General just getting so aggressive. I thought that sort of Scarab timing was going to pay off for Arceus, but General just at the ready. Gets that gunfight. Such a quick reaction there. Doesn't miss any shots. Just melts those first 2 players.
Proto now has put the sniper away for the time being. I think they have on both sides of it. 3-1 advantage for Enigma 6. Cade at mid-map going to get cut down. Brastini finds the first blood with the MV4 over the top. 3v4 situation. What are you seeing, Teep?
Sure, Proto's going to be able to get that gunfight. General answers back, though, so makes it a pretty favorable situation. They do have the bomb down. EUnited going to have to spread out and try and pick up these kills, and time going to be in E6's favor the more this goes on. Proto with a nice play. He put away the sniper, has this K-bar. Some trades going down. I think General picks up the last 2, if I read that kill feed right. And just an easy round. This is exactly what I wanted to see from the map number 2 from them. They're making these changes. Emery's does pick up the last one out of the trade over towards Proto. And I like Proto putting away that sniper. He knows he wasn't really getting too much off of it early in the rounds. He gets that K-bar, picks up an easy kill. Just straightforward round.
Well, we've seen some crazy comebacks for EUnited. We've talked about it many, many times. Now they need to pull off one of those. Down 4-1. Gunless not even halfway to his camo. The bomb plant will likely get him there. General playing the lone man on that B side. Proto going to be the first in towards the bomb defensively. And look how close he is to picking up his camo. One here at the edge. Did he see a foot? I think he did. He saw a foot, able to tag him up. Hasn't finished it yet. Gunless able to get the plant. Should be taken out. He is cleaned up finally. A little bit more towards that camo for Proto.
Tough situation now. Proto stuck very quickly in this 1 versus 3. Some nice shots. They line up.
He has camo.
He has camo at the ready as well. 30 seconds left now. He finds the player, picks him up. The 3-piece from Proto and the defuse. Oh my God.
Proto, you beast. He came into this weekend with a 1-2 in search and destroy. He carried the load in that game mode during their week of stage 1, and holy hell, that was a beauty.
Oh man, a bit fortunate on those first 2 players. Didn't burn the camo either.
Nice, screw you.
Yeah, he's gonna have that at the ready. Oh my God, what a play. I didn't think they had any chance in hell to get that one, but fortunate, able to get those nice shots onto those first 2 players. Gets back to the bomb site for the cover. Oh man, close to streaks now as well. 175 away from the Trinity and has the camo.
Enigma 6 looking to shock the world in round 1. Like you said, Proto here with Camo. Is he going to pop this and try to get aggressive, maybe hold on to it for now as they are wrapping back? The bomb has been planted. They're in a 4v4 scenario. First blood, though, is going to go the way of Pristini as he opened things up. EUnited has such a fight here to battle back.
It's a lot of information from this guy. Needs to blow it up and be ready with the gun, but no, he's taken out. 2 versus 3 now situation. Emery's in a pretty good spot, though. He's going to try and spot out this bomb, give information to his teammate. He gets gunned, though. No, this one you have to win. They instantly hop the bomb. The FTL Cage gets the kill, but RC trades. And, man, I like the play there. He could have caught that timing. Luckily, for the side of EUnited, RC was there to get the trade. That was quick.
Oh, we got the whole analysis desk is on their feet right now, except for Merc. I'm looking at you. This is insane. I thought there was a glimmer. I was like, if he can just get that FTL forward, pick up the kill, but he would have had a second to go ahead and gun. EUnited still holding strong. Well, more like holding on by a thread.
Yeah, barely. Barely. Almost another sick clutch, the 1 versus 3. Almost back-to-back to close it out. EUnited now trying to do their best to fight back to get this comeback to stay alive in the winner bracket. Proto getting aggressive over towards this bottom site again. This A site has really been nice to him. Pristini does find this first player. He's been so good at getting these first bloods. Does he get another? Yes, he does. So damn good at it. 7 and 6. At least half those are first bloods.
Oh my God! It's like, do you ever feel like EUnited's going to go away? Well, how many 5-1 comebacks are there? You probably count them on one hand.
Yeah, for sure. Proto now getting caught out at the sidewalk. Teams are just not very good at watching these sidewalks on either side. I don't really know why. RC's on a bit of a streak now. K does get 1, so they have a fighting chance here. 1 versus 3 scenario. Almost able to get it in that last one. Putting another. Oh, some bad shots. Not able to pick up that first player. Okay, that wasn't good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was going to win that regardless, but yeah. Maybe she got a kill there in the top window. But round by round, EUnited fight back. They've done it all year. Can they do it again here in round 1? And on the other side, Enigma 6 looking for that final round to pull off one of the better upsets we've seen in quite some time.
Man, EUnited can do this. They're getting close to some streaks, I'm pretty sure. Arcides has that Centurion at the ready. And when is Proto going to decide to pop that camo? 175 away from streaks. Arcides can sort of single-handedly bring his team back in this one. And E6, though, not wasting any time getting this bomb down. I like the play from them. A retake attempt again. E6 should have the advantage. A wide flank coming in from General. The camo's finally popped from Proto. The first blood lined up for him. Does pick up the first. 2 more players get traded.
But the trade does go the way of E6 still. His gunless is going to drop, so no camo for him yet. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Cade, and Emery's Cade shots over the top, not able to finish it from range. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. They have to hunt him down at back boss. They have to make plays here. They've tagged him up, trying to back up, able to win it, hops out the map, and able to get back in. There it is. Enigma 6 shocked the world with a round 1 upset over EUnited.
Wow. That's huge. I can't believe it.
And it's like, all right, I understand it. These are the top 8 teams in the world. But you're looking at, number 2, basically going up a team where you would think kind of 7-8 coming into this. Like, this is wow. What a performance there. What's the biggest thing for you that stood out? Is it the other players kind of rallying around General here and having such a big series?
I really think it is. They finally got that full support. We've seen all the teams that struggle here in Stage 1 in the Pro League. They don't get that group performance. Finally, we see E6 get a huge win versus a top opponent. We saw them play Optic pretty close in the group. Now they play against EUnited. They get this first win. They're going to match up against Splyce later on tomorrow. That's huge momentum.
If you're Splyce, you're like, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
guess,
happy with that.
I guess we'll take that with how EUnited's been playing, but God, what a performance from Enigma 6. I gotta hear from my man Proto.
All right, guys. All right, we're getting Proto all set up here. Proto, first of all, massive congratulations. How's the team feeling right now?
We're feeling good. We're like arch enemies with EUnited, I guess you could say. We're good friends with them, but we like playing each other, and this was to tie it up because, actually, no. We beat them once, and they beat us once, and this is, now we won, so.
Taking the lead, and it's looking good. Now, early on, it was looking pretty dire for you. You had a pretty strong start in the Hardpoint, and then Crusher, Search, and Destroy came around. You guys were getting constant first bloods and then falling apart. What went wrong in game number 2?
I feel like, because I'm one of the more strong S&D players on the team, I couldn't get anything going for us, and
since I wasn't doing anything, it kind of costed us, to be honest.
And then we saw the Uplink. This was your strength throughout all of group play. Game 3 didn't go your way, but you were able to bounce back in the Hardpoint. What did you guys talk about going into that game number 4?
We just need to have a good start off and play our own game. We couldn't play their game, and we had to beat them on rotation, and that's exactly what we did.
$500,000 up for grabs this weekend. You guys are now one step closer to that first place, which is $200,000. How does it feel right now knowing that you'll be playing Splyce in the second round?
It feels good. Can't underestimate them. They're a really good team. Last time we played them, they 3-0'd us. But like I said, we got to play our game, and I think we'll be fine.
We got a lot of people watching this weekend. Anything you want to say to the fans out there? Anything that they should know about your team?
Thanks for supporting us, and just look out for us.
Look out for Enigma 6. That's Proto. For now, though, let's send it back to Benson at the desk.
Thank you very much, Puckett. A fantastic result there for Enigma 6. You can call it an upset, essentially, but I want to point out
it's an upset.
I already know what you're going to say. Bold prediction winner right here.
Go.
I called it. Let's go.
You even called map number 1 as well. You said E6 was going to win map number 1, and then it was going to go all the way to game 5, and E6 was going to close it out. So.
Exactly. Might not have won the past 3 years, but I won this prediction, baby. Let's go.
Hey, man, take it, take it. It was a 3-2 victory, of course, that to Enigma 6. A fantastic series with epic moments, some kind of interesting moments as well, some fails coming through, a little bit of everything, but we'll recap the whole series. We'll start, of course, at map number 1. It was the Hardpoint Scorch. It was 250 to 219. It goes Enigma 6's way. Something to note, though, General getting streaks on Drill. I feel like General really was a story proof all throughout that map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, first rotation, once General was able to get heated up on Drill Hill, I think it carried that to his entire team. The momentum was there, and they weren't really able to get slowed down. He got streaks off of it, and that's what you expect from General. He's a beast. You want him to be at the top of his game for your team to win, and he was doing that for his team.
Yeah,
so good job, General.
Yeah, General's always on top as well. Always leads in slaying, not just for his team, but pretty much the entire league as well. Fantastic, but M. Ruiz stepped up to the plate as well. Not only General get those streaks, M. Ruiz helped out quite a bit. And the double streaks both being used on that bridge hill was pretty big. Again, you only win a game by 30 points. 2 guys get streaks. That pretty much can decide it right there. But again, E6's problem in response has just been inconsistencies. And when you have your whole team stepping up to the plate at certain times, it's going to be great.
And that was exactly what you were mentioning, Merc, as well. It was that E6 needed a little bit of help in making sure that they were all slaying evenly, and that's kind of what they got.
Well, what we talked about, I mean, all year long, we've talked about Proto in general and how sort of consistent they can be, how they can slay. But we looked at M. Ruiz or Cade. Can one of them step up? In game number 1, it was M. Ruiz. He has a 1.26 KD. He did great. And we sort of talked about EUnited. They can sometimes come out slow. Sometimes it takes them a little bit of time to get into the swing of things. And you know, that's what we talked about, where E6 should definitely take this towards Hardpoint.
Well, E6, they come out strong. They go 1-0 up in the series. It takes us over to the S&D on Crusher. It was a 6-2 victory for EUnited. They came out and absolutely dominated. Chance, I want to get your opinion on this one. We had that stat. It was 80% first bloods for E6 on this map, but they just don't seem to win the rounds, obviously. I mean, why? Why, in your opinion, is that?
Sometimes it's weird stuff. Sometimes they just make bad calls. I mean, you look at that round number 1. General picks up that first blood at B. The entire team rotates over. They get the bomb down. They're in that 2v2, and then I think it was M. Ruiz just kind of flies off the map and doesn't finish a gunfight. So you have weird situations like that. Then you go down the line to a later round. They get the bomb down. It's a 4v4, and they just all 4 decide to hit Rock from the outside. So they get the bomb down, but they challenge, and then they lose their gunfight. So sometimes they make play calls that just don't work out, and then sometimes weird things just happen.
Could potentially just be a bit of a pacing issue. Maybe they try and get that resolved. Something to note as well, Proof was Silly.
Silly was going off. I think he was 9-1 or something like that at one point. So, I mean, with him going off like that, it's hard to beat a team that has a player doing that.
Yeah.
So that was the only point I really had to say. I mean, Mike jumped off the map one time. I think that's with the nerves. On the Scorch Hardpoint, he also was trying to get to the back at one point, try to hide, end up getting shot in the back. So just calm down a little bit, Mike. Enjoy yourself out here. You'll be good, baby. You'll be good.
It was a confusing S&D, though, Merc. It was
really confusing.
Players falling off the map. I think the strangest thing was Prestini. 0-3. You know, he has a player directly in front of him, and did he see him? What was it? Was it maybe just next level thinking?
I don't know if he saw him, but I think it might have been next level thinking. I think his teammates called out that they are at that bomb site, so he's thinking, I'm going to leave this guy here. No, he's there. go behind the guys that planted the bomb, shoot them. It was just a little bit too much. If he gets that kill, it's a 4v3
Maybe he's
situation.
a workaholic. He enjoys the challenge. You didn't want to shoot him in the back.
Yeah, I'm guessing he just didn't see him at all.
Potentially.
I don't know how, but yeah.
Neither do I, because
it happened.
Literally right in front of him. Does it happen? Does that happen to you?
No.
No, he's dead. That guy's gone.
Okay,
He had a shield. His shield was there.
Put the stat sheet for the death.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
gone.
tied up 1-1, of course, after EUnited take map number 2. We then head over to the uplink, and, you know, heading in, Merc, specifically, we said, you know, Enigma 6, our uplink's so good. We saw it in groups, but it didn't really go well for them in map number 3.
Well, this is the one sort of map that they struggled on. This is the map they lost versus Optic in that last match of their group. But early on, you just saw E6. They responded because EUnited, they came out hot, got a dunk, and the game was close throughout. And there was something I wanted to touch on was EUnited, they're attacking, when they were attacking this blue side, they kept pushing it through blue, and that's not something we see all the time. We typically see that drone move through the ship area. There's so many options. You can go ice, you can go left, you can hit easy ones. Instead, they were trying to force it. I don't know if they were trying something different, but just a lot of bad decisions.
Of course, Gunless, who was a little missing in map number 1 proof, when it came to this one, oh boy, was he getting some highlights.
Yeah, I mean, he started off on the first side. He got a nasty 2-piece. He kills one by ship, and then he kills another guy off of the heady, and they're able to go ahead and get a dunk off of that. So he never slowed down really from there, and he continued with that pace. So Gunless, good job getting your team involved and doing big things out there.
Yeah, and more importantly, he earns his streaks, and he immediately tail spins that into RC's getting a dunk. Then RC's picked up like a kill or two, and then they gave RC's another dunk. Gunless picks it up, and he passes it to his teammates. So he gets the streaks, opens it up for his teammates, and gets RCD streaks as well. And then, of course, as soon as that happens, the game is just blown over.
And I am really surprised that wasn't the closest game modes out of all of them. I thought the Frost was going to be just neck and neck, just crazy plays happening, but EUnited able to step up and beat E6 in their best game mode, in my opinion.
Yeah, and at this point in the series, this is what we're talking about. EUnited, they win the next 2 games. Again, sometimes they just have slow starts to series. They're a team that takes a little bit to sort of get them in the zone. Even a loss, we've seen them get a loser's bracket, come back to the final. So it's just similar to EG, where sometimes they're just not in it. But we thought at this point, you heard them laughing on stage, having fun. We all thought the series was over.
It was all good vibes going into map number 4. Didn't end good vibes, though, for EUnited. 6, they take the victory. It was 250 to 205. And again, to your point that you made earlier on, for Enigma 6, everybody was slaying, but General, actually on the bottom in terms of the slaying category, you don't really see that.
When is the last time we probably would have said General had the least amount of kills on his team for a win? Probably.
Never have I ever.
Yeah. and if you're General, this makes you feel good, because I think when you're a star player at some times, you feel so much pressure that if you don't perform, you don't win.
Right.
And they're able to get this W, that sort of relaxes him.
Yeah, that must have made him feel good.
Right, lets him know that, you know what, we can do this no matter what. We are a team.
And one thing to note about E6's kind of play style, I guess, chances, they're very, very good at getting leads. Throughout the group stages, you kind of saw them maybe throw away those leads, but we didn't see that here today.
Yeah, there's a couple times where against Optic, the best slaying team in the game, they got like a 100-point lead in breakout, and then they threw that away, couldn't clutch up, couldn't close the game out. And same thing on Scorch. They get the lead, and then Optic comes back and beats them like 250 to 247 and just made those last-second clutch plays. And then here, they get the lead in the Hardpoint. Both times they're able to close out in moments where they've collapsed in the past.
Of course, you speak about clutch plays. There was one play
Cade,
that stood out to you.
Cade and Hall staying alive for at least 15 to 20 seconds, taking out 2 people, as well as a third person who was the kinetic player.
Yeah.
I don't think he was able to do anything with the kinetic, because the only person he got into a gunfight with was Cade, and he took him out.
Right.
So huge ups to him. He made some great plays for his team on that.
And that was huge, because not only did they waste reactive, Gunless used camo, and yeah, they broke the hill, but he didn't use it effectively. If he's able to hold on to that hall or bridge, you know, maybe that comeback does happen, because it was very close to happening. But General, he has reactive. He uses it well, allows them to secure that bridge hill, and allows E6 to take this to a game 5.
Yep.
And one more thing I wanted to talk about was Pristini's fails. Like, he had 2 points where he should have rotated, and he didn't rotate it, which costed his team spawns and allowed the EUnited squad to rack up those, or the E6 squad to rack up those points. So if he actually plays the game correctly and not get too involved in trying to get kills or trying to get himself going, they win that, in my opinion.
Well, we go to that game 5, like Merc said. And at this point, Proof, you had a big old smile on your face. You kind of knew it was going to come. E6.
First prediction. Under the belt, baby. Let's go.
Good job. Good job. I'm proud of you. 6-3, the victory for Enigma 6. And I think the big problem was silly. He wasn't there in game 5. And why do you think that was?
I don't know. I think Throwback is E6's best map, so I knew going into that they were like, we're going to do this, we're going to make it happen. But, you know, he didn't do too well, like 9-1 stats. He was maybe 0-9 almost at one point, or like 1-9 at one point. So if he turns that around completely, they win that.
Very true. It's also interesting to note the way the entire Search and Destroy kicked off, Chance. It was a 2v4 clutch for Enigma 6. And at that point, do you think that was kind of the catalyst to them winning Game 5?
Well, I think it definitely shows kind of the flaws and problems that EUnited was having. So the bomb gets planted over by A, and even with just 2 people alive, E6 is able to hold out for the rest of the game. E6 continuously. They go back and plant A every single time, and EUnited never did anything to adjust for that. They kept letting the bomb get planted, and they kept trying to retake, and they were never successful.
And to kind of touch on that point, Merc, that was the first thing you said was EUnited, no retakes. It was just very, very poor.
Right away, we saw it again. They almost lost this 1v3. It just seemed like they weren't playing around the bomb, and they weren't getting on it. They weren't forcing E6 to sort of check that bomb site. E6, they were just playing in sort of that bowling area, not checking bomb. I mean, there was a number of times I was like, you can just get on this and defuse. They were pushing towards them, which didn't make much sense to me. Have E6 come out, check that bomb.
Now, just a little bit maybe bigger picture here, because we know, you know, Enigma 6, they're going to be going up against Splyce. I mean, is that a winnable game for Enigma 6 in your opinion, Chance, or is Splyce maybe a little too strong?
Definitely a winnable game. If you can take down EUnited, if you can go toe-to-toe against your Optic Gaming, it's definitely feasible. So E6, you could definitely make an argument they got gifted on the side of the bracket that they got put on. But yeah.
I feel like Merc may disagree with that.
I'm European this week. I'm all for it.
Well, 2 things I do want to note about both teams is we don't play European teams as much, so their playstyle will be different. But E6 also has a playstyle that is very different to American players. They really can't figure out how they play as a team too sometimes. So I'm really interested to see how that series goes.
Definitely excited for the bracket to start to develop. Of course, that game is going to be tomorrow. But the one event that we're always excited for is going to be the Call of Duty World Championship. Of course, tickets still on sale now. August 9th to the 13th. We're going to Orlando.
Get your tickets, baby.
West.
Get them tickets, baby.
I'm excited. I feel like Orlando is going to be a great event right there, Mo.
It's going to be hot. but we're going to be inside the Amway Center.
Who's going to Disney World?
We're going inside the Amway Center. It's going to be an awesome event. Obviously, the first East Coast COD champs. I'm excited to see how many people show up. It's going to be the best event of the year. Get those tickets.
I'm so excited. But before we obviously, get to champs, we have, stage 1 playoffs, what we're doing this weekend. Then we have the whole other stage 2 to go as well. So plenty of Call of Duty action. Anaheim's in there.
Slow down, Ben.
I know, I'm getting ahead of myself. But we are now, of course, halfway through day 1 here at the Call of Duty Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs presented by the PlayStation 4. So far for Splyce and Enigma 6, they booked their ticket into the winners bracket semifinals. Still to come today, however, Optic Gaming take on FaZe Clan, and up next, Team Envious battle it out with Luminosity. Boys in blue, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Prime Time. We are here at the Stage 1 $500,000 playoff. And coming up next, it is two of North America's best. First, make some noise for the boys in blue, Team Envious. And on the opposite side of the stage, it is Luminosity Gaming. The last time these two teams played, it went all the way to a Game 5 at CWL Dallas. Who is going to take it here and move on in the winner's bracket? We'll find out coming up next.
We have the best Call of Duty teams from around the world competing.
The energy is going to be insane, all setting the stage for what's going to be a lot of major Call of Duty.
And now it's the time for the big boys, right? The top 8 teams battling for that $500,000.
There we have it. We have our 8 teams to the playoffs. Absolutely crazy. The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
A one-man army right there.
Sometimes it seems like people forget about him.
Burn and burn with the slide, beginning to heat up for his team.
The nasty two-piece is going to lock this.
You're so cocky, but he's able to win.
Juke and all of Optic Gaming will put the point in and get the kill.
He's going to put it in for a 3-point play. Going for the 8.
But guess what? I'm still here. Give me 9. 4 streak.
This is the opening they needed.
Oh my God!
And this is it, Jack.
It's MLG Prime Time here at the Stage 1 playoffs. Up next on the main stage, Team Envious going up against Luminosity Gaming. When we saw the schedule, Merc, you were the first one to say this is the best game of the day. How excited are you for this one?
I'm very excited. I think these two teams have a lot to prove because they've both been on sort of the cusp, right? This year it's been EUnited and Optic Gaming all year long. The two teams sort of behind them, these two. So we're excited to see, how this pans out in their first round.
This is definitely going to be an interesting one. I know there's a couple of differing opinions on the desk so far. X, I kind of want to start.
Since I won the last prediction.
Oh, okay,
Thanks,
okay,
Matt,
wow.
Winner takes all right here.
Yeah, but you know who the master of predictions is back on the
Oh my God. I'm going 3-2 then. Envious.
3-1 LG.
Oh, and we're going against each other. The two people that are winning predictions are going against each other.
All right, I'm gonna start with you, Proof.
Okay.
Explain your prediction. Why?
I'm just the biggest John fanboy. I think that's my little bro. I think if he comes to this event and does what we know John can do,
okay,
Envious is hard to stop. You got Apathy in the front lines with him as well, Slasher, who doesn't miss with the MV4, and like I said, Cap has 2 rings. Say less.
That's been the issue, though, is he talked about John, and the issue's been all year, where has John been, right? Because the last year he was a top 3 player in Black Ops 3. He won the World Championship. This year, it's sort of been the Apathy Slasher show. John really sort of falling behind, really just seems to not find his self. He seems a little bit lost in this game. So, if Envious is going to have a big weekend, we're definitely looking at him.
Well, Aches, it's only fair I give you a chance to kind of defend your prediction. 3-1, LG.
Yeah, for me, it's John's effectiveness in Black Ops 3 was so good that you don't have it in this game, where you have playmakers like Nicky D, who's extremely clutch, Slacked, who's been obviously, I think, one of the most underrated players in IW so far, and then Octane. I think he's up there, top 3 with RC's and Formal. I don't see matchup-wise Envy outclassing these guys.
Okay, well, I agree with you on Slacked. I think he's the best player on LG. Just want to say that.
Well, that's sort of been the thing, right? Because the matchups, they've gone towards Envious. I believe they're 2-0 on the year against Luminosity. I mean, Dallas, they won Game 5. Yes, Luminosity. Supposedly they have improved S&D, but At the same time, if Envy's able to steal maybe a respawn or two, this series is probably over.
Look at that
Frost
face.
uplink, so my prediction is right. So they steal the Frost uplink, Joe. Just say it.
Well, that's my expert panel's opinions on this upcoming matchup. Now, though, let's hear from the players themselves on their thoughts of this game.
American Gaming is definitely one of the top teams in Call of Duty. Their weakness throughout the year has always been search and destroy. That's kind of thing that's held them back from finals or even a championship.
Envy is really good when they're on the same page. Take COD champs for last year. You know, they take a while to adapt to the game, you know, the metas, how to play, how to approach certain game modes, certain maps. But once they get that down, they're hands down top 3 team in the game. And Cap is the leader of that team. You know, he's Mr. Fundamentals in Call of Duty.
I know if we're coming out, playing well, playing our game, that we can beat them. Whichever team takes game 2 is probably in a good spot to win the series.
Great to hear from both Luminosity and Team Envious. Here is the map set, though. Of course, it's going to be the same as what we've seen so far. Milk, obviously, I didn't ask for your predictions, but looking at this map set, who is correct? Is it Proof or is it Aches?
Joe, be careful. Be careful how you answer this.
It's tough. I think Proof's correct. I am.
Okay.
Envy
correctly.
Envy
fanboys, they played for Envy. It doesn't count.
No,
okay. You.
Yeah, I got dropped.
The handsome.
So I think there's sort of two things. I think a lot of people want to see this sort of Luminosity Optic rematch from Dallas.
Okay.
One that Luminosity probably should have won. However, I just think it's the matchup. I think Envious knows how to play against Luminosity. They can capitalize on their mistakes. If they're able to slay with them, which they have the potential to do, they can steal a respawn here or there and put the pressure on Search and Destroy.
Fair enough. Well, Team Envious versus Luminosity Gaming about to get underway. We can set it down to our fantastic casters for the series. It's Bucket and Chance.
Thank you, Benson. Thank you, boys. Gotta love having Proofy here today, and this is going to be a good one. We started the day with a hot 3-0. That was Splyce taking down Evil Geniuses. But then we just saw the biggest upset so far of the tournament. Enigma 6 knocking EUnited down to the losers bracket. Chance, now we're on the tough side of the bracket. Give me the lowdown. How does this one play out in your mind?
It's incredibly difficult. These two teams have matched up in the past. Again, Maven even mentioned it. They went all the way to Game 5, and Envy ended up clutching up. And, of course, they did so because they went 2-0 in the Search and Destroy. That's been the tagline for LG, is that their Search and Destroy has not been very good. It was abysmal leading into week number 1, or their stage week, whichever week that was. But they completely turned it around. They jumped up to like 62%. We're the best Search and Destroy team at the event. But it's worth mentioning, they had great records against the European teams.
Yes.
Against EUnited, they were 1-2. So again, those North American matchups when the teams know each other, I'm not sold on LG being back, so the respawns they have to win.
Have to win the respawns. As you mentioned, Envy, of course, winning both searches in their previous matches. Also, they won both of the game 1s. So if Luminosity is able to steal a game 1 here, they could close this out in 4 games. It's going to be on Scorch, and when we take a look at the makeup of these two teams, who is going to have the better short-range play and who's going to have the advantage at distance?
And potentially even some strats coming out. I got word from Aches that Luminosity, they're rocking a load of grenades going into this first hill, potentially switching up just a tad. But again, if you can get an early break on the hill just before shooting your guns, that's a fantastic start. So we'll see if that works out.
Octane sticking with the NV4. They're going to try and just bomb this point and then pick them off from range. Everyone diving into the hill here. Envy's going to see JCap down to about 10% health, but the kills are being traded. Slacked is going to find John. And now expect Luminosity to push in. They just have to get through Apathy. That kill from Saints is going to clear the way. And already, Luminosity is going to be in a good position, but Envy, they have so many reinforcements with these close spawns.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty, honestly. LG, they get through, and then Slasher just comes back, immediately picks up a 2-piece, and Envy strikes right back in. So, again, expect this to be a back-and-forth game. Two very closely contested teams. I'm sure they've scrimmed each other all the time. Obviously not leading up to this event, but again, Slasher in that kill feed picks up another 2-piece.
As you've seen, the team that normally spawns where Envy did on this map is going to have the advantage on our first point. But after that, that's where the real time is going to be made up. We're going to be rotating over to the turbine as you see Apathy behind enemy lines is able to find Classic. Looking for a second. The challenger is there. Apathy is going to play his life. He gets in the hill. He's working on streaks now as well. Already has the Scarab. He's about 3 kills away from earning himself some rockets.
Huge teamwork as well. You see Apathy in that gunfight. He was just able to stay alive, and that enabled JCap to come in the back and pick up 2 kills. So Envy, that's about as good of a start as you could possibly ask for. The only time Luminosity got any sort of control, only for 5 seconds, and they broke right back. Now we're on that money hill, and Envy is making the plays. Still, well, they're giving up some time, actually. See number 300 minute. John pushed inside. He felt the pressure from the other side, wanted to meet up with his teammate Apathy, and now they're trying to re-break, and there you go. He gets 2 kills.
Absolutely huge plays from John. It was just Apathy and John on this side of the map. Now look at those blue arrows. Those 2 kills are going to split Luminosity. And JCap, if he wins this one, it's going to be huge. Instead, Octane with 3 kills is still inside the hard point. He's going to pick up the 4th kill. The one-man army is going to give Luminosity 30 points as we rotate into the new hills. All 3 of his teammates are set up. Octane's just going to be rotating across the map, and this is where Luminosity can come back in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. You see Envy putting a lot of pressure in the back, but it's going to be a pinch as well, a player on that front door. They need to hit it together. John and Appy able to pick up the first 2, but they're going to get traded right back. LG, well, they still have those back spawns, but no, actually, they're going to spawn even farther out. Despite the fact that they had control of the hill, Envy put themselves back enough in the bottom right side of the map to get good spawns. Either way, though, LG still holding on.
LG, they're counting up on that scoreboard. You see already over 50 points. 25 points remain here, and those 3 make it 4 kills. Clean wipe will lock up the hangar. They should have every last second here trying to push out for spawns, though. Saints is going to get caught. John is able to get the intro kill for Envy, and they will pinch in here at the top of the hangar, fighting for the last 10 seconds. Classic and Saints, though, all over your kill feed. Luminosity's winning the slaying fight in the last 2 hard points, and they're set up first here on the drill.
And the question is, you saw them fighting for that last 10 seconds of scrapple. Envy, they fight for it, they don't get it, and they give up all the control of drill. And of course, now LG is in full control. Believe it or not, you can lock down this hill for a substantial amount of time, but Slasher, again, I think he just picked up 3 in that engagement. So Envy with a very clean break. And again, they talked about on the desk, Apathy and Slasher, it has been their show so far in IW. And Slasher trying to continue that streak as well.
And John's numbers aren't super impressive, but I do like the way that he and Apathy are working together. They're kind of the front line. Apathy with the ERAD is able to get so many multi-kills. John is there to distract or pick up the 3rd. Here is Slasher trying to add to the feed as he's able to pick up Classic. John now pushing forward is going to spot 2 more. They're just playing their lives. Envy slowing down this Luminosity push. They have retaken the lead. They're up to a 25-point advantage before LG gets into contest. This one is going to see LG come out on top, or no, Apathy with the 2-piece stays alive, outguns Octane before finally falling to the hands of Saints. But what an individual performance. That allows Envy to pick up the scrap time, and Envy can breathe comfortably once again here, Chance.
Yeah, it's just big plays all the way around, honestly. On that hill, multiple people picking up 2 pieces and 3 pieces. Kind of nutty stuff, but again, your first set of rotations have gone through. Envy, they had that gigantic lead. Luminosity does a very good job to make sure to keep that within reason, and still within reason here. They're looking to tie this one up and take back the lead. Just a 10-point game.
As we take a look at the mini-map, you can see those red arrows starting to come together. They're going to all try and hit at once. Grenades going in first. Slasher slides through, takes out 1. Octane, though, is waiting for him. Cleans up JCap and Slasher. Saints will find the other 2. The duos coming in at the right time here for Luminosity. They've retaken the lead. There's still 15 points to go. But really, at this point, they're starting to think about this turbine rotation.
Well, interesting enough, John, you see he's able to pick up 2 kills, and, well, there's a clean 4 down, but Envy got gifted with some split spawns. 3 players spawn over the next hill turbine. John gets gifted. He's just allowed a pinch from the get-go. Pretty huge plays, so Envy, they're going to have to control this hill from the start. They had the exact same setup last time around. However, LG was able to break through. We're going to see if Envy's able to hold on here.
And this is a similar situation that Octane was in. JCap all of a sudden finds himself the last man alive, and he's not going to get all 4 kills. Instead, he falls. Luminosity way too easily breaks through, and they have control of the turbine with 35 points to go. What went wrong there for Envy? How did they all get picked off one by one?
They got picked apart. They pushed out way too far from the hill, and they weren't able to set up the kills for each other. So LG, they just had the gunfights coming their way. And again, that's a team with incredible gun skill. They are happy to take those fights all day long. And of course, JCap, again, he was in a similar situation to John where there's too much pressure coming on, and he just leaves the hill and gives up time. Of course, though, Envy able to re-break. But again, incredibly close game we have on our hands. The exact same situation we had last time around where LG is here for this early control.
I don't know if we should be giving credit to these teams for their breaks because we've seen so many great ones, or just their inability to hold, because Envy, it looked like they were in a bad spot, immediately break through. Luminosity now set up in the hangar trying to defend. You see Saints and Slack picking up the kills down low, and it's going to be Octane, the player to watch for me. He's on a 2 streak. He already has 1 minute and 12 seconds of hill time. He's been all over these hard points. but he's got to use this K-bar at range, and it looks like his job right now is to watch the top. His teammates are actually doing the dirty work, and Slack with the E-Red playing a very similar role to Apathy in this game.
Well, and that was the problem that Envy had last time around. They didn't have enough pressure on the back rock, and well, they forced it that time, but LG had 2 players back there, so you have to take all those gunfights in the back, and then, of course, the players in the hill for LG know exactly where they need to look. Easier to take those gunfights. So LG a lot better at controlling that pressure, and they've held this hill for what? Nearly an entire 60. There's been a bit of contest time coming in. Envy, again, they're choosing to fight for that scrap with just a few seconds left, and it's allowing LG, excuse me, to get control of Drill. Of course, though, Slasher, again, picking up another 2-piece on that entry.
Slasher is so good. He's 17 and 18 right now, but he has had some big multi-kills. On the other side, though, the best player in the lobby, believe it or not, Classic. He was plus 10, now slowing down a little bit, but he has his camo, and payload's definitely something to keep your eye on as this game is coming to a close. You're going to have a 20-point advantage for Luminosity, slowly disappearing as Envy is all over the Drill. They have 30 points still to go, and one by one, Luminosity is throwing themselves at 2-3 defenders, and they're getting outgunned. Slacked, he's able to trade out, but at the end of it all, it's Envy still scoring.
Yeah, and you see, though, Envy had a fantastic hold as well. They have players pushed up both sides. LG is going to get through. That's only with 12 seconds left. So, again, good hold by Envy. But they're going to have 2 hills back-to-back that are on point, because LG, even on this middle hill, can make the game close enough that they're going to be forced to play it differently on Turbine. So you don't want to allow too many points to get on hand. And it looks like you're going to have that gunfight inside the hill. Number 3 versus number 8. Saints versus John. Of course, both players playing very cautiously, waiting for their team to come up behind.
Those grenades doing damage, and Apathy will clean up the kill on Saints. Classic is going to be forced back, and he just watched his Octane fell. The challenge, not a great idea. It's going to be all Envy in the kill feed, aside from Slacked. And you look at the numbers now. Envy, they were getting outslayed. Now you got Slasher back in the positive. John is staying positive with Apathy. JCap, he is not having a great game, but the rest of his teammates playing strong enough to keep him in this.
And right now, LG, they can't push up too far. They got to win the gunfights in the hard point, and it looks like, well, only one player is going to get the spawn at Turbine. The rest are going to be across the map. Envy started pushing up just in the nick of time, so that player is going to need to go off. That's number 5, and Classic is going to fall, so Envy, they are in great shape to be able to win this game. 23 points, and they take the win, and of course, you got to pay attention to the payloads. Slasher has his, Apathy's incredibly close, and then John and JCap all with the payloads in their back pocket.
Inside that factory, they are so deadly. John and JCap getting it done at short range. They have the spawn set up. 15 points to go. Here's the camo, though. Classic for Luminosity, trying to break in. He's getting jammed up, and he is going to be cleaned up. Meanwhile, though, you see the flank coming in. Slack can't finish JCap with 1% of his health. JCap is getting some help from John. They survive, and they will win game 1, 250 to 206.
And that's about as clutch as you can get, honestly, Envy. I mean, really, great performances all the way around. Slasher was pretty consistent with the 2 pieces. Apathy had a solid game as well. The problem for them was JCap and Sling was like 11-21. That final hill, he goes on a 6 streak. So when they need him to most, completely goes off. They lock it down from the start. They had all the payloads. I mean, you talk about that perfect placement of the Centurion, the player that uses camera on the other side, Classic. He's getting zapped. That basically completely disrupts the camo play. He's only able to pick up 1 kill. So, again, payloads are clutch, man.
Absolutely. Payloads coming in big. The camo was a non-factor, but you'd think if Luminosity waited just another second and pushed fully as a team, maybe they have a chance at a retake. It doesn't work out in the end, and Envy, just like history, is going to repeat once again. They take game number 1. The question is, will they be able to win both searches, or is this one going to be done before even a game 5?
Honestly, this might turn into like a 3-0 type game. You never know. Yes, Luminosity has turned around their search and destroy game, it seems, but again, going against those North American teams, it's a lot tougher. And as mentioned before, when they played against Envy back in Dallas, Envy took both of those search and destroys. Even in their week, Envy was fantastic in search and destroy as well. So it's an incredibly difficult road. If Luminosity is not winning respawns, it's going to be tough no matter who they're playing.
Luminosity, not the start they wanted. They had some flashes of brilliance, but at the end of game 1, it's Envy coming out on top. As we take a look at the box score, let's see how this all broke down. It seemed to be kind of a advantage towards Envy right away on that bridge. And you saw the second half of the game, it started to pull away. Where Luminosity shined, it was the hangar. Octane, so difficult to get out of the hangar. He was melting people. Slacked was constantly pushing up, making sure no one even had a clear entry in. But the drill hill, Luminosity, they didn't rotate. It seemed that even when they did rotate that one time, Envy was able to break through right away, Chance.
That's really just honestly an insane scoreboard. You lose 94-7 on Hangar Hill, and yet you win the game. You get destroyed on a hill, and it's not like you blow them out on any other hill. Yes, 87-23 is not great, but it's a lot closer. So again, good performances by Envy. Definitely, I would think they need to work on that Hangar Hill in the future. Again, they kept pushing for scrap time when didn't make much sense to do so. But hey, if you can lock down drill like that, if you can afford to make those pushes, I guess it works out for you.
And I think the biggest difference maker, you saw it at the bottom of the graphic, John, the guy who wasn't having a fantastic group start, well, he's going to throw up a 1.32 most hill time for his team. John doing it all, going back to that MVP form that we look back on when, of course, he went off at the Call of Duty Championship last year in Black Ops 3. Our next map is loading up. It's going to be Crusher. We go into Search and Destroy, and as you take a look at these two teams and compare their search, what did you see from Luminosity most recently in group play, and what have you seen from Envy in the past on this map?
Well, interestingly enough, Envy, this was their worst one. I think they had like a 5-2 S&D record. Well, they were 0-2 on Crusher. So, I kept bringing up about how Envy probably has the edge in church. Well, it's their worst map, and then Luminosity was the flip. I think they were 1-1, so a little bit more even. But again, Luminosity, they've been improving, and now they're playing against Envy on their worst Search and Destroy map. So might very well be that flip-flop scenario where LG, they lose the respawn, win the search, and just everything gets wild. But hey, if we see E6 take down EUnited, if you're going to be wild, it might as well be at playoffs.
There are the faces of Luminosity. You can just see the frustration. Classic had a hell of a game, going off as kind of the short-range player, the objective player for the squad. Saints talking to the rest of the crew, trying to figure out what is the strategy to open up Search and Destroy. And we have TP next to us. I was asking TP, who does he think is going to take this next one? He said Envy, pretty confidently. He's feeling the boys in blue are going to jump out to a 2-0 start here.
Completely reasonable pick as well. Again, these are teams, both North American, both have played each other time and time again in scrims, in practice. They play with each other in 8s all the time. So they know what people like to do. They know tendencies, and that's information that's incredibly beneficial. But we even saw it, Envy. They played incredibly well as a team. You got a guy like JCap that's double negative and the game's still close. He goes off and you win the game. So when your teamwork is on point like that, Search and Destroy, obviously the most team-oriented game mode, might come into play.
Crusher, Search and Destroy, it's loading up right now. Game number 2, and if you're just joining us, this is the battle in round number 1 of the $500,000 playoffs. Luminosity fell in the Hardpoint, trying to answer back with the win on Search and Destroy. Historically, their worst game mode, but definitely a game type that they've been improving on as of late. Will they be able to pull it off? I think it's going to come down to the first bloods, and we're going to be starting things off here with the Envy squad. They're on defense. Luminosity is going to have the attack, and normally that bomb is always going in the hands of Classic. He gets those points that go towards his camo.
Well, I like John here with the ERAD. That means they're going to be playing aggressive. And you see they're actually just going to 4-hit this A bomb site. I don't want to say that too loud, but you see push right up. Apathy's going to get that one with the ERAD. Has the buddy to back him up. And those are going to be a very quick 3 kills. Octane in the 1v4. He's able to pick up 1, but surely he is going to fall very quickly. And that's going to be the case. The aggression comes out. Multiple ERADs, 4 hitting a bomb site on defense. And the round ends in what, 20 seconds?
This was ridiculous. Just to see the team shot between John and Apathy for that first blood, and then everyone surging forward. Apathy was in the feed, then JCap with a K-bar was right behind him. All 4 members running together, and they get the job done. They read Luminosity like a book in round 1, but now it's Envy on the attack. We're on board with Apathy, who's leading the charge. They're going to try and hit B. Apathy's going to be looking for the first pick, but there's not going to be any challenger. Luminosity playing quite slow to open this one up on defense.
Yeah, we saw Splyce do a similar thing where they have one guy, it would be Octane, watching the push through to B. But when Splyce did it, they sent 3 players on the flank. Right now, LG, they have no idea where anybody's at. They don't know how many people are watching the flank. All they know is that the bomb is down and they're not at rock. So again, it's going to be more of a normal setup now to try to break into. But of course, with that bomb down, it's going to be advantage Envy. Saints, though, with that first blood, doesn't even get traded out. Slash is trying to get out of dodge, and well, he's going to just fall. So JCap was in the 1v4, he picks up 2, but you got to win the gunfights if you're not going for the trades.
Octane and Saints come flying through, and there you see the final kill and the defuse given to Classic. Luminosity out of position, but still getting the round win.
Yeah, again, when you give up bombs like that, I think it would have been better if Envy just backed up and let the gunfights come to them more. Again, we're watching a player's perspective like Slasher. When the player slides in, he elected to not go for the trade. He was focused on doing other things. So they're taking the one-on-one gunfights. It's better just to back up, gather yourself, and let the enemy force the action. But either way, just close game. It's not a huge deal, honestly. Tied up 1-1. Going to see what LG is able to put back together on offense.
We're back on board with JCap and the Envy crew on defense. Now we go to the bomb carrier just to show you Luminosity's route. They want to push this one up through middle, and they're stacking 4 heavy once again, but they're running right into a trap here. Envy is split 2 and 2 on the left and right. A team kill from the grenade from Octane, gonna blow up Classic. Octane's gonna answer with a kill on JCap, but last kill is going in favor of Envy here.
That simply can't happen. You can't have team kills, not at this stage, not with $500,000 total on the line. Again, every single kill, honestly, in Search and Destroy is worth like a couple $1,000s. Once you get far enough down the line, you're killing your own teammates. If you're flooding 4 people up mid-map, you shouldn't be chucking nades. You obviously have a lot of control. You're watching each other's backs. Again, just simple mistakes like that can be incredibly costly. So, I mean, if this goes to like a round 10, round 11, that's going to haunt them.
Classic on your screen is going to be charging straight for B. Is that where Envy is going with the bomb? At least 3 of them will be showing. And Classic's going for the very high wall run. Here's the challenge. Wants to get JCap right away. First blood goes in favor of Luminosity. Now Classic hunting down 2 more. Cleans up the injured John. Spots the 3rd. Apathy surviving for now.
I have almost never seen the aggressive B push on defense fail. Teams are always incredible with it. Sometimes you have to use payloads to make it happen, but LG, they just got full control. As soon as they win the first gunfight, they don't even get traded. So it worked out pretty well. Honestly, very tough spot for Envy right now in that 2v4. On the bright side for them, they have bomb, but LG is just staying together.
Apathy with the bomb, trying to get this one down. They have 36 seconds to work with. 4 defenders, though, hunting for blood. Slasher, the protector, and Apathy is going to fall off the map. So now, Slasher, he's got a choice. Do I challenge a 1v4 here, try and work towards my camo? That's the game plan. Tough position, but when you're a professional player playing for $500,000, falling off the map, even in a 2v4, never going to work out.
Yeah, so like I was kind of harsh on the team kill. Team kills aren't good. Jumping straight off the map is pretty bad too. Like Ruiz did that earlier, but at least he was in a gunfight and like he had an excuse to like force the movement in a certain direction. You just can't jump straight off the map. Like what's going on?
There were magnets in that hole for sure. Sucked Apathy down. We're starting things off here with Luminosity. Here's the attack. It's Classic with bomb in hand once again. Working towards that camo. It's getting close at about 72%. And Classic's going to be looking for the first push. Jammer grenades give away his position. Knows there's going to be attack any moment. Dodges all of the grenades. And is he going to push with the bomb here? He is. So bomb's down wide out in the open. And this is going to put his teammates in a tough position. Slacked is able to take out Slasher. So we're looking at a 3-on-3, making a 2-on-2. And Apathy, last man standing, is going to survive. Can Octane chase this down?
1v1 situation. He is able to get bomb, and still no challenge coming through. Apathy is actually going to go away. Figured that round was going to end sooner rather than later. Either way, it's going to be pretty much a standard 1 versus 1. Bombs down, the trade's not going to immediately come in, so we get an opportunity to see how each of these players plays it. You see Octane, he has that NV4, but of course, enough time has been wasted. He's got to be worried about the player coming on the flank as well, but he's actually just going to be focused up front. Apathy, of course, had the ERAD earlier. Wants that gunfight to be up close, coming around the side. Octane's going to give his position away, and Apathy able to take full advantage. You reveal your position, and you're going to get gunned. And Apathy coming up clutch. Those are the important rounds, the ones that come down to these situations. That wins you the game.
Fall off the map with the 2v4. Come back, and you clutch up a 1v1. It's all forgiven. Great stuff from Apathy, and a tough position there for Octane. NV4, great at range. You have to check the bomb, though, and when he does, Apathy spots him and punishes immediately. And now it'll be Envy back on the attack here.
Yeah, no harm, no foul, very close game. Apti is going to get destroyed, completely unaware the player is going to be challenging for you, and Slack's able to pick up 2 in that station as well. So the players don't even get traded. Slasher's now going to be in a 1 versus 3, and that is another very incredibly quick round that comes in. Again, full credit to Slack. He picks up the first player with the ERAD. He made sure to stay alive, and he trades his own kill, essentially. Stays up. So, again, LG bouncing back. We got another close game on our hands.
And Aches, if we can, let's get a status update on the camos in this game. Classic, of course, for Luminosity going up against Slasher from Envy in the payload battle. Here's a look at Slasher. He needs about a kill or 2. Meanwhile, Classic, he's got his ready to go. Luminosity on the attack once again. Envy stacked heavy over at A, so this is a wide open B bomb site.
Last time around, LG, when they were on defense, played it just to watch the cross. Slasher isn't watching you, but he's waiting for the push to come all the way in. And this time, Envy is going to be the one sending 3 players on the flank. Octane, though, incredibly aware. And you can actually see how they reacted to that pressure. As soon as Octane calls out, there's multiple people on the flank. As he's picking up every kill necessary, his team pushes out to rock, and Slasher's going to be by himself. And again, Slasher, maybe he's able to get 1. He's not going to get all 4. Tough situation. And again, that's what you have to do. You have to recognize what the other team is doing. Octane, as soon as he calls it out, his teammates wasted absolutely no time, and they push up to the place that was open on the map for him.
Envy has the best search and destroy record coming into the playoffs out of all of our group stage teams, but they have not won a game on this map crusher. They have not done it. On the other end, we are going to see Luminosity, who has known to just struggle in search, performing very well. They're up by a round, but now you got a camo available for Slasher. He's going to be more dangerous than ever. The whole team getting outshot up to this point in search and destroy, trying to turn the tide here in round number 8. Bomb's going to go down right away. Cover is going to be in position from John at short range, and you can see in the back, it's going to be JCap with that NV4 watching the long lines of sight.
And this is the exact same situation we saw earlier. LG, they're happy to give up the plant. They trust their gun skill to be able to retake these bomb sites. And of course, they have the camos to work with. The camo jump past the other camo. Not sure if they recognize it. Classic able to get through, shuts them down. And of course, Saints picks up 2 as well. And there's that final kill. LG has certainly fixed their search and destroy, looking much better now than they have in the past. And well, again, you call out how important the camo plays are. You had the twofer. You got a team kill at the end there, so let's hope that
a little celebration.
Yeah, you don't want that to bite you in the
You only need 1 more round. Just go ahead, take him out. Get him out of the way. That was all Classic and Saints there. Saints clears the way with the 2-piece. That allows Classic to finish off the final 2 kills using his camo. Luminosity now could tie up this series at 1 apiece. They need just 1 more round. They have the bomb. They have the reactive for Saints, who's having a hell of a game at 7-4. No one from Envy has been a true threat on defense.
Well, LG storming up. Envy putting a lot more presence on this back rock to get those trades coming in much quicker. Neither player going to fall right now, and of course, this is just going to be an aggressive fight. They have the reactive armor pushing through. Saints is able to pick up 1, still has more tank or gas in the tank, and of course, Apti is now going to be in that 1 versus 3, and of course, they have that bomb. So if Apti doesn't challenge right away, easy bomb plant, easy round win. LG looking to take this unless something crazy happens, and that is not going to be the case. Very confident win, honestly. LG, again, I said I wasn't quite convinced that their search had been fixed. Well, it might very well be the case. Of course, though, Envy, this was their worst map, but I don't know. We got ourselves a series here, Chris. 1-1.
Yes, we do. Luminosity, have they fixed their search problems? Well, they looked pretty darn solid there in game number 2. Slack getting 3 of the final kills in that last round. Overall, this has been back and forth Scorch. Honestly, I couldn't tell who was going to control the hard points at times. It just seemed to be chaos at all moments. When it came to the search and destroy, though, it looked like Envy, they had a better game plan. They started off really strong, playing aggressive defense. But as the game wore on, it seemed that Luminosity was just better at the trades.
Yeah, it's one of those things that they were playing just for kills. They were happy to give up bomb plants. There was no superior strategy coming in. It's just, hey, we're going to all play together. We're just going to win our gunfights. We're going to keep it as simple as possible. And of course, they pulled off the win. So again, they play together in search. As long as you trade your kills, that's good enough.
Second to the last match of the night, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading to a quick break. When we return, though, this continues. It's the swing game as we head to Frost for Uplink. Welcome back to the Stage 1 playoffs. Here's a look at your G Fuel key player matchup. On your left, we have Slasher from Envious going up against Classic from Luminosity.
Yeah, honestly, you normally talk about Octane being that AR to face Slasher, but Classic has been on point this series so far. We saw big camo plays, had a pretty big game number 1 despite the loss, so he is the man to watch going into game number 3.
That is your G Fuel key player matchup heading in to Uplink on Frost.
Welcome back, guys. Before we get into this Frost Uplink, I want to break down how to limit your team's scoring potential on the least favored side. And what I mean by that side is the side that's going to be on the right side of your screen here. When you're spawning on this side, you need to do your best to not get taken out so early on this bottom side ship here. If you get taken out, the other team has such a good opportunity to have this clean lane over to score that we've seen so many times. It forces you to spawn out on this weak side of the map over here, just something you want to try and avoid. So basically what we want to try and do and limit that, which we see teams do a little bit more now, is take the drone to this top side, the snow side of the map towards this wall run. And by doing that, it forces the other team to have to rotate from the spawn that they're getting back here over towards ship, because that's the strong side of the map. It forces them to rotate to these areas of the map that they don't really want to push towards, Ice Path and back blue. They don't really want to push into those areas. So it basically, if you do get taken out on that top side of the map, it doesn't give them that clean sort of route to get those clean points afterwards. So if you can take that drone up there, pick up kills, it gives you a bit of a safer chance to score on that outside wall run compared to getting taken out at ship and giving them good possession in order to get a good chance at scoring on you. So I think you're going to start to see these NA teams do this a bit more on Uplink in general and to sort of limit their scoring potential on that good side, if you want to call it that. It's going to do it for me. Back to the casters for game number 3.
Excellent breakdown there from TP. Something to keep your eyes on as this game plays out. If you remember back to the first matchup, we saw it quite a bit going up against Evil Geniuses. You saw quite a few attempts to the wall run before they switched it up and then started going in through the sub. Last match also, you just saw Enigma 6 getting scored on from all over the place. I think the real key here is to get the kills chance. And when we look at these two teams, when it comes to Uplink, we got to talk about the big slayers. Here's your leaderboard, and you'll notice one guy towards the top of it, Octane, has been my favorite to watch in this game mode. He is so good on defense, but he's a two-way player. He can also go and score, put up those 1 points or dunks.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things that even if you're on the back line trying to pick up kills, if the guy that's pushing up furthest, your SMG guys, the guys that oftentimes don't get enough credit for the role that they play fall, Octane's going to be right behind him to pick that drone up and get those scores. So again, guys can do it all. All 4 players on that team, honestly, are incredibly talented. Of course, though, Envy, they had the edge in the first respawn, and that was even with a player kind of going substantially negative. Of course, JCap was able to clutch up going on that 6 streak towards the end, but going to need a consistent performance like that again going into the Uplink.
And you see JCap coming in at number 7 of all of our players through stage 1. He had a monster Uplink game against Splyce way back in week 1 when Envy was able to mount their comeback and steal the number 1 seed. Now they're trying to defend that seed against Luminosity, who just tied things up, winning their worst game mode, Search and Destroy. So this one is anyone's match. Who are you favoring, though? Who do you give the edge?
Trying to go through my head. So you have the Octane versus Slasher AR battle, but then it comes down to the submachine guns. Frost, sometimes teams run, 4 ERADs, even if they're feeling kind of frisky. So, of course, Saints is on point, Slacked is amazing, and then Classic. All 3 incredible SMG players, and, of course, you got App and John. So the question is, for me, how well can JCap perform if, no matter what gun he's rocking, honestly. Right. Again, in that first hardpoint, not looking good. So I think JCap is probably one of the biggest deciding factors in this game of what performance he's going to bring to the table.
Is there ever a point where we see Slasher pulling out an SMG?
Only if the team is really dedicated to just playing for that aggression. I don't know if they come out with that strat from the start. I know some teams even like to have 3 ARs in this map. God knows why, but we have seen it happen before. And again, it's kind of like that heat of the moment thing. If they need the aggression, if they just need to find a way to fight into the enemy's base, maybe Slasher pulls it out. But frankly, if I were him, I'd chill with the K-Bar MV4 all day.
Chill with the K-Bar. That's probably the smart move to go. It sounds like we have a 2-2 split for each team. Thank you, Patty Price, Mr. Aches, controlling our camera, letting us know how this one is about to go down. Keep your eyes on the SMGs as this one plays out, though. If you look back to the Splyce versus EG game, EG was trying to run 3 ARs versus 3 to sometimes 4 ERADs for Splyce, and they were simply able to mow through their opposition. Here we go, though. Game number 3. It's kicking off right now, and for me, this is a must-win for Envy. You got to regain a little bit of momentum. You can't let Luminosity win Search and then a respawn heading into the final Hardpoint.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the way that this series has played out, though, it's like it's a must-win game for both teams at every given moment. Again, incredibly closely contested. This was the expectation that this was the series that was going to be the best one on day 1. Maybe not the ones that the fans wanted to see the most, but the one that had your best chance of going to Game 5. Yes, E6 mixed things up a bit, but this is kind of your barn burner. And, well, LG, they're in that early control. Octane, the guy that had the 1.3 KD, starting off 2-0.
Apathy being annoying, just going for the lower wall run with the drone, buying time. Eventually he'll fall, and that drone will reset outside. Octane is going to watch him fall to his death, and now gets into position with all 3 of his teammates. Here comes the push. Those blue arrows looking for the intro kills. Classic's going to get the first. John will be on the flank, but the drone is already pushed up in the hands of Slack. This is a 2-point dunk. Perfect execution, nice patience, and a good lead blocker there in Classic and Saints.
Yeah, and a couple of things to note. Yes, Apathy wasted time on the wall run, but he wasted time just for his teammates to die and give LG control. And then again, a slow start coming out of JCap, 0-3. Again, he's kind of that 4th guy. You see he's rocking the K-bar as well, but he was getting shut down, and that costed. Still, of course, incredibly early in this game. Got a lot of Call of Duty left to play, and it looks like Envy's trying to fight back with a little bit of control, but back to kind of that 50-50 mid-map split.
Apathy up top. Picks up the kill on Saints, but then is immediately gunned down. Over to JCap. We're going to sit on board with him in his K-bar for a moment. After an 0-3 start, back up to 3-4. Slash is going to go on the right wall. And inside, he's going to find 2 players. Here's his first, gets the pick on Classic. Team shot coming into play. Apathy and John trying to be there for support. The drone is going to be moving up in the hands of Apathy now. John going to get both kills on Octane and Slacked. And now this is a scoring opportunity here for Envious.
Yeah, John went huge right there to pick up 2, but the rest of Envy needs to win some gunfights, and it looks like it's going to be App and Slash working together, each of them able to pick up a kill. LG, though, they're going to be able to pick up that drone, and they're just going to get the reset. So again, smart plays by Saints. Envy, they put on the pressure, but they just relieved it pretty much instantly. And again, to make sure to get that drone actually off the map this time. So LG doing well on the defensive stand.
Envy was running around the map a little bit. I wonder if they go straight for the shot, if they get a 1-point play out of it. Either way, the score sits at 2-0 in favor of Luminosity. 2:30 still to go in our first half, and Envy, for now, has map control, but the respawns just too strong. Luminosity should be able to retake control of the sub. It's going to be Saints challenging the top position. With John down, this should be an easy push now.
Well, Octane again trying to make that defensive stand. He's going to get the drone and try and toss it off the map, and actually kind of gets that rebound shot as well. So that's how in-depth these players know the game, that they're going for the sneaky plays like that. Of course, though, Envy with that drone control, LG, the pressure is on them once again to try and come up with that big play. Saints is able to get kind of that first entry kill, though, to slow down this momentum. He knows exactly where the drone carrier is coming from as well. And you see JCap, he was just kind of going for it. And of course, I think there was someone for LG set up for the interception, even if that shot goes off. So Envy, they're pouring on the pressure still, but LG doing a very nice job of holding them off.
And I do want to give credit to Saints. Big defensive stand, picks up not only the drone carrier, but also the supporting cast. And this is the guy that a lot of people are saying is the weak link on this LG team. They're one of the best slaying squads, but if there's any player that's a little bit inconsistent, it might be Saints. So far in this series, he's playing good, had a strong game number 1, was on top of the leaderboard in Search. Here he's 13-8, and that is another big stop on a drone carrier. JCap and Apathy, though, still in the base, and that will go through for 2. So it's all tied up with the minute 12.
Yeah, one of the best stats that we don't actually have, and I don't even know if there's a good way to get it, is that drone control. So Envy has been applying pressure for the past 3 minutes of the game. And yes, LG continuously made those defensive stands, but eventually something's going to give. If you apply enough pressure, at some point you're going to get some scores in. And of course, LG, they've had maybe 2 scoring opportunities this entire game. This is going to be number 3, and well, it's a clean 4 down, so they put the pressure on and make it work pretty quick when LG is on offense.
Slacked working on a Scarab. He has all 4 of Luminosity's points so far. even in the kill feed. Saints, the only player positive on his team. He needs a little bit more help from Classic and Octane, who is off to a slow start. Saints, though, continuing to impress again with this E-Rad. How many double kills can he score in the first half? He's going to be the lead blocker. Here it looks like you're going to have Classic distracting down low. Classic picks up Apathy, and Saints is going to find JCap. So we could see another dunk here coming in from Luminosity. As I say it, Slasher holding strong, picks up 3 kills, and that will keep it 2-4 going into half.
And again, pretty big plays once again. Slasher, it seems that every time he gets 1 kill, he manages to find the second. Very consistent with that. And again, pretty big play. Again, LG, they had the entry kills kind of scattered across the map, and Slasher was definitely that last line of defense. Either way, we're going to continue parroting this like the entire series. It's going to be close. Search and Destroy is going to be close. All the hard points, they're going to be good, solid games. And of course, that first side, 4-2, got another one.
It's the best matchup in round 1, in my opinion, without a doubt. No one saw the upset from Enigma 6 coming. But now we can see, will Luminosity be able to take a lead? They've got to hold on for 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Envy attacking for the drone, trading out kills early on. Slasher, he was the man at the end of the last round, and he has now jumped out to 20-11 after a slow start. On the other side, Saints keeping pace at 19-12, but you're still having a tough going for Octane. It seems Slasher's getting the best of him.
Yeah, I don't know, Slasher, he's put the team on his back. John has heated up quite a bit on this second side, and that might be what Envy needs, but Slasher's doing everything he possibly can. And of course, Octane not having the best performances at the moment is going to be able to finish 1 and at least spots out that drone carrier going towards sub. But again, LG backs her against the wall. The defensive pressure is on your end, and John again opens up with 2. JCap's going to have at least a 1 on board, and he's just going to take the easy points, sinking that shot, making this just a 1-point game.
And Merc is mind blown. He's like, what just happened? Why wouldn't you go for the dunk there? You just got 3 kills. Put it down. Instead, the 1-point play is going to keep Luminosity in the lead. 3 straight kills in the feed. It's all blue. This is at least a 1-pointer. They wanted the dunk. Instead, it's going to be a 1-point toss. Octane cleans up 3 kills after that drone goes through as well. Fantastic stuff here from Luminosity. They can keep the pressure on and potentially even go for a rally here.
Yeah, Octane getting those kills is pretty huge. Able to stay alive. He's at 5 as well, so he's getting closer to those streaks and even closer to that overdrive as well. Pushing out, is going to get shot in the back, waiting for his teammate to kind of help him out, but it looks like Apathy was able to pick up 2 right there. Very nice job to make that defensive stand. So again, 1 possession game, 2 points. You see JCap has that overdrive at his disposal as well. So they're going to be looking to get that drone to him once they push farther up this map, and here we go.
JCap knows they need the kills first. Can't pop that overdrive quite yet, Chance. And here are the shots. JCap continuing to push back LG members. He's just waiting for Apathy and John here. And now out comes the score streaks. The Scarabs are going to meet in the middle, and it's all blue in the feed. Saints is going to pick up 3. Slack killed a teammate, but they have the drone, and he still has a lead blocker, and Saints up front. 3 defenders on the other side of this wall. Saints is going to take down the health of 1. You're going to see the peak coming in. JCap slides out, throws the drone forward, trying to slow down LG, and that opens up things for Octane and Slack to get the kills. Toss goes up, 6-3, doubling the score of their opponents. Luminosity still in control. Just seems to be small mistakes here from Envious at times.
I mean, yeah, if I'm LG, I'm very happy with that. The team kill that came in is actually just unfortunate. The Scarabs blew each other up, and the player just happened to be nearby. Actually, what happened in the Search and Destroy earlier, similar thing. It was a trophy system that blew up to force the team kill. So unfortunate situations, but they turn it into points. They're able to bounce back. It is not a big deal, but the pressure's coming in for Envy. The interception, though, is going to come in. Classic, making the big plays when his team needs them to most.
Nicky D's a baller, man. Grabs that one, but he will not be able to push forward with the drone. Needs the kills first. Octane takes down Apathy. 3 more defenders in the center of the map. And what an angle from Octane. Can he get the kills now? Gets 1, catches a second off guard. No health, he's gonna get all 3. Put that in your top 5.
and he wastes no time as well. Pops that overdrive, is going to try and sink in the one. He's going to connect in the end with the shot as well before he gets taken out by a slasher. So again, top 5 as he called it, picks up 3 kills, waste absolutely no time. Did it basically as a one-man show, and that might just be the defining stamp on the game. LG, they got that 7-3 lead, 2 possessions, and they have drone control as well. And look at Nicky D, he's got the camo, and he's got a kill at his belt.
Man, Octane may be LeBron in this game, but Saints has been Kyrie so clutch all game long. 31 kills for Saints. He pops the reactive, and he's going to pick up 2 more with it. Shreds through Envy. This game is done. 45 seconds to go. Now it's just a question of will Luminosity be able to continue to put points on the board?
We're going to see. They're reining in some streaks as well. Pretty fantastic game all the way around. I mean, you go back to that first half, Envy applied pressure for the majority. Like 3.5 minutes was spent with LG basically stuck in their spawn, but they made continuous defensive play after defensive play. And then the only times they were able to attack, they were able to turn it into points. And then the second side, obviously they just blew it open. I mean, Saints, 37-22. Like, good Lord, if you need a good ERAD player on Frost, he is not a bad one.
He's going for the 40 bomb, baby. 38-23. Saints going plus 15. John's going to add some kills to the column at the end of this one. Finally, Slasher is going to get his camo, but 1 camo and you get it in the last 2 seconds, that's not going to lead to any dunks for Envy. Saints shutting them down, and most importantly, they took out the X factor for me. Apathy has been a rock star on this map in the past. He simply could not get anything going. Just too much pressure from the Luminosity ERADs.
Yeah, and when you talk about pressure, I mean, this is playoffs. It's the top 8 teams. They're fighting for the guaranteed top 6, because if you fall right here, the road for you is incredibly difficult. I mean, the teams that you're going to have to fight through that loser's bracket is absolutely insane. It's Optic and FaZe that are playing next. So the loser of that, FaZe's loser of this, that is not a fun road to be on. So again, a lot on the line here, fighting for that $500,000 in total prize pool, $200,000 if you win. But LG, they're looking good. They fixed the search and destroy, but you got to win the hard points as well, because apparently that's Envy's new strength.
And honestly, it's not the stars that I expected. I thought that Octane would be kind of the game changer for this Luminosity team throughout the respawns. I thought that we were probably going to be looking at Slacked a lot more. That last game, it was classic for me. It was Saints. You saw a monster play from Octane towards the second half, but really, these 2 players were so consistent. Nicky D, one of their best in respawns. He does it all, gets the kills, makes the calls on the comm side, and then, of course, is always controlling that objective.
Yeah, it's tough to even pick a best player on their team. I know both the guys in the analyst desk said Slack, which is a great pick, but I mean, Classic has been amazing this series. He's been making some pretty solid camo plays. In the past, Octane has had some MVP-like performances, one of the best ARs in the game. It was even mentioned up there with your RCDs, with your Formal, all fantastic. These are, 4 juggernaut-type players, all slay heavy, all incredibly talented. They just need to make sure they have that teamwork as well, but I don't know, so far in this series, so good.
Well, you saw the strength of Luminosity's short-range players. That was on Scorch, Crusher, and Frost, all very short-range maps. Now, though, we're going to Retaliation Hardpoint, so if you're looking for Octane to shine, this could be a map to do it. On the other side of things, the most consistently dangerous man has been Slasher for Envious. Will he show up in a big way here going into Game 4?
I would certainly expect. I mean, even in that uplink, Slasher was absolutely giving it his all. Had a pretty monster performance. I mean, even the first half, he had like 20 kills, and the next highest in the lobby was at like 13 or something like that. And again, AR presence on Retail is absolutely massive. I think the statistic that was trailing away through our first 4 weeks of group play was the team that outslays on Retaliation Hardpoint wins like 100% of the time. I don't think, at least up until week 4, there were no exceptions to that rule. So you're gonna need some kills in your favor. I don't know about you, but when I think of kills, Luminosity is a team that is very capable of putting up some serious numbers.
And if you just watched Enigma 6 upset EUnited on this map, you have to keep in mind how important the positioning is when it comes down to the graveyard and the broken hardpoint. Who is going to rotate? Who is going to hold stronger? Because that's where you can really pull away with this game. Very tight matchup. We knew it would be. We hoped it would go to a Game 5. Historically speaking, you look at the last 2 MLG open bracket tournaments, Atlanta and Dallas, Envy has bested Luminosity both times, going the distance in a Game 5. They need to win this hardpoint, though, if they want a chance to make it 3 in a row. Otherwise, Luminosity is moving on to the second round to face the winner of Optic and FaZe, who face off to close out our night.
Yeah, it's a very tough road for Envy. I think they're going to have to play it nearly perfectly to win. Certainly, again, very closely contested. It should be a close game in the end, but I definitely think Envy, not only is their back against the wall, but especially on a map like Retail, when, again, you need those kills, it's going to be tougher for them to kind of fight through that in a multitude of ways. Of course, though, again, John has had moments where he has absolutely caught fire. Slasher has been fantastic. Apathy has been amazing so far in IW. And even JCap, yes, he's normally on the lower end of the KD scale, but he's had moments where he's just turned into a different player. Even back during Envy's week, I think it might have been week number 1, he went from being one of the worst players on day number 1 to one of the best by day number 3. So he is certainly capable of turning anything around that he needs to. Again, how many players can say that they have 2 rings? JCap is definitely a guy who wants to.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yep, JCap and Karma. That's all we got in Call of Duty. Here we go. Game number 4, Envy. They are facing a spot in the losers bracket unless they come up clutch right here. We're starting things off with the man we think is going to have the biggest impact on their potential victory. It's Slasher with the NV4, the most powerful AR at long range.
And it's pushing up pretty aggressively as well. He's going to have 2 players on the bridge, and he's going to get taken down pretty quickly. Of course, though, his team's still able to take control. They put all sorts of pressure on the hill, and you see a bunch of friends in the kill feed all picking up kills for Envy. Meanwhile, Octane hasn't even gotten in an engagement yet. In the first one he does, he falls. So Envy looking very good off the rip.
John and Apathy jumped up for early control of the bridge. Meanwhile, you saw Slasher distracting down low. Bit of a bloodbath going back and forth as Luminosity actually can break in for a moment behind Slack's 2-piece. Octane looking for more. Pre-aiming the entrances, Slack is pre-firing, both with NV4s in hand, but here comes Envy.
John able to pick up that first entry kill, fighting for 10 seconds left of that scrap time. And it looks like they're going to be successful with it. Envy, they're going to have the lead going over for that rotation. Of course, the players, they basically just killed. So it's not even as if Luminosity has great spawns to get over to the next hill. And it looks like Envy, they're kind of swarming over for that control. You see, Apathy is going to be the first player inside the hill. And the remaining players for Envy all kind of fluttered around this platform area. So good positioning so far from those boys in blue.
JCap was controlling the top patio. He will fall, so Apathy knows he's got to get the cover instead. He's cut down by Octane, but despite Octane's single kill, there's 3 going the other way in favor of Envious. John is going to find his 2nd in a row. Slasher on a 3 streak. Both players defending the hill, and Slasher's in the power position up top.
Yeah, absolutely prime. He's going to be able to spot players pushing up mid-map. He's got players when they come to plat. Had a little bit of control. Scaffolding as well. Has 2 players in front of him. Of course, the K-Bar going to be a little bit better at that close range than the NV4. But either way, Slasher's still able to pick up 1. LG, though, you see the control right now they have on that far left side of the mini-map. They are stacking 3 players up in market right now, and JCap's actually able to pick up 1 before he dies. John is going to fall. Saints able to pick up 2 very big kills. You can see just how important market is right now. Envy is flooding their entire team up. You actually see 7 on your minimap. Slack, he's going to be coming up behind all 4 players. Classic needs to buy him some time. He did just enough, and Slack is able to pick up 2. Meanwhile, Octane, he's been bored inside this hill. He's done nothing for 20 seconds, and now he knows exactly where the pressure's coming from, but JCap coming up clutch.
I like the pinch idea. The execution didn't pay off because the spawns were all the way across the map over at Broken. So Octane's now in a 1v2, and he has his opponent spawning close up on him. Luminosity, they lose control of the graveyard, and after giving up all of that time at the lower street, this could put them in a massive hole. They got to break through. They got to get the kills here on Apathy and JCap. Down goes JCap. Apathy is still up. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Slasher trying to set up for the new spawn. 10 seconds left here. And it looks like Envy is going to get every last second of the Cathedral, but Luminosity will be set up first here at Broken.
Well, they were set up first in Graveyard as well, and it took Envy a matter of 20-25 seconds before they're able to break through. So, of course, Envy going to be looking to do the exact same thing once again. Apathy trying to pick up that first intro kill. He's pushing up through curve. Meanwhile, Saints is actually pushed up all the way mid-map. And, of course, Classic is going to be relieving pressure that's coming over from that curve area. So LG looking good so far. And, again, Slack able to pick up another kill with Saints to make sure his teammates stay alive.
It's going to come down to a big big 1v1 potentially. Octane spots a player, tags him up, but is going to be chased down. Luminosity is flooding back in. Slack so fast, sprinted across the bridge and got into this power position, picks up 2. Saints is going to find a 3rd, so it's only John. And John somehow stays alive, cleans up 2 kills, and is going to buy his teammates some time to get back into the action. Luminosity had a chance to really bring this one back. John is going to keep Envy close, and now we're going to move back to the early hard points. With a pretty close game, Envy, they definitely won that first rotation, though, Chance, as we go to the hallway.
Yeah, you're going to need Octane to step it up. He's not getting in very many gun engagements at all, and he's losing them. He has 16 total. Slack has just 14 total kills. And again, you even go back to that Graveyard Hill where Octane was doing, nothing for 20 seconds, but getting hill time, which is his job, but he loses the gunfight that mattered the most. And those are those clutch kills that Envy's been on point with so far. Of course, though, on this Hall Hill, LG has been looking pretty fantastic, held it down for the majority of the time. Of course, though, Envy, the pressure is coming in. It's going to be up to John to make that happen. He's only able to pick up 1, so LG holding strong.
From down 50 points to bringing it back within 30. Luminosity scoring a lot more than I thought they would, to be honest, here on this hard point. Saints laying prone, still gets the kill through the jammer. Now you're going to see JCap picked off. Saints has been a monster so far in this series.
Yeah, looking good so far, and of course, Slack, meanwhile, is racking up all that hill time. It's worth mentioning 125 away from that Trinity Rocket. It would be wise for them to give him the points at the initial start of the hill. It's not going to be the case. Either way, though, still has a Scarab to work with, still getting some time on the board, and of course, knows the pressure's coming.
Perfect.
There's the Trinity Rocket. He might just call it in right here, but if he doesn't, that means he's going to be saving it for Graveyard later on, but might get some more kills on the board as well. But Octane, heating up when he needs to, able to pick up 2, keeping his teammate alive.
They are doing a great job. Classic and Octane baiting themselves out, jumping up in the air to make sure that Slack doesn't fall. They know how close he is to this bombardment. And JCap and Slasher are looking for the kill. Slack is going to get the streaks, though. So before he falls, Slack is going to get fully streaked out. Your scoreboard, it's tied before Envy retakes the lead. But Luminosity on these last 2 hills has turned up. They have made this a game. Envy trying to re-establish their dominance. John pushing up. You're going to see Classic and Slack, though, trying to move here on a flank. They find one. Slack looking for another. The hallway has one more attacker, and there it is. All blue in the kill feed. They're set up first for the lower street, and this is where Envy initially pulled away.
Yeah, and Slack is cooking right now as well. He has heated up quite a bit. And LG right now in prime position. Again, this is what Envy did on the reverse side. They had all that control in plat. Now it's going to be Slacked up to him. He's able to win both gunfights before he gets traded out as well, and that is pretty massive. Classic has just been getting all this hill time, even winning gunfights when he's inside the hill. And those defends are absolutely key. He's pushing up to get more. So LG right now, they're in full control of a hill that's normally a little bit more contest heavy, especially when compared to Broken and Graveyard. So LG, they have completely turned this game around. Went from down by 70 points, now they're up by 20.
Envy is trying to reestablish plat control, and there it comes. Slasher and John getting the kills. Now JCap in the feed. It's only Classic left up after that last skirmish, and he's going to be rotating out, knowing they need to get these new spawns. Got to get to market. Classic's going to find some action. Meanwhile, Slacked is behind the market, and Classic's kill there is going to spring Luminosity to a full hold on the Graveyard, potentially, if Slack can hold his position.
Well, he's able to pick up 1. Know the pressure's coming from his right as well. Runs out of bullets in the nick of time. So Apathy's in an okay spot, but right now Envy's just not there. They're way too far from the map. And then, of course, you got to keep in mind Slack has those streaks in his back pocket. Should worse come to worse. And here you see the Trinity Rockets coming in, and that's going to pick up the key player that was JCap pushing in through market. Gets a second as well, and that's just the benefit that you have. You get those streaks, this Graveyard Hill becomes incredibly easy.
Ultra effective use of the score streaks there. Picks up 2 kills, stalls out Envy. Octane mopping up the time. He is going to be at about 2 minutes at the end of this hill. Meanwhile, you see his teammates. That's going to be Classic working with Slack. Have Broken on lockdown. Classic with the 2-piece Envy 4 in hand, doing the work. Saints is going to be flanking as well. Luminosity just hitting Envy from all directions. John's behind enemy lines. He's given up his position. Now, how will they react?
Well, they're going to have to make a move pretty quick again. 20 seconds before this game is over. Slack's going to be in the back. He's 28-15. He's not losing gunfights like that. Not when he's such a good position. He's got a second one over top. JCap able to shut him down. LG still inside the hill. JCap was able to get 2, but it's not going to be enough.
8 seconds left here, make it 5. Luminosity trying to close out the 3-1 over Envy. They get their revenge, they win a search and destroy, and then they finish with back-to-back-to-back wins to head to winner's bracket round number 2.
Got to give props to Slack that game. I mean, you know, classic game 1. Octane had his moments as well, and again, classic with those camo plays and Surge. You know, Saints, what do you have? Like near 40 bomb, 39 kills or something like that in the uplink. And then the final game, Slack goes nearly double positive, has streaks as well. And again, streaks are probably most effective on this map, more so than any other map in the game. So again, huge plays coming out from the boys on LG, getting that early win.
And Aches just gave the biggest wink to Proofy and Merc coming out from the observer's room. He called it right, man. The boys believed in Envy, but it's Luminosity coming out on top of this one. They did it in just 4 games, not allowing Envy to take them out in a 5th, like our past 2 tournaments. Chance, looking at our bracket now, we've seen 2 upsets by the seeds. Is this shaking out how you saw it happening?
Well, definitely not for game number 2. Did not expect EUnited to fall to E6. Definitely saw that LG not only could, but in all likelihood probably would take this match against Envy. Again, their biggest flaw they seem to have fixed. They've made massive improvements from in the past, so LG is looking very good to be one of your top teams. Of course, though, that final match, if FaZe is able to pull off the upset of Optic, that would be a very interesting day number 1.
If you ran this back with different maps, may have a different story, but right now it's Luminosity coming out with the win, and we have Saints on our main stage.
Thank you, guys. All right, so Envy sort of had your number over the course of the year. What, Atlanta, Dallas, go to a game 5. They've been able to get the better of you. You handle business here. What do you think has changed with this team that you're able to get the victory over Envy?
The last 2 times we played them, they beat us in both searches. They beat us in search every time, and we found their groove in search. We've improved on it over the past couple of weeks, and we beat them in search. We came out with a victory. So, I mean, I think that's pretty much the only thing we had to do was improve in search. Our respawn game is filthy, so.
Well, talk to me a little bit more about the search, because I know, hey, me, Analysis, we've all given you guys flack over the course of the year. Even that trio, thinking back to last year, you guys seem to have improved. In your week, you played great. You played solid here. What's the single biggest thing you think that's changed for you guys in Search and Destroy?
We're definitely using a lot more teamwork. We're small talking more. That was a big problem in our search before. We didn't small talk, so, you know, a lane would be open and we'd die from there or something. But we've improved on that, pretty much small talk and teamwork, and that's what's making our Search and Destroy improve.
Talk to me coming into this weekend. So obviously, you know, when you saw the bracket break down and you saw the top half, it was terrifying, right? I'm curious, what was the conversation with the guys? What were you thinking coming into this weekend when you saw how tough of a road it was going to be for you?
I don't think we were thinking anything negative. I'm pretty sure we always get like the hardest brackets, so we're pretty much used to it. We just fight through it, I guess.
And one thing I want to touch base, we know how crazy the bracket is. What do you think? Were you able to watch a little bit of that E6 upset over EUnited? Were you as shocked as I was to see that go down?
I was a little shocked, but I think E6 has a similar playstyle to them, so I knew it was going to be a good match, and E6 came out with the dub.
Well, hey, congrats on the win, buddy. Beautiful stuff from Luminosity as they get the victory. Ben, guys, break it down.
Thank you very much, Maven. A fantastic result for Luminosity, a 3-1 victory over Team Envious. And a certain somebody may have called that.
It was me. I did it. I really studied hard on this matchup. It was intense. Glad I called it.
Good prediction, Joe.
Thank you.
How are you so good? You're a wizard.
I'm speechless right now.
You just gotta know.
I warned you, Proof. I said Pat's predictions. They're T1.
I just want to cry right now.
You nailed another one.
You used my shoulder.
Joe
like I should use Joe's shoulder or Pat's shoulder. This guy's winning every.
He betrayed you.
Yeah.
That is true.
Sorry.
Anyway, a 3-1 victory for Luminosity.
Fun.
We'll break the series down for you now. Map number 1, the Hardpoint Scorch, 250 to 206. So it actually starts off in Team Envy's favor here. And I mean, to Envy's credit, the Drill Hill Merc, that was what they really controlled very well.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Drill's becoming like the hardest hill to break. I mean, we've talked about Turbine and we put so much emphasis when it goes into it. You can even see the players, they hold on to their payloads for it. But Drill Hill, just the past few weeks since stage 1 has begun, you just see teams, they use that cover effectively. It's a full 60. You spawn teams so far out, you make them split. It's very difficult to sort of break as a team.
So I was going to say, teams are finally utilizing how to control spawns on that hill because it's so dominant. If you're able to just consistently spawn them that far, they only get 1, maybe 2 good pushes as a team. And if you can do that, you're going to consistently hold it like these guys do.
Yep, and John played really well on that map. If you look at his time, I think he got all of his time, like Joe said, off of Drill Hill. Them just controlling it and him staying alive in hill. He almost had 2 minutes of hill time the first map. So Drill Hill might be the key to winning.
Oh, wow. 94-7 on Hanger. That is a big, big deficit. And John actually made a really, really big play, Merc, that you highlighted on that second to last hill.
Yeah, if you look at Bridge, I mean, it's 81-44, and a huge reason for that was because of John. He rotates. It's like a 1-on-2. He stays alive, makes it a 1-on-1. Prones, waits for his teammates. His teammates are then able to pick up the kills. And when they're rotating to that last turbine hill, they push through it, they get the kills they need, and they're able to sort of close the game out. And it was just beautiful execution by Envy. It's what we're used to from these guys.
And with that big deficit on Hanger Hill, I think that was because of Classic cleaning up so many rotation kills and giving his team spawns for the Hanger Hill. He got a nasty two-piece when he had control of it that allowed his team to have it. So, go ahead, doing his thing. He's doing his thing.
And for me, like, Envy played really well on this map. They played that, like, Envy style of Hardpoint. But I feel like Scorch is just not an LG type map, right? Like it doesn't suit their strong suits at all. And I mean, we saw that, like, they got out traded. They weren't able to do what Envy does. They don't have like a player like John who makes those smart little weird like plays, and that's what Scorch requires. That's why Gunless is one of those players that's really good at it. But yeah, I just don't think Scorch was like an LG map, and Envy showed up to play.
Yeah, they definitely did. They started the series off 1-0. Then we go over to the Search and Destroy. It was Crusher 6-3 to Luminosity, and it made me laugh because at the start, Merc literally looked at me and went, "All right, I'm gonna tell you exactly what Luminosity does." And you called it out. They're Search and Destroy.
If Envy did any map preparation, they would have known what they did every single round. Like, I know that's tough to say because the way Luminosity plays, they try to just force 4v4s. Right. Because that's sort of been the issue is when they split apart, you know, it's like, what are you doing? You have these 4 heavily gun-skilled players just force fights, but Envy, I mean, you could literally see what Luminosity was trying to do, just small mistakes, but Luminosity, every time that Envy has sort of been able to beat LG, they've taken the first 2 maps. So as soon as they lost this one, it's scary going into 3 and 4 versus LG.
So like for me, like to play devil's advocate of what you said, you can't really study LG, right? Like it doesn't matter what they do because all they're gonna do is outgun you. And if you can't outshoot them, if you don't have 4 players on their caliber, what are you gonna do? Let them? They just run around the map. They don't have a strat. I swear. They just like, hey guys, we're going as a pack. We're just gonna find these guys and kill them.
Yeah, no, they have one setup on defense.
And it's kind of funny because it's working for them because of the amount of talent they have. And
yeah,
my only advice to Envy is to work on Crusher. I mean, they're 5-0 in Search map count, but Crusher they're 0-3 now.
So when Proofy told me that is when I said 3-1 LG. Remember?
So I get 10% commission for his prediction. Definitely.
That's not how it works.
No?
That's simply not how it works. But as you said, Envy now 0-3 on Crusher. I mean, if you were playing on Team Envy and you found that out, how do you improve? What'd you do?
Well, I think it's very similar to what Luminosity's problem was. Probably small talk communication. You have to sort of be able to win those 4-on-4s because that's what it turns into. It turns into 4-on-4 retakes, or as an offense, sort of to be able to push through either A or B bomb site. And early on, you sort of saw that, but just Luminosity, they caught fire, and it's hard to stop them.
And with how popular B-bomb side is, you saw Envy try and hit those flanks. You can't let Octane just pick you off and get away, which he did multiple times. And then in those 4v4 fights, I mean, they were outmanned and outgunned.
Always outnumbered in every
LG
initiation.
just got that entry kill every single time in every retake or hold. And I mean,
at that point, I think you just throw the strats out the window if you're Envy and do what they do. Just try to combat 4-on-4 and see who wins that.
Well, that's what you saw. But again, when Luminosity forces a 50-50 playstyle, it sort of goes into their favor.
That's what they wanted.
The gun skill favors them every time.
Yep.
Very true. So series tied at 1-1. We head over to the next map. Map number 3 was Uplink Frost. 9-3 to Luminosity. And this was just Octane making play after play, it felt like.
Yeah, for me, it was Octane was the playmaker in almost every situation. On defense, offense, he was coming up with big, even one kill, like those big entry kills and those big 2P stops. And then with Saint slaying the way he was, it just lets Octane, you know, make those kind of plays. I mean, Jerry, I don't think had a great map, but I mean, when you got Saints going plus 15, like, you really don't stand a chance.
Yeah, and I think if Slasher replicates his first half performance in the second half, they keep that game a lot closer. I mean, he had 20 kills at the halftime, and I think he only ended up with like 25 or 26 kills to end the game. So if you can continue to stay on the level of Saints played at, I think that game's a lot closer, and we might see Envy win that.
Very true. I think he was 20-11 at the half, and he went 7-22 in the second half.
You also can't rely on your K-bar player to be the guy to do that. Like.
That's what I was going to go on. Is Apathy has a slow game, and he's their aggressive E-Red player. You know, he's been sort of their star this year, and if he's not playing well on that map, their E-Rads are just going to run over Envy.
I think the story of that map was Saints completely shut him down.
40 bomb Saints.
He was close. 1.65 KD. I mean, there, look at the box score. You can see just how much Luminosity shifted into that next gear. Then, of course, we go over to the map number 4, Hardpoint Retail. Again, Luminosity, it just didn't look like they were going to lose this one, Merc. I mean,
well, it did early on.
Early on, after what, 2-3 hills, but after that, the slaying really kicked in.
It was the Broken Hill first rotation that changed everything. LG held that, and from there they never slowed down, and Envy couldn't get back into game or get back into rhythm or find a setup to help their team control something.
For me, this game wouldn't have even been close if LG didn't make that bad play where Jerry flanked Market for them. I know he got a two-piece, but he spawned his team so far out. They had a good setup. They could have got a big chunk of time, but Envy flooded up Market, and Jerry went for that late pinch, and it just gave them the bad spawn, and Envy ended up getting like 50 seconds. I don't think if they got that, this game wouldn't have been close at all.
Yeah, and you just talk about how important streaks are. I mean, they're able to set up on that sort of Cathedral Hill. Envy finally gets a good push in. You know, Jerry makes a great play. He calls down his streak, shuts down 3 of them. That allows them to then sort of move on to rotation for Broken, close the game out. Just a great play. And I mean, this map is just so important for streaks. Slack getting those on that bridge hill was just a huge win for them.
Well, congratulations once again to Luminosity Gaming. A 3-1 victory over Team Envious is going to send Team Envious down to that losers bracket. And that losers bracket looking like a scary place to be.
You don't want to be there.
Looking stacked.
I definitely wouldn't want to be there, but
no sleep tonight.
Right, I'd be worried, that's for sure. But moving forward, we should talk a little bit about Score Streak. It's your favorite game, Merc, and I can imagine these two are about to get pretty competitive when it comes to, of course, Score Streak, the exclusive game on mlg.tv/COD. You can play it there. We were asking questions throughout that series, and curious to see exactly what we asked, and of course, how many of you guys at home were getting them right. We have our leaderboard as well. Oh, this is going to be fun. I know, Merc, you're normally pretty good with this stuff. First question was, what will be the score difference in game 1? 51% said less than 40. 49% said 40 or more. So that was actually split down the middle.
Yeah, for game 1, I mean, Scorch is a map where it's usually either really tight or a blowout. Yeah. So that's a tough one.
That makes sense.
And both teams are playing pretty good at it.
I probably would have said A, to be honest.
You're supposed to.
Yeah, I think I would have too.
I would have got it wrong.
Yeah,
you would.
All the score streams we've seen that have come down to Turbine, like one push.
Okay.
I would have won with A.
I feel like Proof was going to say he was going to go for B.
No, I'd definitely go with that.
You definitely go first. All right, so all three. You're not doing a good. Like you're my expert panel right here. You're not getting the questions wrong.
But in an LG versus India's game, you think it's going down to the wire.
Fair enough. All right, fair enough. In map number 2, what did we ask in that search and destroy? Of course, it was Crusher. 6-3 LG win. We asked how many rounds will be played in game 2. 56% of you guys got it right. 9 rounds.
That's the safe bet. That's the safe bet, though.
Well, I was going with C. I'm confused too. I don't want to go for A or B, so I'm just going to go for C2.
I would have hit D.
You would have hit D?
Why? It's not all of the above.
Because then I have 2 options. I mean, C, you got 1. That's impressive.
That is brave.
Well, you guys did a great job.
Yeah, I guess
56%. That's a lot of people.
Good.
Like that is phenomenal. I probably would have done the same thing. I would have gone with D as well. 10 or 11. The final question, of course, we asked this in map number 3. Was the Uplink Frost. It was a 9-3 victory to LG, and we asked how many total points will be scored in the first half of game 3. A, less than 6. B, 6 or more. There was 6 on the dot. 60% of you got that right. Is that a good way to vote?
Yeah, but I got all these wrong.
I don't know. Well, Frost is such a 50-50 map. You can either get that spawn trap and you're going to blow them out, or it's going to be a really close half where you're just kind of stalemating the whole time until someone catches fire.
Would have been on no streak.
You would have been on a 0 streak, bro. But we know there's some people out there, of course, that are on a streak. Let's take a look at our leaderboard now and see if we recognize any of the names that we've seen throughout the first 4 weeks. And see if maybe you see your own name. So highest streak right now is 7. So that's not
impressive.
That's not too bad.
I don't notice anyone from other weeks.
Blood and Grace. I'm pretty sure Blood and Grace. No.
Made that up.
No.
But shout out to that guy.
Yeah, shout out to him.
You say Ben. So coming into this, Ben was like, you know what? I don't really want to do the questions, just the leaderboard. See, that turned out to be a great time.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. But only because all 3 of you would have got all the questions.
Where's Optic Angelo? I remember him.
Oh,
3 times in a row.
Yeah, he was what, 11, I think?
Yeah.
His streak. We've had some definitely.
We're waiting on you to come back.
Some big ones, but 7 streak. Of course, that is going to grow throughout the weekend as well. So we'll see come Sunday what the highest streak is. Of course, that game exclusive to mlg.tv/COD. Moving forward as well, we talked a little bit about Anaheim. We talked about it to start the day. It's a wonderful, wonderful experience, and can't wait to go back. It's kind of a staple.
Always my favorite event, if anyone was wondering. Anaheim's always my favorite.
Why is that?
Because I won there.
Okay, fair enough. June 16th to June 18th, $200,000 on the line at the Anaheim Convention Center. I always ask you guys, you know, what was it like playing? Obviously, Proof, you won there. Pat, you had success there, and Merc, I mean,
I didn't win.
but you still had. You
got good places.
You got good placings, right? And you know, one of the clips that always stands out in my mind when I think of you as a player, obviously that massive 1v3 you get back in Black Ops 2, and the crowd erupts. You get up. It was very rare to see you kind of like start get up.
That was the crowd there is amazing. I mean, I know Adam's been hyping it out. How many people have already bought tickets? So I know it's going to be absolutely a wonderful event.
Cannot wait. But before we get there, of course, we still have the Stage 1 playoffs, and we still have one more game to play here at day one of the Call of Duty Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs. Splyce, Enigma 6, and LG have all booked their spots into the winners bracket semi-finals. Up next, we find out who will be the final team to advance in the bracket. One of the biggest rivalries in Call of Duty esports, FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming, coming up after this. We have the best Call of Duty teams from around the world competing.
The energy is going to be insane, all setting the stage for what's going to be a lot of major Call of Duty.
And now it's the time for the big boys, right? The top 8 teams battling for that $500,000.
There we have it. We have our 8 teams to the playoffs. Absolutely crazy. The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
A one-man army right there. Sometimes it seems like people forget about it.
Earn and burn with the slide, beginning to heat up for his team.
The nasty two-piece is going to lock this.
You're so cocky, but he's able to win.
You can all of Optic Gaming will put the point in and get the kill.
He's going to put it in for it.
Hardpoint play free, going for the ace.
But guess what? I'm still here. Give me 9, 4 streak.
This is the opening they needed.
Oh my God! And this is it, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Stage 1 playoffs. It's day 1 here, and we're at our final game of the day, and boy, oh boy, is this going to be a good one. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. So far today, all of the number 2 seeds have managed to take victories. For FaZe, of course, they're going to be that number 2 seed. Eggs, I'm going to start with you as my master guru of all things predictions when it comes to this desk. You keep getting things right. FaZe is on a big losing streak when it comes to their head-to-head against Optic Gaming in the past couple of events, but can they do it here today?
They're on a big losing streak in general. You know, they haven't won in, what, 19 months? Like you said, every 2 seed is won.
Are you going to do it?
I think Optic's the better team here.
Okay.
FaZe is winning it.
Wow. There's a long side. I don't think there's much confidence.
How confident are you with that?
3-2, they're going game 5.
3-2, game 5.
It's going to be a round 9 throwback SND.
I mean, well, here are our maps. Teep, are you going to agree with the old duo here, or are you going to have a bit of a divide here?
I think Pat's off his rocker a little bit. I'm just kidding. But I think Optic's going to take this one 3-1. I think this series has been just too lopsided. Yes, there's certain factors that may point towards FaZe's favor in this one, Zuma being back as healthy, but is he at 100% in terms of his wrist? How comfortable is he, being back to that form? I just don't think they're quite there yet.
Momo, your thoughts on this series?
I'm leaning only one way, Optic Gaming. No disrespect to FaZe, but they're just not on the same level right now as Optic. Not many teams are. Are there any? It is the real question. But for me, I actually see this being a 3-0. I think the first hardpoint could be very, very crushing towards FaZe's kind of game in total. Yeah, just in general. I just think they're going to start off so strong. They know what this is. They know how much money's on the line. I think an Optic 3-0.
FaZe win 1-2, lose 3-4. Clay gets super high game 5. They win it.
If you're right, if that happens, he's going to be the most hated man in Call of Duty esports. To tell you that for free.
This isn't about who's the better team here. This is about who's going to show up for the 500K playoffs. Basically.
I like it. As we said, all the number 2 seeds so far today have won. But that, of course, my expert panel's opinions. We caught up with both Optic Gaming and FaZe yesterday to find out their thoughts on this massive, massive rivalry.
When we're about to play FaZe, I think collectively as a team, we're just very excited just because it isn't like playing any other team. There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the series.
They're one of the best teams in the world for a reason. You're not going to have like an easy match against them. We've been practicing pretty hard and, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with a W.
Great to hear from both of our 2 teams. Of course, for Optic Gaming, the number 1 seed coming in here. They were the only team to go unbeaten in groups. They finish off a beautiful 6-0 record, but they did show weaknesses, TP. What does FaZe need to exploit here?
It's really tough to say because they're the only team to go perfect in their group, getting that 6-0. But basically, the few things that I did see is Karma was having a few poor games, getting baited at times, to be honest. Karma, we know he's going to be doing a lot of the dirty work, playing at a faster pace, having to be put in those really tough situations. So if they can really execute on that and make Karma just go extremely negative, I think it'll really sway that and give them confidence in that factor. I think Zuma and Clay are going to be need to be the two on the side of FaZe that extremely take over. Zuma's been kind of good in this matchup, but Clay's he hasn't been good to say the least in this head-to-head. I think Clay needs to get loud. He needs to get loud early, most importantly, and carry that momentum.
And that's something that a lot of people so far that have been on the desk have said, talked about this matchup for Clay. He's going up against Optic. This is the matchup you almost feel like he lives for, essentially. He loves the adrenaline, and you expect him to be getting hyped straight off the bat. Of course, Hardpoint Scorch, map number 1 in this series. Momo, I know you're definitely heavily weighted to Optic Gaming here. I mean, here's a look at our leaderboard. Formal, a 1.48 Hardpoint KD. Crim's not that far behind, a 1.16. Scump's on that list as well. Just one player from FaZe makes top 10.
Yeah, and to be honest, it makes me think back to, you know, the weeks which these guys qualified. FaZe was struggling, you know, to even qualify for this playoffs. And, you know, Optic, you know, they go 6-0. Yes, they had their flaws, but they didn't drop a series. FaZe were, you know, ifs and buts whether they're even going to be here, and that's the reason why you know, I favor Optic alongside all the other reasons. But FaZe, they can do this. They have that talent to do it. I think T put the nail on the head there. Clayster is a player which can influence the game in-game and out-of-game. He needs to get hyped early, and if for any reason they take this series, they could go on to take the whole playoffs. Like, if they take this one series, they can just get so much momentum, and they will get the hunger that they've wanted for the last 18 months.
Very true. Well, without further ado, FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming, about to get underway. We can send it down to our casters for the series. It's Mr. X and Maven.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, so Matt, I'm going to pose the question to you. You know, hearing what Pat said, do you agree in the sense that sort of you throw stats out the window with a matchup like this? Like, is it seriously just who shows up? There's so much rivalry there.
I would have said that a while ago. Pat's trying to convince me to agree with him, but I don't. I don't think you can throw the stats out the window. I think with how we've seen this matchup go so far this year, you've really seen FaZe get dominated in this matchup. And you see Optic Gaming, these are the stats from their group week. No, I was not there that week, Maven, so I'll actually throw a question at you. We usually don't ask you much because you don't know much.
Very true.
But what'd you see from Optic that you liked and did not like during the last week?
I think they dropped more maps than I expected them to, but they were trying some different things in Search and Destroy. But what stood out the most, I mean, the 100% win rate in Hardpoint, you saw nearly a 1.5 KD for formal, which is absurd. Talking
very far away from everybody else.
Any specific mode. But what's scary is you heard Clayster talking about the importance of that first map. They didn't lose a Hardpoint. Like, they were 10-0. And then on the other side of this, it was the S&D, I think, surprised me the most for FaZe. I mean, we were both out. It was a crazy week, but you expect them to be a little bit more reliable than that.
It's a team over last year in Black Ops 3, and then this year in Infinite Warfare. We have not seen them get things clicking in all game modes. Remember last year, times they'd be dominant in Hardpoint, and they couldn't win S&D, and then they'd fix their S&D, and they couldn't win Hardpoints and Uplinks. Just a very odd, situation this FaZe team has. And his first map is huge. I sat around with Clay, watched a lot of the series, and he was saying how important first map is in IW. I believe it's a 78% win rate for the team that wins first map, wins the series. It's be huge if FaZe is going to go on and take this.
Well, we're going to kick things off with Damon Barlow, Karma, with the K-Bar in hand. It is Optic versus FaZe, the final match of day one of the $500,000 Stage 1 playoff. Here we go.
We'll see how Optic starts this opening break. From a side where you can get a lot of time in this center Hardpoint phase. They will be able to decide that controls the next spawns, but you see 2 quick kills, well, 1 kill and then 1 assisted kill as Attach falls off the map, but Zuma on the flank picks up 2. I think Zuma, interested to see how he plays. Dealing with a little bit of a thumb injury coming into this one. Seems to be at full health, took a little bit of time off.
I think the single biggest thing is the man that just got a 2-piece, Enable. He was not good, and there were some excuses made from a guy that rarely makes them. He was frustrated with his play coming out of their week. If he can turn it around and be the player he's been throughout the course of the year, I mean, they're going to have a chance. If he doesn't, if we get what we got in their weekly matches, no chance. Like, Enable just was not very good.
Well, it just seems like this team has not decided on a play style. Some players want to play a little bit of a slower game, more methodical. Let's get set up. Some of them want to go back to how they played in Advanced Warfare. Really kind of flood these hills, just use their gun power and aggression to their advantage. They can knock it on the same page.
Well, you're set up first for FaZe and Turbine, but they've already lost a man. Second should be falling. Not able to get any kills on the edge. Clay, last man up. Clean sweep for Optic Gaming after dominating at Bridge. They may be able to rack up another 40 or so points here.
This is not good for FaZe Clan. You can see on the minimap how far away they're spawning from this Hardpoint Turbine. A hill you can take a ton of time on. And you look at the score already, Optic Gaming with a heavy lead. They could blow this game open.
Well, they're blowing it open early. I want to hear the chatter from the squad.
Bottom. One in hill and one stop. Oh, bottom. Both bottom. Yeah, they might talk close. Bottom. We gotta go. Stay alive, Matt. I'm top. I'm waiting. Go, Matt. Go. I'm nading heady. Oh, I need our side shit. On the drill, Zuma. Yeah, right.
Close, nice.
Elbow. I'm leaving. Pushing it out.
I got time. Everyone leave.
I'm coming around right with you, Ian. Mid, Lego. Nice. I'm hitting wall. We're up mid with you? Nothing, cave. One top wall. I don't see him. Might be bottom. One guy's on computer heady. Hold on, Matt. Yeah, computer. And back right. Looking bottom. Plays weak. Bottom pit. Half fall. And then my fault. Attaches absolutely. I'm going cave. Yeah, I spawned cave. Nice. There's gonna be another. There's gonna be another. Watch the left side. Guys, go wall. Matt. Get a kill, Matt. Back door. Bottom pocket.
Back door. Weak damage.
I need a bottom pocket. Yeah, back door. Very back door. Clay. Came out front. He got me. Watch out. Two. 1 minute. Two. We're good. One's pushing out mid map. Zuma. We're gonna have to kill him. Yep. One's on the car. If he's going mid, let's go hall. I'm gonna go hall for sure. I'm going wall.
Mid weak, Zuma. He's in the corner. He's
hill. No one try to enable. Absolute hill enable. Going towards you, Damon. He was towards the computer, yeah. There's two nil. Tommy's middle dead. One shot dead. Both there. One jumped out. Cave in front. One's pushing through middle. Clay push through middle.
Middle absolute.
Play. Front lab.
Got him.
I'll hold lab. I'll hold your guys' lab. I'll hold you. One side, top left. Zuma. Zuma's Sherman. He's above me. What's your absolute?
Dead. No, he's in blue.
That got nice.
I'm pushing on maps.
I spawn lab. I got that one's left. I got left. I got mid. Pick up lab. I'll pick up maps. Top left, Clay.
Well, during that, it was actually FaZe that started to roar back. What do you see, buddy?
Well, you saw, I think it was Clayster in the back. He wins 2 big gunfights, one against Karma, the other against Scump. They're able to hold that back cave spawn, take that entire hangar, get back into this game. But Optic Gaming rotates over towards Drill, a hill that we've seen teams take a ton of time on. They have control here early, but Clay coming on top with the K-bar. We've seen, I talked to him a little bit before the game, not really too confident, it seems like, with the NV4 in his hands. Feels like he plays much better with the K-bar, and he's shown it on this map.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, I know you weren't there that week, but Scump and Optic in general started out slow in some hard points. Like, there were times he was double negative, and I was like, holy hell, like, Scump is never double negative, but he'd fight back. Do you think because of this matchup, you sort of are guaranteed not to get a slow start out of Optic? Like, you think that the rivalry is that strong, the bragging rights like you heard from Formal, are you kind of going to avoid that naturally just by how big this matchup is?
I think potentially. I don't know how big of a rivalry this is right now. For Optic. If you're Optic, you've smashed them the last few times you played. You're the clear-cut #1 team in the game. You're going up against a team that you've been blowing out consistently, like outside of the names. Like, is this a huge match for them? They're probably coming into this one. This is the team they wanted to play in round #1.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Another way to look at it. Scump right now on a 4 streak. Matt, he's sitting at 12-6. You got 3 in a row for Krim. Krim trying to win 2 gunfights at mid, not able to do it. But here's Scump to back him up. Tries to go over the top. Ultimately, he will fall. Let's switch over to FaZe's POV here for a moment. It's Clayster getting set up, trying to watch the flank. His teammate just spawned in hangar, so he should be wrapping back towards the front. Now remember, it was like Bridge was completely dominated by Optic, and they did a great job at Turbine. Can FaZe do a better job in this half?
And it's 3 kills in favor of FaZe, and Abel trying to push all the way around the back. He's going to be able to pick up 1. He's got a teammate there with him. That's going to be Zuma on a 4 streak right now. They're going to get control of Turbine. So you could see FaZe start to make this comeback, as Zuma has played quite well, Maven. We've seen him on a 4 streak before, now on another 4 streak. They needed him to show up in a big way in this match.
Can he get the streaks is the question. 75 off, just needs to find a kill. Slides out, there it is. 50 now off the bombardment. Streak up to 5 for Zuma. We know how influential those can be down the stretch in a hard point, but not able to pick up the final one. Now, Optic again controlling Turbine. It's FaZe that has to try and work on this break.
When you get control that easy, you can't get broken, and then you see Clay here on the entry. Kills a teammate there, attached, going on the wall run. Zuma, though, gets in behind enemy lines. Nothing he can do there. He kills 1. There's 3 other players there for Optic Gaming. It'll be Optic Gaming getting a break and then a hold here on Turbine.
And this is where you got to be careful. If you're FaZe and you make another push at this and drop, you can't flip the spawn, but you can see on the minimap Zuma and Enable kind of holding mid-map and hangar, making sure that that's not going to happen. So they don't throw another failed effort at that towards the end of it. Smart plays from FaZe, but now they have to hold the push from Optic. In come Formal and Scump. Scump with the first kill. Formal just spotted 1 to his right. FTL's around to stay safe. Now going to re-peek and challenge, and Attach gets gunned. 2 in a row before Formal before he drops. Optic dangerously close to cracking that 200-point mark.
Zuma, though, with another 2-piece, he's able to get in. I feel like on the last few hills, it's really been Zuma, the one who is able to make plays for this FaZe Clan team. He needs somebody else to show up. Attach 11 and 13. But really, in Infinite Warfare, this game is so Slay heavy that you cannot afford to have 2 poor games from teammates. You know, Clayser and Enable, one of those guys needs to show up here in the final moments, and Zuma with yet another 4 streak.
And I know it's just one game here, but Enable's struggles seem to be continuing right now at 9 and 15. We'll see if he can pick it up. But like you said, Zuma continues to streak. Now he's got the bombardment. One more outside. We'll wrap back, though, to help on the rear push. Slides out. Scump able to win that one. Scump actually finds 2, but FaZe fighting back. And we know what they're capable of, man. They've had some absolutely crazy comebacks over the course of Infinite Warfare. Can't count these guys out.
That's going to be Optic in control here. Going over to Drill. See Clay, the only one alive over on the Drill side of the map. Optic Gaming, they rotate. You may need to use some of Zuma's streaks here to be able to break this and get inside.
You know, I talked to Clay a little bit as well. I know you enjoyed a meal with him and discussed it, but he felt confident. He's like, I've watched a lot of their gameplay. I feel comfortable knowing how they're going to play. You know, we've seen them play similar maps to E6 Week 4. You think it's got to play a big part in this, right? Or Optic, they might have been cruising. Well, and
Clay also felt pretty good. I mean, how many times have we seen Optic Gaming lose in the first round of a winner's bracket, right? You get them early, they're vulnerable, they come in, they're pretty confident, maybe a little overconfident. They get some maps they like. Maybe able to take advantage of it, but Optic Gaming in complete control right now. Zuma actually team kills Enable there with the car. He tries to fly out. It's going to be 2 kills from Formal, though, as OG gets control of the hardpoint.
OG's got control for now. Nobody in the hardpoint right now. Karma should be picking up the time in the back with 10 seconds left. Everybody trying to push to get set up now for mid-map. Several players from FaZe already in. Formal waiting to go over the top. He's 300 off the Trinity. Remember, you still have streaks available for Zuma. Can Optic Gaming crack through, though?
I mean, you need somebody other than Zuma. I mean, you got to kind of look at the stats over there as Formal now on a 6 streak, 24 and 19. But on the other side, Zuma 25 and 18. The next highest kills on the team, 15 from attach. You know, you needed Clay or Enable to show up in this one.
You sure did. Scump able to snap on one, though. Pushing forward, multiple players here set up in mid-map. FaZe clawing back just over the 180 point. Only 25 more points needed for Optic Gaming. Look at the spawn, left side of the map. For Turbine, it will be FaZe in control. They haven't done a great job of holding for long periods of time. They have to be basically perfect here. And they can't give up the rest of this time to Optic because they could close it out here, Bridge.
Yeah, no, Optic, as soon as those streaks come down, they decide to give that middle hill up. They're going to rotate on over, but Enable is able to pick up one, picks up a second one, 2 huge kills. They're going to take the final few seconds here on Bridge, so they're going to get above, and actually they're going to give it up. So they're going to get right to about 200. We're going to go over to Turbine. Now, FaZe Clan, they need a good hold here to be able to complete the comeback.
Oh, good. They need all but a perfect one. It's so tough to transition straight from the Turbine over to Hangar, but here we go. Formal's got the first pick. Karma now over the top with Camo, trying to find the crack on through. Scump and Crim the kill feed. Final one there is Attach. Attach actually picks up 2. He's still somehow surviving. 2 more players from Optic Gaming to deal with. Not able to win that one, and once again, Optic cruises through to break.
You cannot get broken that easy. If you're FaZe Clan and you're completely set up, you need to pick up that first kill. You need to be able to break. It's going to be Scump popping the reactive armor, putting shots in everybody as Karma cleans them up. You look at the mini-map, Attach, the only one that can get close. Doesn't matter. 250, 212. Map number 1 going in favor to Optic Gaming.
And stage 1 overall, that extends their spree in Hardpoint up to 11-0. They've been utterly dominant there, and you heard the pressure FaZe put on themselves for this game 1. They come up just a little bit short. What was the key takeaway kind of from FaZe? Is it any individual players just not being able to hold when they had the early setup?
Well, look, you need Clay and Enable to play a little bit better. I mean, Zuma played great there in that game 1, but you need some kind of other help, especially if you're going to go up against Optic Gaming, where they're so powerful in the slaying department. You need everybody to have a pretty good game. But I think in that last Hardpoint, they have a chance, a realistic chance. I mean, we've seen teams take a ton of time on Turbine, full 60s. They're set up. Everybody's there. Formal gets a kill on Enable to open things up. If they're able to trade those kills out, hold control a little bit, maybe they get Optic to, get a little bit, aggressive, a little panic a little bit.
Yeah.
And they're able to make that game closer towards the end.
Maybe one good thing for FaZe, at least looking forward to the rest of the series and over the course of the weekend. Zuma played great, and he's been kind of up and down over the course of the year. I mean, sort of like Saints. Saints has been a bit inconsistent, but he had a brilliant series. That's the best we've seen Saints maybe play all year.
No doubt.
If they can get Zuma back to form, my point basically, I don't think we've seen Zuma at his peak like we have in some prior titles.
No, I thought Zuma last year at times showed really nice flashes. Like sometimes he was great, but I think they just moved him around too much last year. Sometimes with an SMG, sometimes an AR. You go back to Advanced Warfare, second half of the year, I mean, him and Scump is like a toss-up, best player in the game, I think.
All right, well, before we get into the Crusher Search and Destroy, we've got Joey D to break it down.
Thank you, Mr. Two-Tap Evans. We're going to take a look at Crusher, Search and Destroy, a game type we've been seeing all day. It'll be the 4th time we're seeing it, but it's going to be a little bit different, I believe, between Optic and FaZe. So we're going to take a look and see the differences. I believe you're going to have early on a sniper battle between Clayster and Formal. So, Pat, if you can hear me, highlight these two, because these two have been some of the best snipers in Call of Duty history. If we don't get that, well, Clayster, what he's going to do, he's going to rotate with his team over to this B bomb site. He's going to worry about the flank, very important in case Optic believes they're going to push through that A bomb site. Optic, on the other hand, they're going to set up for A. That is usually your typical, sort of defensive setup, as you can see on your screen. Now, FaZe, if they go B, which we've been seeing all day, they're going to regroup and try to retake this bomb site. Formal, you can see he's watching this vision. He's just going to make sure that none of FaZe push through this area, because if they don't, that'll allow Optic to sort of move up in this area and take on these gunfights. Now, it's very difficult, but it's been something that we see the entire day. So, when you watch this matchup, first we're going to look at that sort of Formal versus Clayster sniper battle. Is it going to happen? Some of the 2 best snipers in the history of Call of Duty. On the other hand, watch out for those retakes for both FaZe and Optic. Back over to Two-Tap Evans and Mr. X.
Thank you, Joey. All right, so when I remember back, this is a 2K ages ago, like midway through the season. It was a 6-0 win, if I remember correctly, Optic over FaZe, and it's when Optic's S&D was really turning around. I talked to Formal, he's like, man, I know what they're going to do. Like, I read them like a book. They just bashed them on Crusher. And I talked to him a little bit ago. He said, he's like, just watch, man. Like, I understand what FaZe does in Search and Destroy, so it'll be interesting to see if they're countering basically everything FaZe brings in.
Yeah, and I mean, Formal's turned into a tremendous S&D player, a real leader for this team in the game mode. I think this is a must-win map for FaZe. Speaking with Scump a little bit in the back, they've been scrimming LG a lot coming into this. They felt, they helped LG get a little bit better in Hardpoint. LG definitely helped Optic get better in the uplinks. Uplink, Scump said, it was probably their worst game mode. He feels they're very strong in it now, so going into that game 3, especially if FaZe is down 0-2, does not look good for them. This is a huge map for FaZe Clan. And it's something, I spoke a little bit about with Clay earlier. It's like, this is a team FaZe where you looked at these 4 guys and, that coming back in a best-of-7 series, forcing a second best-of-7, coming back in that one, crazy comebacks. They just had this strong mentality. It's like, is it still there? Like, do they still have that fight in them? We have not seen it in a very long time.
I talked to Clay on Hot Mic a little bit. I asked him, like, there's been a lot of questions for a long time since you guys haven't won an event. What's it like dealing with every time you guys, don't win, basically, there's roster change questions, like every single time. I was just like, what's it like to deal with that? He's like, honestly, it's just a bit annoying because people used to get so annoyed by Roster Mania and how many changes there were over the course of the year. Now we've had these consistent teams and we're working to get better, and we've consistently been top 3. They're doing well. It's just, is this roster able to get over that hump and place top 1 over EUnited and Optic Gaming? We have a lot of gameplay left to see.
For some teams and organizations, top 3 isn't good enough. Well, it's like the Yankees, right? Like, you win the AL East. Like, is that good enough? No. Like, they expect to win championships. It's like FaZe Clan, like top 3, cool. Like, they expect to contend at the top for titles, and
it's crazy to think about because top 3 is very good.
Top 3 is amazing. It kind of just tracks a lot from this FaZe Clan team. Like, we're talking like, oh man, can they put it together? It's like, this is a team that's been very good, just they have not won championship.
Like, Mud Dog's here. I don't think he has a top 3 in his career.
Does he have a top 8?
I don't think so. We love you, Mud Dog. All right, Clay, though, you saw Joey D breaking down the sniper plays. Clay would have it out. And similar to what we saw, they can't let them get in that position where they're able to push up to the rock. That's exactly how Optic is looking to make the retake here. Zuma holding the edge. Nice gunfight win over Crimsix. Another going to push him. Takes that as well. Zuma continuing the hot gameplay from game 1.
When that nade does not get a hit marker, Krim comes out. He doesn't expect Zuma to be in this close corner. Allows Zuma to pick up 2 easy kills. Formal going to pick up 1 as Optic still trying to make the retake happen. It'll be Karma and Formal trying to figure out a way into the bomb site. But look at Zuma. The perfect timing. Able to get 1. Oh, so close to picking up the ace there in round number 1. A teammate finishes off.
Oh, that was
FaZe taking round 1.
I thought for sure that was the ace, man. I was ready to start screaming. Thought he had it. You saw Clay got a hit marker at 1 as well and finishes the final kill. Nice first round from FaZe Clan. And you can break down whatever you want, but it's that Zuma 2-piece that gets it done, right?
Oh, it's huge. At the beginning of that round, if you can give your team a 2-man advantage, especially on the offensive side, forcing the players in towards the site, It's a very easy round win. See if Clay can pick up anything here in the mid with the sniper. Nobody peeking just yet. Getting in a very dangerous position.
Yeah, I would say if he pushes up too far, if somebody challenges him, he misses a shot, he is dead. We'll keep an eye on Zuma as well, just because he is 3-0 right now. Ways to go towards any significant streaks, but he's already almost halfway to that reactive armor. I like it. Wisely going to back down, doesn't re-peek and challenge. They know Optic Gaming has flooded now into the A site, as they're going to have to work on a retake. Formal, first blood.
Now we'll see how FaZe tries to retake the A site. So difficult to get in here. It's going to be Enable picking up one. Zuma trying to slide in, not able to get out with his life. It's going to be Enable, though. No 1v2. K-bar in hand. Just needs to locate one of these players. He almost turns and gets some shot off. Don't think he would have been able to kill both players there, because the other guy was going to come from the top bridge. He would have been able to trade that out even if he pulls off that first kill.
A little bit of unfortunate timing, right? He had just checked the doorway, turns to check the top, but like you said, both flying out from both angles.
Not really much of a chance.
Without some kind of payload to work with, you're not usually going to make that play.
Somebody's controller like disconnected on the other side.
Okay, into round 3, all tied up at 1-1. Clay for now has put away the sniper. We'll have NV4 in hand. We're back to Zuma, as he's been the hot hand in this series thus far. But the first blood will be to attach. FaZe has control of round 3.
Now they have control completely of the A bomb site. See Enable trying to work up towards the site, trying to get a plant down. Zuma gets naded from the up top, so he's going to have to back down. Enable, though, picks up another kill for FaZe Clan. Oh, man, Zuma has another player right in front of him. Karma, the last one alive. This should be a round that FaZe wins with ease. Karma, the only one alive here in a 1v3. Gets tagged up, gets finished off. FaZe with the second round on the board.
And Enable's been chilling back there, looking for any kind of push through. He on the minimap, if you looked at it, he was just kind of playing in these back dirt. Karma comes flying out, didn't even really think to check it.
What's this area? The back dirt?
Yeah, back dirt.
Back
I was about to say back cases, and then I was like, dirt. It's dirty back there, Matt.
The entire map is like dirt.
Ah, well, you know, that's why it's a safe call out. So if I'm talking about anything, I can call it dirt.
Red dirt.
Red dirt, yes.
So I believe this is Mars is the planet that has red dirt.
Crim6 now on your screen. They are trailing by a round. Let's take a look at how this play develops. He'll usually be that lone man on A. As soon as he sees some action, he will wrap back. He's really good at mixing it up on that site too, playing sneaky corners, getting a lot of first bloods for his team. He'll
nice
be the one,
push, though.
Be the one watching the flank. He got eyes on, I believe, one over the middle.
See, I would have liked to see if FaZe got aggressive here on the flank, right? I thought this was going to be a great push. They were going to go. They were going to get in right as Optic planted the bomb down. Maybe you put some pressure on Crim, you kill him, you force him out.
Nice shots.
It's going to be Enable, though, with a really nice shots there. Attach picks up another, so just like that, it's going to be FaZe with the man advantage. They know where Karma is behind the box. It's going to give you a good idea where Formal is as well, as they're going to just kind of play opposite sides. That is it.
That is it. Nice stuff from FaZe. 3 kills, 4 Enable in a row, 225 of the Trinity, and very close to the camo. They can make a play down the stretch. FaZe keeps on rolling here in the game 2. Excellent job thus far, bouncing back from a tight game 1.
Enable 6-1, Zuma 5-3. It's FaZe Clan looking to get on the board here with a map win in map number 2. Should be a huge win for them, tying the series up at 1 game apiece. We talked about it, Optic very strong. You know, they think coming into this in Uplink, obviously with a 2-0 advantage, it would look likely, you know, FaZe, you know, not playing too hot, that they could take the series 3-0. But FaZe Clan coming out strong in S&D of 3-1 rounds. And I like just, you know, how they've thrown different looks at Optic. You know, sometimes a fast hit over towards B, now another hit in towards the A site, and Enable with yet another first blood.
They trade it back, though, as Scump finds Zuma. So Zuma off the map, and he's been so dynamic, that's certainly going to work out for FaZe Clan, but Enable does still have camo available.
But because Optic puts so much emphasis on watching the A site, they have no idea Clay is in this back position. So normally, like Joe was talking about, Formal would watch this cross, know this area is clear, does not do it there, but it doesn't matter.
When you're just Formal things, like comes around the edge, snaps onto him. I like the sneaky spot from Clay, but doesn't end up working out. All of a sudden, Enable by himself. He's dropped. Plenty of time for the defuse. Like Scump with the 2 final ones.
You shouldn't be able to do that. Like you shouldn't. Like Clay has a perfect position. He's there. We're talking about how they didn't play it right. Formal just comes right over the box and just.
And it's not a great spot to have an NB4 in. Like at
that's
close
true.
range.
No,
like someone comes around with an E-Rad, someone comes around with a K-bar. You're in a tough spot.
Yeah, but the time to kill, though, I mean, you expect it if you have the first 3 shots to be able to kill a guy. I mean, Formal's just a freak, man.
he certainly has shots at the Optic Gaming crew as they're trying to battle back. And this is our final series of the night for those that may have missed some matches. Well, what's been your craziest match so far? I mean, it has to be E6 over EUnited.
I was like, what kind of question is that? Yes, obviously.
Maybe you have a different opinion than I do. We're both
EUnited.
We're two separate human beings.
I was going to say we both have brains, but I'm not exactly sure about you.
No, mine leaked out my ears years ago. All right, round 6, full streaks for Enable. He's shooting everybody, including a teammate, but able to take the head off. He's shooting lasers right now. That's Formal dropping. Now Scump by himself. And this is like what you needed from Enable, man. You needed him to crush. He had a rough game 1, but he is slaughtering right now the search and destroy.
His team just needed a little bit of confidence. I mean, speaking of Clay, they came in, they felt really good about this matchup. After the game 1, they lose it, but they did play them kind of tough. I mean, what, 250 to 212, I believe the final score is. So a pretty competitive game. Coming in here to map number 2, you win this one. You kind of need to take a break after this. You got to get with the team and be like, hey, we played them really tough these first 2 maps. We know they're vulnerable, going into an uplink. Maybe we're able to take that and force this one the distance.
Well, remember, we're on the push with Optic Gaming here on the defensive end, but Enable still has camo and a lot of streaks to work with. First blood, though, Karma able to cut down Clay. I want to go to, Enable's point of view. He's got bomb in hand.
You can't get picked there. I mean, Clay's kind of gained some information. As soon as he sees some players, he needs to get out of there pretty quick. It looks like he just kind of got caught or stopped for a second. Now it kind of ruins the entire push here for FaZe Clan. Enable able to take out one, though, even it up at 3 players apiece. But it's such a dangerous area of the map that he's in. Attach able to get one. We're going to be in a 2v2, but look where Bomb is down now. Not in a great spot for FaZe.
Yeah, especially Optic controlling the entire area. Zuma now, let's see how he tries to approach us. Worried about someone playing sneaky inside a hangar. Just over 30 seconds remaining. You're not going to probably win that one at range. Attach, though, gets the call out. He's going to fly on in. Over the top, Karma drops. Crim6 now left by his lonesome, trying to tag players up. Crim now trying to pull off the 1v2. 20 seconds remaining. Zuma's now got to make a play.
See what he decides to do in this situation. Crim comes up on the bridge from behind. I think, maybe Attach could have waited a second there, let Zuma come out and try and challenge. But
that was beautiful from Crim.
Really nice play from Crim.
Beautiful stuff in the handshake afterwards, but that was a very winnable 1v2 in the sense that time is against Zuma, right? All the pressure's on him to make a play. There was 20 seconds or so left when Attach dropped. Crim wisely wraps around, gets to a different position. Zuma didn't have a lot of choices there. He had to kind of guess, right? Is he hiding behind the box? Is he hitting the flank?
And with the bomb down wide in the open, Crim knows that probably, and he's not going to just leave the bomb. He's going to just keep eyes on it. So what? Zuma could have ran out, tried to get it. Clay with the sniper rifle. A quick first blood. A nice shot there from Clayster.
And Formal hasn't really been a factor in the past couple rounds. I think he was outgunned by Enable a few, sniped there. They've kind of taken him out of the map over the past couple as he's sitting at 4 and 7. Well, let's see what Optic can do, though. Down a man, down a round. Still fighting on Crusher.
Well, the advantage now, I mean, they get the bomb down at A. Obviously, with the sniper rifle, you're going to have a pistol in your back pocket. Clay picks up an NV4 now, and he's actually going to take out Crim.
Enable uses camo, by the way, and I don't think he found anything. Maybe was able to call out those. Clay wraps behind, gets picked up, though. It's now Scump by himself, but let's go to Scump because he's very dead. Scump was close to picking up the reactive, so maybe if he finds a kill, there's a play that he's able to make, but not going to get it done. Tons of time for the defuse, and now one more round for FaZe Clan.
And they'll give the defuse to Zuma. He'll earn that reactive armor. We'll see what FaZe does in this next round with an opportunity to close it out, tie up the series at 1 game apiece. Such a big match for FaZe, man.
I mean, the only good thing, I guess, for Optic on the other side is that Enable used the camo. I mean, they still got the round win, but at least they got burned there. And you're very close to getting camo and reactive.
Enable us
for Optic.
Streaks, though.
Yeah, it's going to be payloads versus streaks. Well, payloads, if they can find the kills, is the big thing. Enable tagged up at the edge. First death, going to go to Karma. Clayster backs it up. Formal trying to answer back quickly. It turned into a 2v2. Zuma peeks the edge, and there you go. FaZe Clan, 6-3. Optic versus FaZe now tied at 1 apiece. We got ourselves a series, buddy.
Yeah, it's a round where Optic probably knows that Enable has full streaks. They need to play aggressive. And FaZe, instead of just kind of pushing them back there, lets all the gunfights come to them, and they're able to win them with these.
FaZe and Enable, I mean, we knocked him in game 1, but he had a brilliant game 2. We saw, I mean, pretty much I feel like every time we went to him, just shooting laser beams, winning one-on-one gunfights, shooting teammates in the back at times if needed, but Job well done.
It's almost like, in the NBA playoffs where they're like, it's not really a series until, one team wins an away game or you win a game on another team's home court. It's like, I feel almost the same way when you play against Optic Gaming. Like, until you win a respawn, like, you don't know what the series is going to be like. I mean,
true.
They lose that map, obviously 1-1 right now, but very good in the respawn game modes. Undefeated in Hardpoint through groups, and then this first one here, you're going to need to win one of those games if you're FaZe Clan.
Well, that's why I think even when you heard Pat, he was taking FaZe before this. If FaZe takes it, you feel like it's got to be through 5 games for the most part, just because how good Optic has been in Hardpoint. Like that's going to be their recipe for victory here. Whereas, on the opposite side, Optic, you're usually thinking 3-0, 3-1. Like, it doesn't usually get past that fourth hard.
I tell you what, man, I mean, FaZe is a team that goes off of confidence, momentum. Like, they come in, they take this game 3. I would not count them out in that 4th game. I mean, they're a team that can definitely slay with the best of them. We've seen them do it in the past on numerous occasions. I mean, they're a team that I think if they kind of get rolling, would not count them out of a game 4.
All right, guys, tweet the stream. Series tied up 1-1. We'll be right back. It'll be time for the Uplink. Let's take a look at our key player matchup. It is Karma going up against Attach. Break it down for me, buddy.
Yeah, you see there, Kate, he's obviously not the best, but I know you see some of the objective work these guys are able to put through. I know Karma a little bit better with the carries and the throws, so he's doing a little bit better in the objective than Attach. But look at both these players have the drone in their hands.
They need to make plays with the drone. Karma, Attach. This is your G Fuel key player matchup. It is time for Frost Uplink. Series tied at 1-1. Both teams went 2-0 in their particular week. And
You're right there, buddy?
That echo terrified me. Did I step on a cable or something?
I don't know what you did. It sounded like there was thunder coming out of your microphone.
Did I break something? If that wasn't heard in the stream, people probably think we're insane, but holy hell, that almost made me jump out of my shoes.
It's fine.
That's all right. We're having a great time.
Yeah, go on. What were you talking about?
Well, basically, they're both 2-0 in their week on Frost Uplink. Optic had a little bit of an edge in the sense they score more points, prevent less, or allow less points to go forward as well. But, God, I don't know. I mean, after the search, Clay's always told me it's a momentum change. You take that search and destroy, it shuts down the momentum from the team that takes game one. Can they carry that now in? We know how Clay thrives on getting fired up. Sometimes just a big play from him can turn the tides of a series. We'll see how he performs here. This isn't exactly an AR-friendly map.
No, it is definitely not. You're going to see a ton of E-Rats on this map. And with the way Zuma is shooting right now, I know it's great for FaZe Clan. You look on the other side, Scump obviously very strong with the E-Rat in his hands. I think you're looking at, Attach, Karma, Crim6 as well. No key players going into this third map.
Well, it feels like it's been so long since that kind of, Scump versus Attach, Scump versus Zuma. They were all just in this trio of top SMGs. Like, it just feels like there's been so much separation from Scump to the rest of the pack this year. I mean, he's been absolutely lights out. We'll see. I mean, they need Zuma or Attach. One of them has to kind of go toe-to-toe with him, right?
To be fair, you're also kind of tied to your assault rifle player. I mean, when Formal is picking up so many kills at range and he's just dominating, he's giving you so much area on the map to operate that it's a lot easier for Scump as opposed to somebody like Zuma or Attach.
Well, let's see who can get the better of him in this game. Who you taking here for Uplink? It's hard not to go respawns with Optic. I get it, but it's funny when we talk about their weakest mode because usually it's not really that weak. It's just statistically compared to the others. But if you're going to steal one, I mean, talk about the search and destroy. Obviously, Uplink would be next up. I mean, Hardpoint, they've just been so lights out. It's difficult.
I tell you what, if FaZe can keep this game close and you get a good game out of Enable, I think this is definitely a winnable one. I think we've seen Zuma in the first respawn play very well, expecting him to kind of carry over here into Uplink. If Enable can really shoot like he did in that last map, it'll be tough to beat.
And don't you feel like, as much as you mentioned earlier that maybe, this isn't as much of a rivalry as we talk about it being. Obviously, the orgs, two of the biggest in Call of Duty, massive fan bases, that's not really going to change anything. It's always going to be a hyped up match. But if FaZe beats Optic here, if they knock them into losers at a tournament for $500,000, I feel like that shifts on its head pretty quickly.
It's more of like a trap game for Optic. You come into this one knowing it's an opponent you beat a few times in a row. You get good maps in your map pool. You come in, you cruise through your group. It's like a perfect trap game to go the distance, and a crazy scenario happens. They need to realize the moment they're in now, and they still control this series. If they win both of the if they just hold serve on the respawns, they control this series. If they lose one of these and we see a game 5, that's when things get dicey.
But we've seen, already one team maybe succumb to pressure. We've had a lot of 2 seeds winning today throughout the course of it. I mean, would you say this is the biggest event outside of a COD Champs ever?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you just look at the prize pool and everything on the line. This event is so massive.
Well, I'm sure all the players feeling the pressure like we are. We've been hyped for this one for the past month as we prepared throughout stage 1. We're watching Zuma. He is hitting the flank very quickly, and he may have easy pick-ins. Not going to happen, but the rest of his teammates do pick up kills. Crim6 trying to hold the line for Optic Gaming. No one able to really get control now until Optic sets it up. They're going to toss it out to the ridge and try to play outside. We know Karma is one of the best in the business when you get in that drone pushing outside of blue.
And we talked a lot about, Formal and Scump and Karma with the objective. I feel like the one player we have in this, nice shots there come in from Attach as he's able to get 2, is Crim6. I feel like Crim has been very good this year. Probably the most comfortable we've seen him on, as a member of Optic Gaming. You're really starting to see the old Crim come through.
And Crim played very, very well during week 4. He was incredible. One game he went on a 14 streak and an 8 streak. He got his breakout Hardpoint. He was really stepping it up. Felt really, really comfortable with the way he was playing, like you said. And I've talked to him. He's like, I like this game. I like the way it plays. I just have a better understanding of Hardpoint as far as controlling the spawns, punishing people. And we've seen him play very, very well this year. But now it is going to be FaZe Clan starting to push this drone on forward. One player in from behind and able to look over his teammate. There's a second one there, though, he's got to beat.
The biggest win, though, of that entire sequence comes from Formal. He's all the way in the back. Placer trying to get advantage in that back helipad. His kill all just comes through.
He's killed the entire team.
He did. And he's still going. Formal on a 5 streak now. Starting to heat up with the K-bar in his hands. But it's going to be Clay and FaZe mid-map. They're going to get drone control. They're going to bring this one very far away from Optic and force them to rotate all the way back towards that top side of the minimap.
Well, we listened to the team chatter a bit earlier with Optic Gaming. FaZe has now tied the series up at 1-1. Let's listen to their comms.
Nice, go in the blue, blue, the flat. Let's get blue,
I'm leading him.
Let's go. Grab
Back robots already. Watch out, back robots.
I hate that. Get ready. I got him.
I'm naded.
One's back robots. Side door. One other point. Back robots. Three.
Let's go in, grab it. Come on.
One shot. I play one. Good job, Clay.
I'll play mid.
Clay, you want to say follow trees?
Yeah, play those.
Stay like us. Mid. Yo, they could go A street. I'm hitting blue.
I'm holding their back base.
Go blue.
I got one. Side door. Side door, middle. Side door. I'm back up the ball.
Karma's on Mount Ice. Yo, they're running straight up. Ice, I'm behind them, but I can't get there.
Say this.
Yo, one's blue.
Jump to.
No. He went ice. He's in blue. Yeah, blue. In blue, ice. He's right. He's ice to blue. You want to blue.
He got me. Fuck. One shot. He's one shot from blue. In blue. One shot. He's front blue. He just jumped out.
Runner on the back.
He's grabbing it.
I'm gonna hit back.
Two on me now, guys. Careful here.
I'm holding blue.
I got blue. Back our base already. Karma's already back.
Push out?
No, not yet.
One's in our base. I got one.
Let's go.
Ice, copy. Back our base. Ball. Let's get ball. Just jump it.
That's fine. I can wrap it. Go inside. I can wrap. Go.
I got a K-bar for this.
Yeah, I have a K-bar as well. I'll look in the back. I have Trinity.
One side. Yo, I'll look at the ball. I have a ball. I gotta go.
Let's go. I need it.
Back robots. I have your side.
I kill him back. Let's go.
Last guy side. You guys gotta kill him. You guys gotta. I got to go.
Handle one if you have to. No, you're good at dunk.
Nice.
A dunk coming in for FaZe Clan as they are now up 3-1. You saw on the opposite side, Formal going off a bit, Clayster as well, but that Trinity Rocket, I was talking with Teep, these streaks, man, if you can catch teams off a spawn, like we saw EUnited just destroying with them in their series.
And Clay is starting to heat up. It's on a 5 streak now for Clayster. You see the bullets connecting at long range there with the K-bar, not able to finish off that second player. But I tell you what, Maeve, this is a must-win map for FaZe because you just look on the side of Optic Gaming. Formal's playing well. You're getting off games from the other 3. You rarely ever get this. You need to punish Optic when they play like this. This is a must-win game for FaZe.
And what do we talk about? Who's going to be the person to match Scump? Right now, 6-14. Nothing to worry about when you have Attach and Zuma doing well, Clay getting things done, another point on the board. FaZe rolling with 40 seconds left in the first half.
That was a sick play from Clay. He was on a streak, I believe, a 7 at the time. He picks up 2 kills, able to pick up the drone, throw it in for 1. Karma with 2 kills. The drone in the hands of Crim6. He's going to go on the bottom, but not able to get any points out of it. As FaZe has really taken the fight to Optic Gaming in this map and in this series. Clay with those full streaks going into the second half. See if Optic can put some points on the board here towards the end. Karma trying to get a 1-point throw off, intercepted by Enable. Everything going right for FaZe as they're up 4-1 going into halftime.
And Clay's got these streaks to work on the second half. A beautiful half from FaZe. Now, not to knock it at all, but do you think when you get that horrendous of a half out of several players from Optic, like should you be up more than 4-1? Or do you feel pretty comfortable with that lead? Because I just feel like that lead can shift in 60 seconds.
You still have to feel pretty good if you're FaZe Clan. But I think, look, you see the difference of what a top flight AR makes, right? I mean, you know, Formal playing very well. But when Clay kind of evens that up and, you know, 19 kills apiece at half, makes it a lot easier for the rest of his teammates. They're able to get in, get some points on the board, be a little bit more aggressive.
Well, you got to expect that Scump on Optic is likely going to turn this around at some point. We saw this in week 4. He would start slow in some hard points, some uplinks, and then he would start to bring it. So when that comes, when that tidal wave that is Optic Gaming erupts, is FaZe going to be able to withstand it, or they just keep locking them down throughout the course of this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're able to pick up some more kills towards the end of that game, right? But it does not result in points. We're used to seeing Optic, you know, they get 4 dead after 4 dead after 4 dead. You just were not able to see it. It seemed like, you know, a Formal 2-piece followed up by maybe 1 kill from somebody else.
Dunk.
That is all 4 dead for Optic Gaming. A dunk coming in there for Attach. It's going to slide into the base. A lot of pressure being put on by FaZe Clan. You see Enable and Zuma both in the Optic base. Clay trying to use that overdrive, get the drone towards them. Not able to put points on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the scariest things, too, is just the utter lack of offense from Optic Gaming. I'm trying to think, who it was versus E6 in their week 4. They played throwback, and I think Optic Gaming got blanked. Like they couldn't do anything. They couldn't get any offense forward. They have games like this, and maybe that's why we sometimes speak about it being one of their weaker modes. But right now, it is all FaZe Clan 6-1, under 4 minutes to play. Can they hold strong?
I mean, Scump seemed pretty confident going into this game mode. It's one that he said they put a ton of time on. Coming into this weekend, it's the game mode they felt the least confident on. Right now, things have not gone their way, but a few kills in the kill feed do. As Krim, now with drone in hand, he's going to throw it down, let a teammate pick it up behind him. This will be a dunk for Karma and Optic Gaming. They're trying to inch back into this one.
Well, it looks like they're at least able to clear out their base, so no more points are going to be coming in for Optic Gaming. You already have Attach set up in mid-map and waiting. Zuma clearing out sub-bay as well. FaZe poised to rebound from this as 3 were down for Optic Gaming. Karma, the lone man standing. But do you think there's anything too? So obviously Optic kind of breezed through their week. I know they dropped some maps, but it didn't seem too difficult for them is kind of what I took from it. FaZe had to fight. It was a crazy week. They had to beat Rise in a reverse sweep fashion. Is more of a test gonna help you here, or is it so far in the past it's not really a big deal?
I mean, look, you qualify through the groups, and then you're going online, and you're playing a lot of these teams. I think all these teams are pretty well prepared for this weekend. I don't think, having an easier group, over another has really prepared any team more. I mean, you can make the case, FaZe barely got in. Maybe it was more of a wake-up call for them, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
But I think, both teams, they qualify. I know they have some tough games in the groups. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
All right, well, Clay still has a Trinity rocket. We're on board right now with Attach at mid-dozer. Enable's going to pick up that drone. They're trying to push the top side. Now the streaks are going to come in. Going to force them inside of Research. Clay is able to find 2. Scump and Krim are going to drop. They're wrapping around the top side. It's Enable with drone. Enable close to Camo. Flushing it through for the dunk. 8-3 lead for FaZe. 2 minutes on the clock. This has been a thing of beauty as FaZe Clan keeps on cruising.
And if you're Optic Gaming the way, you got to make this comeback. You got to get, obviously, some scores here. You got to get some points out of that camo. When you do use active camo, you got to turn it into a 2-point play. If you don't, it's pretty much GG after that.
Attach now, moving forward, controlling the inside as his teammates are coming up from behind, trying to clear the way. There's nobody at home on defense. They can pass this forward. Attach would have had a 1-point toss. They get it there just maybe a little bit late. We've got it forward a bit sooner. Maybe a 1-pointer can come through. But Formal and Optic able to hold on the defensive end. Now they've got 90 seconds to work with. Karma's going to go ahead and camo. You need the points. You need him now. He gets tagged up a bit, but be able to take it. He's still alive in the base, trying to snap in the back. Karma keeping his life, but finally will fall. You're still trailing by a couple of dunks, Matt. Do they have what it takes to get this done?
So you got the 2 out of camo. You still have overdrive left. So maybe you're able to settle for a 1-point play, then get back to mid-map and use the overdrive again. It looks like FaZe just trying to play some defense here in mid-map on the drone. It's going to be Clay. Just looking over it. Scump on the other side. Some nice shots there coming in from Clay. FaZe can get control of drone. Very good spot to close it out. Optic trying to get away with drone. They get taken out. 1 kill inside goes in favor to Attach. It's going to be all 4 dead for Optic Gaming.
And here's Enable coming forward, still working for that camo, but with 35 seconds left, it may not even matter. There's the dunk and the dagger. 30 seconds remaining, 5-point advantage. Enable has camo. This one's done.
And you get a monster game out of Clayster. The guy shows up, man.
What did I say before this? Like, this isn't the most AR-friendly map. Usually the guy you see going off is your fast, aggressive SMG player. I know the ARs can pick up kills, but I did not expect him to go as big as he did.
34-21. A dominant game from Clayster. I mean, when was the last time, obviously Clay, a fantastic player, but in this matchup, he has not been great over the last few. When was the last time we saw Clay really kind of outkill Formal? I mean, that one you saw it.
No, I mean, what was it? Remember you and I talking? What series was that after? Was it? Can't remember if it was Paris or Dallas, but Clay had something like a 0.8. The rest of his teammates were right around a 1, but he just really got beat up in that particular matchup. And like I said, if Clay. I'm trying to think back, it was the Rise series where it came out, I think it was Breakout Hardpoint. He got like a 3-piece on the break. And I'm like, that's all Clay needs. Like a little something to get him screaming, get him on his feet.
Just a little, man.
He started out well. You give Clay an inch, man, he's going to take a mile. And he brings it to him with an incredible performance.
When he gets on these runs, he's so scary to deal with. And especially with how strong and aggressive his SMG players are, like Attach and Zuma. When he's shooting like that, I know he's kind of pushing the other team back and letting them get more space on the map. I mean, how many times did we jump on? It's like Attach in the Optic Gaming base. He's able to pick up one. Suma's in there too, coming on flanks. Just makes their game so much different than we've seen in the past. And you know, Formal versus Clay, we've talked about it. It's a huge matchup when these two teams go off. Right there, Clay gets the better of them.
And it's a huge matchup on Retaliation. That's going to be one where your ARs are going to be influencing spawns, coming up with those crucial kills from behind. It'll be interesting to watch that play out. But, you know, as much as you talk about the Formal Clay matchup, Formal at least had a really brilliant first half. It was the rest of the team really struggling. Well, I think at one point Scump was 6 and 11. Karma was 5 and 10.
And to be clear, Formal didn't play bad at all. I mean, he keeps them in the game in the first half. Right? But you know, just Clay just played a phenomenal game in that Frost.
Oh God! Now, what did you say before? You're like, you have to take one respawn off of Optic Game
now
before it becomes a series.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, it's interesting. This is amazing, man. Last best of 5 to end day 1. Aches, what do you say? Round 9, game 5, going to FaZe.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've seen all the number 2 seeds play well today. I mean, I know Pat's been on point with this prediction.
Dude, look at he's up there.
Oh, he is so happy.
Smiling on the desk. I want to smack him.
Yeah.
It's great seeing like we have so many people here this weekend. I mean, so from the talent perspective, like this might be the most people we've had at a open event where we have multiple streams.
Right.
But I mean, the green room's entirely packed, but it's great because every time we look over, it's just 6, 7 guys surrounded around the desk, just high-fiving, screaming. It's fun, man. We all
love close games, right? We all want to see, you know, the best matchups. This is definitely one of them.
We love Call of Duty. We love Call of Duty esports, and we've got a real treat of a series on our hands here today. As the crowd, you know, I saw a lot of FaZe jerseys, saw some Optic jerseys as well. Optic fans silence for right now, but they're going to need them big time as we head into our second Hardpoint. And this is, you know, this is one where I look to Enable, especially with what he's able to do. You know, NV4 K-bar in hand on maps like this. And he was, you know, we saw him winning some one-on-one gunfights with Formal too. Can he continue that here?
So now I kind of would tend to agree where stats potentially do go out the window. I mean, Optic obviously so dominant in Hardpoint. You can't discount that, or discredit it in any way. I mean, obviously, you know, winning all of their games in group play and then winning this first game here against FaZe. But, you know, with the way this series has gone, the last 2 maps, and the momentum that FaZe has right now, you can't put this as a lock for Optic in this one.
I don't even want to think about this bracket if FaZe pulls this out, because it's just like you have EUnited and Optic and losers. Like the whole thing is just flipped on its head. It's going to be a wild weekend.
It's just crazy. I mean, I know when you guys did the draw show and I saw it, and I remember you texted me like right after. You're like, "Did you see the bracket?" I was like, "No, I was at some weddings and whatnot." And you just texted it to me. I was like, "What the hell?" I was like, "This is just gonna be madness."
Well, we were drawing. If you didn't watch the draw show, we were basically there'd be 4 flags in a bag, and like Chris and I, we took one turn each round. And we were just pulling them out, and
as a draw show would work.
I think I pulled Optic first, and then Chris was going to do the second one, and the first team that could go the top side of the bracket was FaZe. And I started giggling. I was like, "Oh, right, of course." Of course, but you know, to be the best, you got to beat the best, and this top half is absolutely scary. But then, how's it work, right? It's losers round 2 actually flips.
Losers round 2 would flip.
So now you'd be scared. EUnited's waiting down there potentially.
Yeah. So obviously, you know, the top half of the bracket, bottom half of the bracket. If Optic or whoever loses this match would go up against Envious in their first round of losers.
Unbelievable stuff. It is now going to be Retaliation Hardpoint coming up. And yeah, I mean, you said it. I asked you very start of the series, when do stats kind of go out the window? This might be one of them. Optic has been insane in Hardpoint. This team, ever since they came together, have been wild. But now it's on Optic to battle back down a map, or can FaZe Clan close it out? Let's kick things off with Karma.
And I think you're looking at Clay for the side of FaZe. Can he put together another good game like he just had in an Uplink? If he does, completely different scenario in Hardpoint. You see him with the NV4 in hand, trying to connect that distance.
Yeah,
not going to come up with anything.
These gunfights back at range, but it's going to be Karma flanking around the back. There's easy pickings. 1, 2, third, I think, behind him. Smacked back, finally going to drop to Enable, but nice play from Karma there, pushing through Hotel and able to get a flank in. So far, though, FaZe controlling the lead. 30 seconds left on bridge. Things don't get super interesting through your first side until we start to get over towards Graveyard, towards Destroyed Building. That's why I think we'll start to see things open up a bit.
Yeah, your hill number 3 in Graveyard and your hill number 4 over in the Broken Building. Those are where you see a lot of the time. That's where you'll see teams pull away, teams make comebacks on this map. The lower street too, hill number 2, we see a lot of teams, you know, you're able to take some time there. get control of that upper market area, and then control hill number 3. So look out to see, you see FaZe on the minimap. They're setting up for that lower market. 2 kills in their favor. They can get some time here. They get a little bit of a lead. They're able to go over to Grave, get control of that. They can swing the game in there.
Yeah, that's where it gets real deadly. I mean, I feel like early in the game, Lower Street wasn't really dominated, but we've seen teams hold full 60s at this hard point in the past couple of months. Clay gonna end up dropping. You got a 2 streak for Zuma, and on the other side, 2 in a row for Crim6. Zuma peeking the edge. Nice grenade in. I think Tia hits the one in the back, so Formal will end up dropping. But Optic Gaming does answer back with a couple of kills. Now they have lower street control, and they have the spawns controlled for the backside of the map when we get rotating out.
Well, it just seems like a lot of what we saw, at least early, FaZe in that first hard point. You were able to see them. They rotated early, just not able to lock anything down. They rotate early over towards lower street. They pick up maybe 1, 2 kills, not able to hold it for an extended period of time. Attach flies in, able to pick up Scump, but only 11 seconds left on this Mave. You expect both teams to try and set up for Grave. 2 kills for FaZe. I would give this time up and push all the way through.
Yeah, they need to. There was one flanking him behind. I believe that was Formal. He gets picked up as Clay turns around. I thought he was going to have a couple kills behind. FaZe just got the break. Clay gets both kills. You talk about him having to go huge. 6 and 4, 3 kills in a row, and 2 of them are massive as they got set up here for Graveyard.
2 big kills there from Clayster is going to give FaZe a ton of time here on Cathedral. See the push coming in directly in front of Clay. He knows 2 players are trying to get in towards this hard point. It's going to be Enable and Attach in the kill feed with 1 apiece. But here comes Scump. He's able to grab 2. Zuma needs to stay alive, and Zuma picks up 2. So a big play from Clay at the beginning. Now Zuma picking up big kills inside of the hard point. Huge plays coming out of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, we didn't see it from Zuma's POV, but I'll tell you what, if he loses that gunfight, that's probably 30 seconds going to go the way of Optic Gaming. And now look at it, Optic breaks in, there's 15 seconds left. Look at the map now. Clayster set up on bridge. They have everything controlled. This is looking very good for FaZe Clan through our first set of rotations.
I mean, not right now.
Yeah,
Formal
picks up 2.
takes up Enable and Zuma. It's just a one-man army. I mean, he just comes through on a 3 streak. You're all set up. Doesn't matter. He's just going to kill you at range. Formal with yet another kill. As now Optic Gaming has broken over here at Destroyed Building. They've taken the lead.
How does that happen? Like, things look so good. You look at the minimap, you're like, oh, FaZe is set.
And it's not even kills coming out from everybody. It's like one guy. He's just like running through, just taking out your team as he's escorting everybody else over towards the hard point.
Well, it's Scump inside. It's Formal looking over the back. He'll be taken out. Scump trying to stay alive. That's Attach flying through. Kills going both ways, but it is in favor of Optic Gaming. Last person to try and contest is Zuma, and it's Crim with 2 big ones inside. Crim6, 9 and 5, 41 seconds in the hard point. But now we're going to be rotating shortly over into Hotel Hallway. For this particular matchup, who do you give the edge when it kind of shifts to that more close-range combat?
I think you look in Optic Gaming, obviously. You would favor them in a lot of the categories in respawn game modes.
That's safe to say.
Yeah, I don't think you can really kind of argue that really against anybody. It's not anything against FaZe. I think you just favor them against any of these teams. You see Clay able to grab 1 in the Hotel Hallway, but I will say for the side of FaZe Clan, as you go into the second half, you have to feel pretty good about how you played, regardless of what happens here in Hotel Hallway. If you're able to win those in early engagements against Formal over by Broken Building, you probably take that, and you're probably in the lead at this moment in time.
Hey, look at this, though. Clayster, 75 off the Trinity Rocket. He's gone greedy. He's got Scorchers and Bombardment to work with as well. The man has said, you get early streaks in this game, and you will win on this map. There is 2 coming through. 50 now to the Bombardment. Clay continues to go off. The final shot's not enough to get the Bombardment, but thankfully for him, a couple of deadly streaks to work with.
And they're putting a lot of time on the board here, FaZe. 20 or so seconds about in their favor, not giving up a lot of time to Optic Gaming. It's a very good Hotel Hallway for FaZe Clan, as we'll go back towards the bridge here for our second rotation of hills. Be Optic Gaming in the lead. FaZe trying to make this interesting. They need to get control of Grave and Broken Building the second go around.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Clay throughout this, hopefully saving streaks towards the end of the game, but part of the pressure will then be on Optic. Can Optic force these streaks out of him earlier? And you don't need to when you're picking up 2 pieces there on bridge to get things set up. But some streaks will be coming through. That's going to be Karma actually calling in a Trinity Rocket. He is able to find 1. And look at Clay just snapping onto Formal there, getting away with his life as he continues to be a nuisance here on bridge.
He has just been a madman the last 2 maps. Putting a lot of shots in 1, just doing a nice job staying alive, allowing his teammates to get in towards the hard point. Formal picking up 2 kills. Clay coming up top, picking another one.
It takes an FTL to finally cut the guy down. He's weak. Formal has to use his payload to pick him up, but guess what? It's still FaZe Clan picking up the time. I mean, I guess that ends up being nice because maybe he was getting closer to the bombardment. I didn't see where the streak ended. I think at 5 or so. But God, Clay has been nuts.
FaZe, it looked like they were going to be in a good spot to set up here for the lower street. As Zuma was coming behind, he's able to get one. But it'll be a clean sweep as Optic Gaming gets control. Zuma and Enable with a kill apiece, though. They get inside of the hill. Karma up on top plat, able to get one. Clayster gets him out of that position. But kills just being traded out here. Maven FaZe gets control of lower street. This would be huge time for them because if they can get back to about even in this game, you have those streaks going into Grave and that broken building.
Can we check Karma real quick to see? I think he has a bombardment to work with as well. Yes, okay, so he has a bombardment. You have, what, Scorchers and Trinity for the side of Clayster. A couple of streaks for either team. Up over the top, surprise Formal as he tags him up in the back. Gets traded out quickly, but with 15 seconds on lower streak. Let's get to number 3. It's Scump, I think, trying to flank him behind and win a couple of gunfights. There's Scump making a play on the first, Scump making a play on the second. And just like Clay did it for FaZe the last time around, Scump finds 2 big ones to control spawns here for Optic Gaming.
Now you're going to need to get a lot out of these streaks from Clayster, as it's going to be Optic Gaming getting set up inside of Cathedral. It's the hill that they could really blow the game open. See Crim gonna win one fight against Enable. Playing down here in the lower market. The streaks coming in from Clay. It's gonna get one. Going to hover the missile. It's gonna be Enable, able to take out Formal. So that will be a break from the side of FaZe Clan. But here come the streaks. It's gonna be a bombardment coming out from Karma.
So you're pulling out just about everything from either side to try and get the breakthrough. You force him out, but it's Clay again on the flank, getting up to Clay, 23 and 17. The guy has been on a mission, but Optic Gaming still up 40 points. But when you get these final 20 here, it's all going to be on Optic trying to control the destroyed building. You just got to get back and get set up.
And does Clay have the bombardment? I believe, did he? No,
he never got to that.
So he never got to it. So
just the Scorchers, yeah.
Does have Scorchers. We'll see when he decides to use it. So he's going to pull it out here. You're going to know there's players in the back. He's going to be able to tell his teammates. Now they're going to start the push.
Here they come. Scorchers out. What can they pick up? Tags one on bridge. Karma somehow stays alive in the back. Clay pushing in. Wins another one-on-one there versus Formal. And able to back him up over the top. 2 down for either side. And able through the backside. The break is there. FaZe bust through.
And they give the hill points to Enable because he's getting very close to streaks as well. You see Enable going to full all the way in the back. Going to wait for these players to come in from Optic Gaming. This is huge hill time for FaZe Clan. If Enable can pick up a kill, there it is, full streaks and camo. That is huge for FaZe.
And the camo pop lines up Crim 6. FaZe looking to take this game. 20 seconds remaining here in the destroyed building. Zuma trying to come in and back up, Enable through the backside. Just got a glimmer, I believe, of one. And this is, it's all about streaks on this map, and it's 7 in a row for Enable before it finally ends, and we're going to be all tied up here heading into hallway.
Well, those streaks are going to be big for Bridge, but there's a lot of overall game time left. There's a lot of time in the score at this moment in time. You may see lower street, you may see Cathedral come up again. Those streaks would come up big there.
Well, I mean, getting to lower streets might be your best scenario right now if you're Optic Gaming. You can't win it inside a hotel hallway. They're going to have to go to Bridge, and you have so much to work with in Enable's hands. As soon as we get back outside of the bridge, we'll swap over to his POV and see what he can do. It's reactive, though, coming in from Scump. Scump has found one. He's got a player to deal with on plat, but he's wrapping around to watch the backside. Optic continues to wrap up points in Barn, and how huge would this be? You have Trinity for Scump. He at least gets one streak, so I believe that's all you have for Optic Gaming. And on the other side, you still have the bombardment to Trinity for Enable. It's going to be, what, better use of streaks and payloads down to the wire here.
It really is. It's what's going to come down to. So you see Zuma just trying to stay alive here. The kills just being exchanged from both teams. Not a ton of time here taken in the hotel hallway. Be Scump flying in, taking the last few seconds.
Oh, they each took, FaZe, what, like 10 to 20?
About. And FaZe, they're going to set up here. It's going to be an FTL use there from Clayster as he's able to take out Karma. Another big gunfight. That's 4 dead in favor of FaZe Clan. This is great. They have these streaks. We'll see if Scump's going to have to use one. I mean, look how far away they are from the hardpoint. Yep, he's going to use this training rocket.
Let's see what Scump can pick up. He is able to find Enable, so as soon as we get out of this and they get control, I want to go to Enable's POV if he's going to have to use streaks, but they don't get the break. They don't get anything out of this. Enable's going to pull him out. I don't know they needed to, but it's going to slow them up for the time being. FaZe now back in the lead. You still have a bombardment here if you're Enable. Pressure now coming in, trying to get shots into multiple players, pushing in through curb, kills going back and forth. Enable still playing his life in the back. Nice job, just staying alive.
They're just forcing this spawn from Optic Gaming. By controlling both sides of the bridge, they're force spawning them down at the bottom of the map because obviously the spawns by Cathedral and Broken Building are blocked. But we are going to go down to that lower street. Enable still with streaks available.
Here we go, baby. Usually these tight games, man, it ends on bridge, but we're going to another. FaZe set up first. Karma has camo to work with. We'll see if he opts to use it. He's got to start thinking about it at this point. Finds one kill. He's going to drop. Can FaZe get in? There's still one player inside a bike to deal with. Is that Scump? He's going to get tagged up. Now it's going to be Crim6, the last two push forward. 2 more points. FaZe Clan has done it! Optic's first Hardpoint loss in stage 1. All of our 2 seeds get it done. Patrick Price's streak of predictions continues, even though it didn't go to a search. But what is this bracket now, buddy? Holy hell.
No, it is mental. I mean, you know, Optic Gaming, that is a stunning loss for them. FaZe Clan, no. We were wondering, you know, when is this team going to show up? Are they ever going to reach that potential we've seen from them? Or they, you know, just look as good as they did in the past. That is a huge win for this team, not just in this tournament, but overall and through the whole year. I mean, a lot of questions about this roster. Can they put it together again? Can they make things work? Are they able to beat teams like Optic Gaming, EUnited? You just saw what they're capable of there, taking out OG.
And that was, I mean, I think we saw streaks used from like 6 different players over the course of that. And you saw how influential they could be. Scump, I think, only connected with one then. One player retreated a bridge to try and get away from it. Clayster went off throughout the course of the series. Incredible, incredible play from Clay. And we've got him on the stage.
That's right. We have a very fired up Clayster here on the stage. Afterwards, you shook all of their hands, you ran out front, and you gave us some Ric Flair woos. Why so much energy every single time you play against this Optic Gaming team?
I don't know, man. It's something about them. With the way they've beaten us in the past, like 4 events, we won that Search and Destroy, and we were just like, wow, they can bleed. So we just carried it on. I don't know, man. It's just one of those type of teams where if you don't go that hard, then you're going to lose every time.
So talk to me about this. You saw the pool draw. You saw how it was all going to shake out here in the bracket. What was the thoughts when you saw that you were having to match up against Optic Gaming? What was said amongst the team, and how did you guys prepare for this matchup in particular?
Oh, we were stoked. I know from firsthand experience, if you want to beat Optic, you got to get them in the first round. They just seemed to not have everything put together at that point. So when we got in first round, we were actually ecstatic. Same thing like in AW Champs when we pulled in first round. We were so happy to get them. To prepare for them last night, I kind of stayed up for like 4 extra hours watching a bunch of VODs. And luckily they played E6 on the same first 3 maps in their last match of their pools. So there was a good 3 maps to watch. On the Crusher S&D, I was basically reading them the whole time because they played Crusher against E6. And so we knew exactly where they were, what they were going to do. We put in extra preparation for sure, like those VODs watching, and that was on top of the rest of the practice that we did at home.
After that game number 2, you guys were backstage and you said to me, hey, we took a game against them. That's the first time we've done that in the last 3 series. Well, I mentioned last time you took a game, you also won this series. You've done it once again, but it wasn't just you. You, of course, were the star throughout this series. But tell me, what's the strength of this team right now? Is it your Hardpoint? Is it the Uplink, which looked incredible on Frost? Or is it your Search and Destroy game?
Man, I don't know. I think it's a combination of all 3. It's not one single game type that we're really good at. We just all showed up. Zuma, Enable, Attach, they all played out of their minds in this series. Even in that Scorch Hardpoint that we lost, Zuma went off. So I'm just proud of these guys. I'm proud of them for finally showing up. All of us for finally showing up because losing to Optic really gets old.
All right, last question for you. We now know you are moving on to Winners Bracket Round 2. You'll be playing against Luminosity, and on the other side of the bracket, we have teams like Splyce and Enigma 6, all in the Winners Bracket. That means Optic and EUnited, the 2 juggernauts, will be playing the Losers Bracket potentially later in this weekend. Thoughts moving forward into Day 2 and Day 3?
You know, I was really surprised at the E6 win, but, you know, they're a really good team, so I'm kind of, like, happy for them because they haven't really seen the success that I feel they deserve. It kind of sucks that EUnited's in losers, now Optic's in losers. That losers bracket's stacked. We're just not trying to go down there and just coast through the winners the whole way.
All All right, Clayster, I'll let you celebrate with the team. Congratulations. Give it up for Clayster. FaZe Clan is moving on to the winner's bracket round 2. For now, let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Great to hear from Clayster, of course. Every single number 2 seed has won today. Crazy. I'm surprised you don't have a bigger smile right now, Ix. You called it again. Although we have to say, you said it was going to be 3-2. It was 3-1.
Yeah, but to be fair, I was the only person out of you, him, every caster, analysis, talent.
I hate this guy sometimes.
To call the FaZe win. I mean, it is what it is.
He got it right.
Aix strikes again. We'll break down the series, though. We'll, of course, start with map number 1. This was a dominant one for Optic Gaming. Obviously, the Hardpoint 250 to 212 was the final score in that one. And for Clay and Zuma, it was weird because the start of this series was definitely not how it ended. It was like ice and fire almost moment. You had one player going off and one player very, very slow.
Yeah, and this is how I kind of expected the whole series to be. We've seen Clays have, you know, those slow games and really struggle at the pace that the likes of Scump and Attach and even his own teammates are going at. He can't keep up. He started slow on this. Zuma, he said it himself there. Clay was saying, you know, he was on fire. Even though they'd lost this series, you see now 24-17. The confidence from this guy is unreal right now. You know, going into it, speaking to Reef, you know, he was saying Zuma is so confident going into these, and it's because obviously that recent injury, he's back on form, he's feeling confident, and he showed that in all 4 maps. But unfortunately for those, they did lose the first one. But again, I actually thought this map 1 would be even more dominant towards Optic Gaming.
Yeah, watching this map 1 for me almost made me mad, right? Like, FaZe come into these game 1 hardpoints and they try and outthink Optic. They try and out-strategize. They think there's something extra to it. Like, Clay, don't be scared. Look how Clay played in 3 and 4. That really cocky, confident playstyle. Tommy was on fire. Let your young guns, Tommy, Attach, just run around and get kills. All you got to do to match Optic is play at the same pace as them and get as many kills as them. They're not anything special other than a very good, talented slaying team.
It's not like Optic's the fastest playing team either. They don't play for speed. They play to get a 1.5 KD and just make the game impossible for you. And that game, that first hardpoint, yes, FaZe lost it, but it was the first time in quite a while, honestly, where you saw Zuma get, what, 10, 15, 20 more engagements than the rest of his teammates. It really reminded me of that AW Zuma that we were used to seeing. He doesn't care what his KD is, just get as many gunfights as possible. And when you're using an ERAD like that, you know, he was one of the best SMG players he has been for so long now. He has to play like it.
He's so quick, and we saw it. And his reaction time is so fast that he can just maneuver corners and outreact every player that he comes in contact with. You got to let Tommy just run around and do what he wants to do on the map. You're going to see success like that. He's going to go positive. He's going to open a lot of lanes for you and just play normal Call of Duty and beat him. I
mean, as you guys mentioned, you know, for Zuma, it was a great map number 1, and it immediately carried over into map number 2. I mean, remember, the very first round, Zuma picks up 3 kills. Probably could have had the ace as well. He gets a little unlucky. He doesn't actually find that final kill. But he just seemed to be so confident.
Yeah, and you know, confidence is a lot, you know, within game. And it's just it's not about looking at the names and thinking, oh, I'm playing against Formal or Scump or Crim. He's playing, he's Zuma. You know, it's me. I'm in this game, and it doesn't matter, you know, who you're going up against. And that's what I like about what the whole of FaZe were doing in this Search and Destroy. It's kind of like they just played their game rather than trying to match Optic Gaming. You know, they felt confident in the way they're doing it. And speaking to replays again, they've scrimmed a lot. From what they've said, they put a lot of time going into this. And FaZe struggled to get into the playoffs. And rightfully so. I'm really happy that they've gone away, put the time in, and it is really showing.
One of the key players as well to note, TP, it was Enable. I mean, the guy goes 9-2, gets himself streaks, has camo as well. It was a fantastic performance from him. I mean, towards the start of the year, everyone was saying, yeah, you know, Enable has been the most consistent player. He's been their better player. And then we didn't really see that in the group stages, but we've seen that here today.
A lot of times we see Enable sort of that guy when it goes into these big matches, in these Search and Destroys, where he seems to be the one that sort of drops back at times. But in this one we saw, he was re-challenging into doorways with gunfights with an NP4. Things were not, we haven't seen that against Optic Gaming in this head-to-head matchup. He was doing that, re-challenging and just beaming people,
he was
really.
team-killing teammates.
Yeah, he didn't care.
He did not care. Yeah. He saw an opponent and he went for him, and that's what the Enable you want to see. He's got a disgusting shot. He's smart. He's very good with his positioning. You want him to just, hey, go there and kill everything you see. And it was very similar with the Zuma. Like, they just work so well together when they're playing that confident. And I think if FaZe keeps that confident up this weekend, they're a scary team.
And the thing just touching lastly on Zuma was the amount of first bloods. You know, it was like we saw on AW. He was that first blood king. He was just so aggressive. He got in the face of the enemy, and it put them on the back foot. And getting that first entry kill, not only on, you know, a hard point when you're going into something like that, but a search and destroy around where you have one life is so important. And I think Zuma, again, he did that so well. He's on top of the world right now.
Which should be the strategy for every single team. It is so hard to put Optic on their back foot. If you focus on it, like with your, as an entire team, as a unit, and you guys play that way, you're going to throw them off, and you're going to beat them.
Very true. Of course, series tied at 1-1 at that point. We head over to game number 3, and that was where it was almost as if FaZe just got so much confidence from actually winning the first map there against Optic that Clay, I mean, he's screaming on the loading screen, essentially. He goes 17 and 8. He gets streaks. FaZe up 4-1 at the half aches. I mean, Clay was just having one of those Clayster-esque performances.
It was one of the first times we've seen in this matchup where Clayster actually outperformed Formal. And when you're able to do that, when you have people like Zuma, Enable, and Attach behind you, if you can shut down Optic's best player, you're going to see performances like that. Yeah, like he went off and he got fired up, which is the one thing we've been needing from him. We don't need him to get fired up when he's not doing good. We need to see him getting fired when he's doing good, because it just gives that teammate confidence. Like, Tyler, if your teammate is going off, you know no matter what you do, you can make any play you want. Your teammate is destroying them, and it just adds to that kind of team morale, and FaZe needs that.
Definitely do. And there was one key play as well, TP, which you were actually speaking to replays, of course, FaZe coach, and he was kind of saying, oh, you know, a little bit of a trick play came through, and you were very, very impressed with it.
It's just logically
smart,
the best plays to make. So before, he was talking about FaZe was using their streaks defensively. He's like, guys, what are you doing? You're just kind of wasting them. The biggest thing he focused on is when they have those streaks, take that drone on that top blue side. And when you use that bombardment, we saw Clay use it first off, it forces them to make a decision. Do they go into blue, which is kind of bad. You can just go on that wall run, hit the one, or get a dunk. And it worked perfectly. He got 1-2 kills each time he used that streak. When you take that drone around, it puts them in a crappy spot, and they have to, you know, make a weird play and make some sort of hero play. And when you're making Optic, you're putting them on the back foot. That's exactly what you need to do. Initiate the play. They did it and got 3 points.
Really similar to what EUnited does. Use your streaks offensively to set up
Bond trap
plays for
kill
you.
them.
Right. If you're forcing them to come off sprint, running away from something to fight you, you're going to win that gunfight. Yep. I think FaZe did their homework in the sense that they went back and they studied other teams' gameplay and said, okay, how can we take some of these guys' strategies, teams that are better than us, and incorporate it into our own? And you're seeing it here this weekend.
Yeah.
FaZe go 2-1 up in the series. We then head over to Hardpoint, map number 4. FaZe close it out, 3-1 victory for them. And Momo, as soon as that map loaded up, you were kind of just looking and waiting for Aches to kind of come out and start gloating, because you almost felt the energy in the room.
When FaZe went 2-1 up, I thought Aches is coming out of that room and he's starting, you know, getting all happy. And it's exactly what he did do. However, for me, this is where, you know, I've talked about Zuma and Clay, and yes, Enable's been so consistent, but this was the map where I feel Enable really stood out. Clayster's 17 and 10 on 4-kill streak. It doesn't matter. It's those individual plays where you get, you know, a 2-piece, you get streaks, and it was all about score streaks on this map. Getting those Trinity rockets, having bombardments at the right time, and utilizing them. That play right there, that camo play from Enable, got them like 20 points on that hill. All his team managed to come around again. I just thought Enable was fantastic from start to finish on this map.
Really, really good performance. And I mean, I think that kind of just sums up all the emotion right there. I mean, in terms of that win, how important is that in terms of FaZe's confidence for the rest of the year, team?
It's probably life-changing for them. On a mentality's sake, we were unsure about how this team was going to perform. They barely made it to the playoffs. I think we need to focus on that even more.
Yeah.
They barely made it. They had to go crazy clutch on that last map versus Rise just to make it here. Now they beat Optic, something that they've struggled with for months and months now in Infinite Warfare. And one thing I just want to note on that retaliation, Clay was using 3 lethal streaks. I think a lot of people need to start doing that. Get rid of the Scarab, get those Scorchers instead, because we see on retaliation, you can literally wipe a team with a 1 streak alone. If you have that extra, extremely lethal kill streak, it's so good.
Definitely is.
So for me, like Momo said, Enable was the true playmaker. And if you saw at the end of the game where he literally was just blocking spawns, taking his time, being super patient, he played this map flawlessly. And I think for FaZe, like, you've been demoralized, embarrassed by what's been happening the last 3 events from Optic, and now they finally showed up and they're like, hey, we're back, we're here to play.
one of the biggest things I want to note on too, going into this one, Optic was so happy to get this matchup, and I think that kind of pissed FaZe off. If I'm a competitor, obviously I was. If someone's just saying that in interviews and things like that, like what? Like you're not even respecting that we're your opponent in the round number 1. You come out, you beat them. It's a great feeling.
And that's why it means so much to them, right? You know, they've, like Ake said, been almost embarrassed. You know, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1. They're not even finding themselves a Game 5, let alone a victory. Now to not only win, but not even see a Game 5, it's just a complete turn of the tables. And I said before this game, and don't get me wrong, I had Optic all the way on this one, but if for any reason FaZe did win, they are now a team which is very, very scary. You've got Clayster so hyped up, so amped up now going into these semis, looking at the teams that they've got to go against. They're confident now to take this whole thing.
I mean, you talk about those teams. We'll take a look at our bracket now. It's definitely a good one for so many teams. I mean, you look at it, Splyce are going to be feeling very, very good about themselves. FaZe, I mean, yeah, they have a difficult game against Luminosity to go, but you think if they win that, I mean, surely we see FaZe in a grand finals potentially. I mean, in terms of predictions for today, a lot of people could not have possibly predicted what happened, apart from, of course, Akes. But, Teep, when you look at those two games, the two winners round 2 games, I mean, who progresses through? Who's in our winners final?
It's really tough. I'm giving the momentum to FaZe. Yes, LG had a huge win versus Envy, but I think that mental boost that FaZe is going to have is going to transcend their gameplay to the next level. And then Splyce just completely dominated somewhat weak Evil Geniuses. I will say that. You got to give E6 props for beating EUnited. I didn't think that was going to happen, but I think Splyce is just more well-rounded.
Of course, I have to ask the Guru.
I think Splyce, I know they played EG, but from week 1 and their past events, I think Splyce is now the best looking team in this winner bracket, and that's scary.
Okay, all right. We'll take a look now at our losers bracket. And, well, you talk about scary things. This is extremely scary. A losers bracket round 1 is Optic Gaming in losers round 1. Losers round 1.
That is just... How has this happened? Like, you look at these 4 teams, and you know, people out there will think 3 of these are in like the top 4 in the world right now. And for me, it's going to be such an interesting tournament, no doubt, but it's going to be very upsetting for these squads going out so early. I've got a feel for EG. I don't think they can take down EUnited. Whether they get the same day 2 as they did in their week, but
that would be wow. We're talking about storylines. Imagine if that did happen.
One of the craziest things for me is look at what will happen in losers round 3. No matter what happens in these round 1 and 2, you can't have an Optic EUnited final, and that's been the past 2 major events.
That's a good point.
We're finally going to have another finalist, and it's going to be interesting on who it is.
I'm curious to find out. We can take a look, of course, now at tomorrow's schedule. Find out, of course, when all of those games are going to be played. Action kicks off at 1 p.m. with EUnited versus Evil Geniuses. Then at 2:30, Team Envious take on Optic Gaming. We then shift over to our winners bracket matches at 4 p.m. Splyce versus Enigma 6. At 5:30 p.m. Luminosity versus FaZe Clan. Worth mentioning, there will be 2 more games following those still to be decided. So we have 6 games overall for tomorrow, and it is going to be a fantastic. It's just all smiles. Like, I
love it.
It's just
I love it. I was so excited for this.
It was the perfect day 1 as well. We have so many kind of storylines coming through, upsets coming through. I mean, statistically, every single game was an upset today, but I'm so excited now for the rest of the weekend, as I'm sure you guys are as well. But we never actually had a chance to talk about predictions in terms of overall who walks away with the championship. So I do want to get your opinions briefly now with a day in the books. Teep, who do you think is looking strongest right now?
That's a loaded question now that we see how things have progressed. I think I'm going to put my faith in FaZe after that one. They got the monkey off their back in a sense. That was the one thing, the one team that they statistically struggled with heavily. I think that mental boost for Clay specifically is going to do wonders.
I think we see an EU versus NA final. I really do. I've got faith in the boys from Splyce. I think they've got to turn up, but I will say, don't rule Optic out. That loser bracket is something that they can do.
You guys ready?
I'm about to walk
Hit me,
off.
Pat. What you got, man?
EG? E6?
Europe is about to win their first North American event.
Okay. It's doable, man. They look good.
They look scary.
Who do they play in the final?
I mean, I feel like they go all the way through. They go through winner bracket, win out, and then they'll probably meet Optic or EUnited in loser bracket final.
Okay. Well, you heard it from the Guru himself. potentially Europe win their first North American event. But that will conclude day one here at the Stage 1 playoffs of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Splyce, E6, LG, and FaZe have all had big wins, resulting in an unbelievably stacked losers bracket. Action continues tomorrow at 1 p.m. as we look to see who will be crowned Stage 1 champion.